301 percussion gun. As the visitors of the 6 countries dispersed, Qin's army will also call back to Xianyang, and then take a rest. Transferred to the battlefield. The opening of the army will not be completed in a day, especially the establishment of the division staff. Let them start planning marching routes. King Qin's guards also started to go to Xianyang. Shang Wen returned to Xianyang with him. Just when the army is about to go out, a person came very unexpectedly. Zhang Liang actually came to Shang Wen himself. This surprised Shang Wen. "I wonder if there is anything wrong with Mr. Zhang?" Shang Wen asked. "Oh, dare to ask Master Qin. This army is about to start?" Zhang Liang asked. "Yes," Shang Wen replied simply. "Oh, then Liang has something to say straight." Zhang Liang said. "Speak straight, it's okay," Shang Wen still said in his current words. "Liang came this time. It is to deliver diplomatic documents. Mr. Qin is also asked to pass it on to King Qin," Zhang Liang said as he took out a bundle of bamboo slips. "Okay. I'll hand it over to King Qin," Shang Wen said with the bamboo slips. "Now Liang is leaving." Zhang Liang said that he was about to turn around and leave. "Wait!" Shang Wen shouted. Shang Wen felt it was too inconvenient to see such a heavy bamboo slip. No wonder the ancients can describe a thing in a few words. It's all because of writing tools. "Mr. Zhang, wait a moment," Shang Wen said as he ran into his camp. "Take out 2 notebooks and pencils. I think Mr. Zhang's writing tools are so inconvenient." "This is the next little thing," Shang Wen said. Speaking of Shang Wen, he handed it over to Zhang Liang himself. "This." Zhang Liang hesitated. "It doesn't matter. Mr. Zhang is a literati. It is inevitable that literati will write and draw. These things can just make up for the inconvenience of writing," Shang Wen said. "What is this?" Zhang Liang asked again. "Notebooks and pencils. These are made of paper. The use of graphite pencils is convenient for writing," Shang Wen said. "That Liang wrote about Mr. Qin here." Zhang Liang was not polite. "Liang will leave now. Goodbye," Zhang Liang said with his hand. Shang Wen sent Zhang Liang away. Just ready to pack things, Yin snatched the bamboo slips in his hand. "Oh, I flew the book so soon. Did the one named Zhang Liang send the letter?" Yin opened the document dissatisfied and saw it. "Nothing like that." Shang Wen vetoed it without hesitation. "What? South Korea is going to set up an embassy in Darkin. This fox will also come," Yin exclaimed dissatisfied. "This is diplomacy. It's not a big deal, right?" Shang Wen asked. "What kind of diplomacy?" I think this South Korean princess is bad intentions. Seeing my great Qin country is strong, their South Korea is weak. They want to make it shameless. Too shameless. This thing is not allowed. It is absolutely not allowed," Yingyu shouted. Speaking, Yinu drew his sword casually, cut down the paperwork while still on the ground. "Hey, stop. This is a diplomatic document." Shang Wen stopped loudly. "I don't care about his paperwork. Anyway, Korea doesn't have a good thing. His mind is full of power and tricks. I'm doing it for you," Yin said angrily. "Hey!" Shang Wen looked at the scruffy paperwork on the ground. "Now it's too late to remedy it." Yin retracted the sword arrogantly. "Go. I packed everything. This place. I don't want to stay anymore," Yin said, pulling Shang Wen's hand in the carriage. Shang Wen didn't want to leave, but Yin was dragged into the car forcibly. The carriage soon joined the team in the development of Xianyang. The 2 people in the car said nothing. Yin asked first. After all, she felt the atmosphere was a little dull. "Why don't you speak?" Yingyu asked. "Say what?" Shang Wen replied. "Just say anything," Yingyu said. "I don't know what to say." "All right." Casually, Shang Wen said. "Dead idiot. Silly idiot, deaf idiot, dumb idiot." Yin cursed a series of idiots. Shang Wen ignored Yin and took out his notebook, took out a pencil and started to sketch something. Shang Wen thought of excusing Yin. If King Qin couldn't see the real thing, he would probably be unhappy. Thought of this, Shang Wen felt it necessary to design a gun. Because of Thunderbolt, to passivate it, use grease or paraffin wax. Passivation treatment is to treat it to increase its sensitivity. It also improves safety. But if it is completely passivated, then it is meaningless to change the flintlock to a percussion musket. Therefore, there are still standards for passivation treatment. This standard is the effect of using a certain amount of weight Zu to fire it at a distance of 5 inches or a higher distance. This standard strength is the strength produced by the firing device to fire the flash hider, and then ignite the drug. Push the bullet. This strength is tested through such experiments. That's it. Then unified production. The production formula of lead-mercury and the production method of sulfuric acid and nitric acid will directly block the spread of this technology. Now can produce flintlocks on a large scale, and these muskets must be used well. For example, remove the flint, etc., and change it to a percussion hammer. Improve the ignition method, etc. Thus, the reliability of the gun will be greatly improved. Shang Wen began to draw some sketches for improvement. After these are over, Shang Wen believes that some weapons such as grenades and landmines can also be hit by the appearance of lightning. But this way, the demand for Thunderbolt is very large. In this way, the output of sulfuric acid and nitric acid must be increased. Hey! After Yin saw Shang Wen taking out his notebook, he ignored everything. I feel bored. I call you that, idiot. Shang Wen had heard it a long time ago. Deliberately refused to agree. Tell you to ignore me. Yin just kicked it. Oh, too cruel. Shang Wen shouted loudly. Who told you to ignore me? Yin said. Didn't I design a musket for you? Shang Wen said and threw the notebook to Yinu. What's this? I don't understand. The painting is messy. Yingyu said. Hey, it's right if you don't understand it. This is a percussion musket. With this, the gun will be called a firearm in the future. Shang Wen said. Use a flash hider, or make a primer, and then make a bullet. As long as the firing pin is fired, it can be hit. Shang Wen said. Really? Yingyu asked. It's okay for me to lie to you. But you have to build a chemical plant before you can mass produce these things. Shang Wen said. Chemical factory. This is on my body. Yinu didn't ask the reason of the matter, and directly recruited the chemical factory to her head. Forget it. Only you have this spare money. Shang Wen said. That is, I made a lot of money from my father's harem. By the way, do you have any small inventions? I want to build a chemical plant, and I have to raise a portion of the money. Yin said naturally. 302 glass mirror. This, let me think about it. Shang Wen made a reflection. What do you women lack? Shang Wen asked, looking at Yinu. How do I know? I am a martial arts woman. Yingyu said. Oh. Shang Wen continued to look at Yinu and nodded. Why are you looking at me? Yinu asked. Look at you. See, you look good. Shang Wen replied. Hey. Right. Even though I was born in martial arts, Yinu is still a beauty. Yinu happily flicked her hair and said. Yes. Shang Wen looked at Yinu's face and called out suddenly. Oh, I was scared to death. Yinu complained. I said, what do you lack the most? Shang Wen asked. What? Yinu asked rhetorically. Beautiful. It has to be shown. It can be seen truly. Shang Wen said. Aren't you talking about a mirror? Yinu asked. Yeah? You use bronze mirrors. I want to make them. It's like water is indescribable. Anyway, let your beauty look like what I see in my eyes. Shang Wen said. What? Yinu said unintentionally by Shang Wen, feeling a little embarrassed. Why? Don't believe it. Shang Wen didn't look at Yinu's expression at all. I believe. Of course I believe. Yinu replied immediately. Then quickly tidy up his outfit with his hands. Then I will start work immediately, Shang Wen said as he took his notebook and started working. The invention of the mirror originated in the 16th century. The cylindrical method is used to produce plate glass, and the tin amalgam method of using mercury to attach tin foil to the glass is invented, and the number of metal mirrors is gradually reduced. In the second half of the 17th century, France invented the casting method to make flat glass and produced high-quality large glass mirrors. The mirror and its frame become an interior decoration. At the end of the 18th century, a large full-length mirror was made and used on furniture. Although the tin amalgam method is harmful to the human body, it has been applied until the 19th century. In 1835, German chemist J. von Liebig invented the electroless silver plating method. which made the application of glass mirrors more popular. What Shang Wen has to do is to use the tin amalgam method to make the mirror, but for your own safety, Shang Wen decided to use a certain isolation method to make it. It is mainly done by a certain simple mechanical arm. I don't know how to do this. Shang Wen thinks he can give it a try. As for the raw materials of glass, Shang Wen can't think of a good way now. Instead of doing this, it's better to use another method to stimulate, that is to increase the use of glass. Encourage the glass industry to separate from other industries, such as mirrors, eyes, and then make some specialized instruments and equipment. Thus, it can be regarded as a disguised requirement that the upstream raw materials of glass provide increased production. Under such high demand, Shang Wen felt that even if he didn't solve this problem by himself, sooner or later someone will solve this problem. In fact, the development of the glass industry is also very much related to the future development of close instruments such as aiming lenses. Therefore, this thing must be worked out. It must also stimulate its production with great demand. Just when Shang Wen should use some traditional methods to make glass, a man named Meng Kuang in Xianyang is experimenting with a new glass manufacturing method. This man named Meng Kuang is a very ordinary glazier. Because the materials are very limited, there are very few people who can directly make glass sheets at work. This Meng Kuang is a man who has finally gotten a job to make glass sheets. However, because of the high temperature, makes him very comfortable with the fireside working environment. As a result, it was quickly replaced. In this life, this craft is very missed. But this person is stubborn. You don't let me do it, I just do it. So he collected some materials quietly. Most of these are glass waste products. The glass factory has not realized the value of glass recycling for secondary use, because they have a lot of pressure every day. Now Qin has expanded a lot of troops at once. Both require large-scale production of telescopes. In addition, the raw materials are tight. The process is complicated, so the output has not been very high. This person Meng Kuang also knows the current situation of the glass factory. He still knows Qin State has a law called intellectual property protection. With this, you can get ahead by yourself. So Meng Kuang devoted himself to research. Because I can't adapt to the working environment of high temperature. He always melts the glass first and then pours it into the mold. But each trial ended in failure. Because of gravity, the special material of glass is added, so that the poured glass is always of different sizes and thicknesses. Meng Kuang believes that this is the reason why his own molds are not good enough, or there is a problem with the material. So they experimented with wood and iron one after another. But all failed without exception. Even Meng Kuang himself felt that the success of the experiment was nowhere in sight. Coupled with long working hours, there is less time available for experimentation. He can only use his rest time to do experiments. The result is still a failure. Having lost his patience, he smashed all his experimental equipment in a fit of anger. But this smashed a miracle. Original. He just hit a piece of tin into the pouring trough. The stove was overturned and the sink was grilled. Melt the tin block. The overturned glass water flows quickly to the sink. As a result, it was unexpected that the glass of water floated on it. Seeing this scene, Meng Kuang stopped his unreasonable actions, began to pay attention to this scene. The glass unexpectedly floated on it. This is a big discovery. So Meng Kuang soon regrouped and began to concentrate on research. And this one called Meng Kuang discovered is a more advanced method of manufacturing glass. Float glass. Compared to pouring, it is more suitable for large-scale production. The forming process of float glass production is completed in a tin bath filled with protective gases such as nitrogen and hydrogen. The molten glass flows continuously from the kiln and floats on the surface of the relatively dense tin liquid. Under the action of gravity and surface tension, the glass liquid is spread and flattened on the tin liquid surface to form a smooth, hardened and cooled upper and lower surface. After being led to the transition roller table, the rollers of the roller table rotate to pull the glass ribbon out of the tin bath into the annealing furnace. After annealing and cutting, a flat glass product is obtained. Compared with other forming methods, the advantages of the float method are, It is suitable for high-efficiency manufacturing of high-quality flat glass, such as no corrugation, uniform thickness, flat upper and lower surfaces, and parallel to each other. The scale of the production line is not limited by the forming method, and the energy per unit product low consumption, high utilization rate of finished products, easy to scientifically manage and realize full line mechanization and automation, and high labor productivity. Continuous operation cycle can be as long as several years, which is conducive to stable production. It can provide suitable conditions for online production of some new varieties, such as electric float glass, sprayed glass during annealing, cold end surface treatment, etc. These are all modern production methods. But now it was discovered in an unexpected accident. I have to say it was an accident. 303 election. The convoy went through a few days' journey, finally returned to Xianyang. Shangwin is going to the glass factory. There must be a solution to the problem of low glass production. But Yinu insisted on following. Shangwen doesn't matter. Anyway, glass is not dangerous. Just when Shangwin arrived at the glass factory to check the situation of the glass factory, Li Si in the DPRK responded to some questions with a sullen shadow. As a prison country, when King Qin came back, it should report some problems or what happened. Li Si took advantage of the problem that occurred in this gap and pointed the finger at everything Shangwin had done. These problems are mainly population and land, because Qin state issued a large number of bonds. This number has exceeded Shangwen's imagination. The current cumulative amount has reached 1.5 million gold. Almost all of Qin's currency was absorbed, and at the same time excess bonds were issued. A turning point from deflation to appropriate inflation. Bonds currently perform the function of currency. In addition, all logistical supplies adopt a commercial operation model. Qin's commodity economy is very active, plus the current agricultural slack envoys. Many civilians in Guangzhong gathered in Xianyang. The problem happened. The first is that bonds have high returns. This encourages many people to want to emigrate with bonds after the war is over. Some people think that immigration is helpless and want to go back. However, Qin state set up a lot of factories at once, and the remuneration given by the factories was almost impossible for a farmer to get for a year of farming. So many people started to stay and join the factory as workers spontaneously. Workers who have benefited in a short period of time regard land as a burden. Plus, you can accumulate more bonds through workmanship. Once the war is over, the land obtained will far exceed all current savings. So many people began to sell their land into cities to become workers. The employment relationship is officially established. But problems follow. A large amount of unused land will affect the local grain production in Qin. Food is now a symbol of national strength. This is detrimental to national power. This is the most acute problem. Land mergers. There will be insufficient labor for food production. Grain production will decline in the second year. This is what Li Si pointed out. This is the most fundamental problem. At the same time, there are gatherings of migrant workers. Bring a lot of problems. Housing, public security, and population management. Qin's original management system has been unable to adapt to these new conditions in time. In short, these questions were directly reflected to King Qin. In addition, a large number of carts and horses appeared in Qin state. The number of these carts and horses is very large. The rearing of horses began to use grain as feed. This is even more alarming than the consumption of food for wine. Coupled with the road conditions, I never expected that there would be so many more carriages all at once. Access has become the biggest problem. There are carriages everywhere in the city, and only pedestrians can pass. These are only superficial issues. There are also some officials who voluntarily resigned. The reason is that the factory produces things for a month, which is almost several times the salary and income of an official. Merchants directly impact the traditional official system. King Qin frowned and looked at these questions. There are so many problems. Many are like a mess. There is no clue at all. King Qin had a headache looking at it. Li Si has a headache even more. Since these problems are caused by Shang Wen, then all questions are pushed to Shang Wen. Take this opportunity to completely suppress Shang Wen. King Qin was helpless. Summon Shang Wen immediately. King Qin couldn't even find Zhao Gao at this time. Zhao Gao is now devoting himself wholeheartedly to the textile factory. A large number of blended fabrics began to be provided to the military to make quilts. Because he has a large spinning machine, King Qin ordered others to find Shang Wen quickly. After receiving the order, Shang Wen hurried over from the glass factory. King Qin was also able to suppress the dissatisfaction in his heart and push all the questions to Shang Wen. Li Si magnified the problem on the sidelines. The traditional Qin state's policy of emphasizing agriculture and restraining business is now being challenged. The state of Qin blatantly accused Shang Wen of actions that violated the Qin law. Shang Wen simply couldn't understand Li Si's reaction. There is no way. Shang Wen can only look at the ancient font and add the notes. Beside Li Si, Shang Wen gradually understood what was going on. Shock. Traditional things have been severely impacted. Merchant's status. Benefits began to surpass the landlord. The new class is emerging, and the interests of the old class are being challenged. Li Si got more and more excited. Move this Qin far to suppress Shang Wen. King Qin was a little shaken about this. King Qin got up and walked back and forth. Shang Wen couldn't understand those long talks. The short one can barely. It's too long to understand. Add Li Si's words. Shang Wen also lost patience. Excuse me. The Prime Minister, faced with these problems. How did you solve them? Is it to point out these problems, and then push them to the king and others? Is there no way for you? As the Prime Minister, you can't come up with a solution to the problem. Instead, you blame others. You are incompetent and negligent. Shang Wen, who has long been accustomed to taxpayer rights, lost his temper. Tit for tat. You. Li Si was fought back and couldn't find other words. For a while, I was speechless. He didn't expect it at all. Shang Wen will directly accuse himself of incompetence and negligence. Isn't it? These problems are easy to solve. Land mergers can be merged. People with the ability can grow more fields and produce more food. Isn't it normal for redundant people to participate in factory work? These people are still the source of my troops in Darkin. Isn't it good to open up the territory for my Darkin? Now that there are so many carts and horses, isn't it bad? Transport more things, and the extra cattle can plow the fields. Is food still a problem? Shang Wen said loudly, asked rhetorically. It's you, Prime Minister Li Si, that is fundamental to the Jiao flow of the times. It's that you can't keep up with the times. It's your incompetence. Now the problem has arisen, but you can't handle it. It's ridiculous. Shang Wen despised Li Si Dao. Li's is unreasonable. Li Si cursed very civilly. Shang Wen didn't know what it meant. Don't bother about it anymore. Enough. King Qin stopped. Thought of this. Shang Wen believes that Li Si is increasingly unable to hold this position. With him, there will only be more problems. Because this guy is out of touch with society. Can't integrate into society anymore. Thought of this. Shang Wen took a counterattack. Your Majesty, the minister believes that this prime minister's position should be changed by election. Shang Wen proposed loudly. Li Si listened, shocked. Openly proposed to change his position. Li Si couldn't believe it. Why? King Qin went through the quarrel between Shang Wen and Li Si. On the contrary, he was a little calmer. Hear such words. King Qin asked calmly. 304 election rules. My former prime ministers in Darkin were appointed and removed by the clerk or the king. Such appointments and removals are very random and irregular. The abilities of these prime ministers vary. The people generally don't know them, and they don't know the policies they implement. Now I should establish a system for the appointment and removal of the Prime Minister in Darkin to prevent such things from happening. Shang Wen glanced at Li Si and said, go on. King Qin heard it earnestly. My Prime Minister's term of office has never been fixed. It is 20 years long and less than a year, and there are still 6 countries as Prime Ministers. His policies are inconsistent. and many things have been abolished at the beginning. This is a waste and a great waste of our national power. The minister believes that Kin's prime minister should be elected by the election. The votes are among the people. The people elect a representative at the ratio of 1 to 30,000. The candidates are nominated to participate in the election. The last two candidates will be elected first, and then the last two candidates will launch campaign lobbying to explain their political positions and views. The final election is voted by voters. The Prime Minister's term of office is 4 years. He can only serve for 2 consecutive terms. The policy is passed. The bill is established. The period ranges from 1 to 20 years. It will be abolished naturally when it expires, Shang Wen said slowly. King Qin nodded. Are there any more? King Qin asked. Yes, successful prime ministers can nominate cabinet members themselves. Finally, the king approves them. These cabinets are the ministers. These ministers also have a period of 4 years. They can resign due to fault or other reasons in the middle, and then be nominated again. After that, the king's approval. Then he took office. These members will retire automatically when they expire. The next prime minister will re-nominate, Shang Wen said. The advantage of this is that the main person in charge at the top is replaced, while the people below do not need to be replaced. It avoids a lot of personnel adjustments, Shang Wen said slowly. Zhu Zi is unreasonable. Shang Wen had just finished speaking. Li Si immediately refuted it. King Qin's idea is very simple. It is the power of the king to suppress the prime minister. The prime minister is the head of the 100 officials, although the appointment is in his hands. But the prime minister has many affairs under his jurisdiction. It is possible to challenge the kingship. Now, according to Shang Wen's formulation, the Prime Minister has only served 4 years in a short period of time. It was only 8 years since the re-election campaign was successful. In the past 8 years, the replacement of cabinet members has to be approved by the royal power. Moreover, the bottom person is still the bottom person. There is no such thing as the promotion of these people. In this way, one has to work honestly in his position, instead of thinking of ways to cater to the above meaning. This idea. There are pros and cons, but obviously the benefits outweigh the system itself. It is wrong to say that there is no promotion principle. At least in some grassroots units, there are still such appointments and removals. But overall, within the national system, the promotion of officials will be completely blocked. That is to force its officials to shift to the direction of business. This avoids a huge bureaucracy. But can the bureaucratic problem be solved completely? Can't. Expansion of Zhengfu functions. The official system will have to be expanded. This system can be expanded. There must be more or less bureaucratic problems. But the final measure is the efficiency and attitude of Zhengfu. At this point, the superiority of the election system is quite obvious. King Qin has figured this out. However, this system does not work now. Darkin will face war. At this time, it is impossible to adopt this kind of national participation. Moreover, Darkin must have a prime minister for a day. Few people see. This campaign can be used, but the scope should be controlled in Xianyang. Now Xianyang give it a try, then promote it. Qin Wang said. My Wang Shengming. Shang Wen immediately agreed. Li Si was obviously reluctant, because if you hold an election, you will lose your position. I wanted to take this opportunity to get this guy down, but I didn't expect it. Instead, he was bitten. Now, it's hard to protect yourself. My lord, the minister thinks that this ballot should be controlled by the minister of the DPRK and China. The number of people should be reduced to 1/3. Li Si immediately proposed. The Li Si plan is to use half of the ministers of the DPRK and China as their own people to control the number of votes and achieve the purpose of re-election. But the most important thing in an election is the number of votes. Such a small 19. When the rules were formulated at the beginning, don't veto it. Your Majesty, the minister has just said clearly that representatives are elected at a ratio of 1 to 30,000. These representatives represent public opinion. Public opinion cannot be violated. Public opinion should account for a large proportion. Officials can only count as one vote, and electors cannot use other extraordinary means to bribe and intimidate them. Once they are found to be disqualified immediately, They must be held accountable. Shang Wen immediately fought back. Since the king is going to be elected in Xianyang, anyone who is 18 years old or older in Darkin can register to participate. Candidates can use propaganda to get votes, and they can also express their views through debates between candidates. After such a competition, public opinion is naturally clear. Natural selection is right, Shang Wen said. King Qin said nothing, just nodded. The voting time can be selected within 3 or 7 days. It is too short and many people don't know. Too long, time does not allow. The minister believes that it should be informed. During this period, candidates will state their views. Then, the field will face the confrontation to do the final vote. Shang Wen said, "Well, let's look at it." That's it. This time, the ballots can be counted as long as Darkin men and women in Xianyang are in Xianyang. I was informed that one day, 3 days of election debates will begin the day after tomorrow. Finally, I will be elected as the new Prime Minister of Darkin. King Qin ordered. "My lord, is this candidate nominated?" Shang Wen meant that it was too early. The nomination of the candidates has not yet come out. So how come the final 3 days of election debates have all entered? Does this still need to be selected? Isn't all the things that Dakin can choose for me at the moment? Are they here? No one looks at it. It's the two of you. That's it. Leave it all. King Qin waved his hand. The minister retire. Shang Wen was secretly happy in his heart. How many presidential candidates have been seen? Dealing with the Li Si is not at hand. Let you know the modern propaganda methods, guaranteed to make you an eye-opener. Shang Wen was happy. Li Si looked sad. I have to face those civilians. I don't know what this election is about. If you are confused, you will have to come to power. How to say it? The rules are still published, and Shang Wen himself chooses. It is over without beginning. A person who understands the rules of elections, how could he not understand the rules in the middle? 305 We want to eat meat. As soon as Shang Wen returned from the Xianyang palace, he immediately handed over a piece of vernacular written on the car to the printing factory, where a large number of leaflets would be quickly printed on low-quality paper. At the same time, Shang Wen wanted to decorate a large number of floats. Fortunately, there are a lot of colored cloth in the textile factory. Enough of these. Then Shang Wen pondered his own campaign slogan. Start your own brand. The people who participated in the voting this time are the majority of the people. Shang Wen believes that this is one of his own advantages. That is, the use of vernacular Chinese that everyone can understand. The slogan should be simple and clear, and it can inspire everyone's enthusiasm for voting. Hey, idiot, you will be busy when you come back from the palace. What are you busy with? Why don't you ignore me? Yinu asked loudly. I want to run for president, Shang Wen said subconsciously. President? Yinu asked suspiciously. Oh, Prime Minister? I was wrong, Shang Wen corrected. You want to be the Prime Minister? Aren't you already the right Prime Minister? Yingyu asked. No, this time is different. I want to run for the biggest one. I'm writing my own speech. Don't bother me, Shang Wen said. What? You want to be the biggest one? Yin said in surprise. Yes, Shang Wen replied simply. Then what shall I do? Yin suddenly became interested. Well, you can promote it to me. Wait and let me think about our campaign slogan. Shang Wen mused. Yes, we want to eat meat, Shang Wen said. What is this? Yin said dissatisfied. Our slogan. We started with this war. Promote our policy, then win other people's votes. In this way, I can be elected, Shang Wen said. Elected? Yingyu asked, looking at Shang Wen. After I become the Prime Minister, I can nominate and form a cabinet by myself. That is to say, I can choose my own person as the key member, Shang Wen explained. After Shang Wen finished speaking, he began to write his own manuscript. The language should be concise and easy to understand. Then what you mean is that you can choose anyone at will. That's great. Once you are elected, you nominate me to be an important person, Yin said whimsically. Hee. Shang Wen stopped writing and said with a smirk. This guy is too speechless. The next day, the campaign propaganda began. First of all, the people in Xianyang saw that Wang Bang said that they would run for the Prime Minister, and the right to vote was in their hands. The down-to-earth people of Qin were stunned. Then came Chang Wen's large-scale promotion of floats. The floats started to wander through the streets and alleys early in the morning. A large number of simple printed leaflets were distributed while walking, and many people still advertised a slogan loudly in the car: "We want to eat meat." On the other hand, Chang Wen stood on the roof of his carriage in a clearing, holding a big horn, made of iron. "Begin to speak out loudly about your views." To ladies and gentlemen, Chang Wen attracted the crowds with his unique opening remarks. To ladies and gentlemen, I think everyone knows about one of the Prime Minister's elections. I, Qin Chang Wen, is one of the candidates for the election of the Prime Minister of the state of Qin. Many of you must know me. Chang Wen waved his arms, said, "Yes, I am the one who issued the bonds, the one who brought the gospel to this place." Chang Wen used some vocabulary and propaganda ahead of time. In order to build momentum, all this is necessary. First of all, let's talk about why we elect the Prime Minister. Chang Wen was too tiring with his loudspeaker, and the audience couldn't see his face clearly. There is no impression. So Chang Wen took off the speaker decisively. "There are some problems in our country. The core of these problems is whether we should eat meat." Chang Wen first raised a topic related to everyone to attract the audience. Let them feel finished listening. "This is related to myself. I know that everyone is a commoner, and so am I. Many of our people at the scene will probably not be able to eat meat for a year, or not at all," Chang Wen said. Many people heard a good nod, that this does exist. Many people who eat meat can only eat it when they are sacrificial. This must be of sufficient seniority. This requires age and qualifications. Obviously, these people are not enough. We Darkin launched a war against the Huns and Hu people in the north this year. Our soldiers are very brave. They not only defeated the Huns and Hu people, but also got a large number of cattle and sheep. I am afraid you don't believe it. Those soldiers in the north are there every day. They are all eating meat. Every day they drink cow nei, drink horse nei wine, roast leg of lamb, beef. They have beef in their mouths when they sleep, Chang Wen said loudly. All the people were surprised when they heard it. It was the first time they heard about the life of soldiers in the north. Among them, there was no shortage of soldiers who fought in wars, but it was the first time they heard that they could fight to the point of eating meat every day. They swallowed unconsciously. Then we started to issue bonds, for the first time, to give remuneration to the civilians who transported military rations. I want to ask those of you, have you eaten meat? Chang Wen questioned loudly. It's eaten. It's delicious. The voice was very messy, but the answer is yes. Very well. Those who haven't eaten meat, don't worry, I think you will have meat soon, Chang Wen said with a smile. Everyone smiled slightly. Next, we started to build factories, and many people went to work as workers. The salary we got in a day was our salary for several months of farming. We could work safely in the factory, get paid for ourselves. You can also be a coachman and ship to the north military supplies. And then we use our vehicles to return the trophies of cattle and sheep. We have never seen so many of these cattle and sheep in our entire life, Chang Wen said, waving his arms. We use it not only for our own use, for driving, for plowing the land, and for eating meat. I think a lot of people are slaughtered for our food because there are too many cattle and sheep. I don't know if the workers who are paid have already eaten the meat. Have you eaten meat yet? Chang Wen asked loudly. Yes. Some people also raised the meat in their hands as a gesture. This was not there before. Because of farming cattle, beef is impossible to slaughter. But now it is eaten with meat. What is the problem? Very good. Our slogan is to eat meat. Chang Wen once again emphasized his political slogan. Our problem is that many people come to the city to work as workers. Many people start to have their own carriages for transportation. Many people start to have savings to eat meat from the north. But now our land is empty. Many people start to have savings to eat meat from the north. People have even sold the land. Some people point out that these are potential dangers. But I don't think so. I think that we can eat meat, which shows that we can live better. In order to live better, why do we do it? Some changes, looking for a good way to solve the problem, Chang Wen said loudly. All the people did not speak. They began to accept Shang Wen's ideas. 306 Responsibility, national responsibility. Shang Wen's words have begun to work. But if you want to play a fundamental role, you must thoroughly touch all people's hearts. Let them have hope. Generate motivation for life. The function of Zheng Fu is to serve everyone. It is to solve the problems of all of us. It is not like a fool who is helpless and can't come up with a little idea, and then let us go back. Go back to the past, Shang Wen said. Obviously these problems are not problems, and these problems are not reasons to prevent us from eating meat. An excuse, Shang Wen said with a loudly waving arm. Faced with these problems, we have the right to speak our own views and express our meaning. Now the opportunity is here. The king has already issued an announcement. You have the right to vote for your candidates, and you don't have to vote. You cannot participate. But this is closely related to your life, Shang Wen said. Only then did the people realize the function of election is to choose the prime minister who is close to oneself. The prime minister's role is not to be superior, but to solve problems. The consciousness of service still appears vaguely in the hearts of Darkin people. Let's start with the recent war. Shang Wen changed the subject. What did the war bring to us? Shang Wen said. In the past, our Darkin pursued a war against the 6 kingdoms of Guangdong. We have always been like this since our predecessor Xia or Gong of the Great Qin dynasty. But, what have we gained from the war against the 6 kingdoms of Guangdong? The strength of our Darkin has increased. The land has expanded. The title of our Darkin soldiers has increased. But how much has our living conditions improved? Does this have anything to do with the Battle of the 6 Nations? Shang Wen questioned loudly. I am not questioning the reunification war, but whether our method is right. In comparison, we have gained a lot from the war against the Huns and the Hu people. First of all, we have expanded to about the size of 2 Chu states. This is not the most important thing. The important thing is that our lives are changing, Shang Wen said loudly. Just as Shang Wen publicized his political views aloud, 2 people were attracted inadvertently. One looks like a woman, because the skin is really not as rough as a man. One is well-mannered. These 2 were Princess Liu Yi and Zhang Liang, who had arrived from South Korea. It turned out that Princess Liu Yi felt that before the document was written down, she could go to Qin to take a look, walk around. Look at what has changed in Qin. Along the way, everything they saw and heard was something that neither of them had heard before. Just as they were about to wander around, they unexpectedly saw what the Qin's rightist was saying in the crowd. The curious Princess Liu Yi stepped forward to listen. We have adopted a market-oriented operation model and contracted a large number of war logistics to the people. We pay the people. The people can pull the materials to the front line, then unload the materials, load them with cattle and sheep leather from the north, and so on. Then transport them, come back. Those of us who are not involved in the transportation can work in the factory, get paid. With the money and currency, we can buy beef and lamb. Whether it is made into soup or roasted, we eat its meat. We have improved our lives, Shang Wen said loudly. Everyone began to nod their heads in recognition, especially those who participated in such economic activities. They very much agreed that there were a large number of cattle and sheep in Xianyang. Meat products had begun to enrich. Butcher shops appeared in large numbers like after the rain. The price is fair and cheap. This is undoubtedly the greatest enjoyment for the people of Qin who eat rice every day. In addition to eating meat, our fabrics have also begun to change. I saw everyone present began to wear blended fabrics. The colors of the fabrics have also begun to be enriched, rather than a single one. What this shows, what we can get better. Shang Wen is throwing out all the tempting topics. The audience below is also beginning to think about their recent changes, and these changes are applying for everything Shang Wen said. Such a persuasive truth is recognized by the people. Therefore, we have to start with the war against the people and make some changes. The War of the 6 Nations is an internal matter of our Chinese people. We can no longer use military means to solve problems as before. Unification has already been done. It is not a problem that can be solved by violence. To be able to reunify Darkin, We must adopt some responsible attitudes towards the people of the 6 countries, Shang Wen said. West, North, South, and Northeast, these are the gathering places of a small number of alien tribes. The ethnic groups in these places are unruly and rebellious. I never flatter my Chinese nation, never recognize them. They are our biggest threat to China. They will not take into account that we are the same race, but take a benevolent approach. Before they attack us, we must teach them severely and occupy their land. Give it to our Darkin people. At the same time, we also welcomed the 6 nations. The people come to Darkin voluntarily. We just want to set an example for the 6 countries and let them see. Darkin is a country that has the responsibility and the ability to protect the rights of its people. Only such a country has hope and is qualified to be the foundation. The nation is its great responsibility. Shang Wen called out loudly, "Responsibility, responsibility, responsibility." The people of Qin State spontaneously shouted their slogans, which were initiated by the people themselves. If the unification war used to be a purely upper-level activity, or in terms of upper-level ideology, so now, the unification responsibility will be fulfilled greatly by the self-stimulation of the people. Let the people feel spontaneously that as the people of Darkin, they have the responsibility and obligation to do something for their nation. Quiet. Shang Wen waved his hand. When Darkin assumes responsibility, we cannot sacrifice in vain, otherwise it would be too unfair. Our people in Darkin are very simple and lovely. They are willing to take the responsibility of protecting the nation. So from the moment they assume responsibility, they should enjoy the benefits and rights brought about by the responsibility. The happy life brought about by them, Shang Wen said loudly. The people calmed down, start to listen carefully, and Princess Liu Yi also began to realize something. But this thing is a bit vague and unpredictable. Zhang Liang was a little shocked, and he began to feel that Qin State was a little different. I can't feel the different places. But the word responsibility has been deeply portrayed in their minds. Land. It is the focus of this war. It is also the biggest spoil of war. Our people have paid a lot for their responsibilities and obligations. Enjoy these benefits. It should be. Shang Wen shifted to an important topic. Land. Land is the foundation of feudal agricultural production. It is also a problem that must be solved before the industry starts. 307 Land problem. Land. This ancient and long historical issue. This land under the feet of mankind, the basis of human existence. How to use land has always been a key issue for human development. Slash and burn. Humans have learned to plant. The slave owner learned the management of the land. People in feudal society regarded land as a kind of capital, while the rapid development of industry was regarded as a kind of resource. Feudal land is operated in small areas. The business model is also very unscientific, and the development method is extremely rough. However, if capitalist development wants to develop on a large scale, it must solve the problem of producing excess food from the land. The person who uses it is the best. Food production is the most. The contradiction between population and land became a focus. Capitalism in history was born out of these two contradictions. The population is small and the land and food production are low. But there are many places where people are needed, especially the development of handicraft industry. It also lacks a lot of manpower. Under such contradictions, the land has become concentrated. The centralized method is more convenient to manage, and it is convenient to use external machinery to complete the brain on a large scale. People who use large-scale population expansion or other methods because of land and food problems are extremely stupid. Population, food, land, become an evil Xing cycle. And in this strange circle, someone has been using it for a long time. It's like a donkey pulling the mill. For capitalism to develop, land must be centralized and managed. Treat land as a resource to promote the development of capitalism. The concentration of land can facilitate the use of large-scale machinery. In order to facilitate management, planting crops will be single and contiguous. Compared to the feudal system, the land was divided into small pieces. This model tends to be more scientific. reasonable. It is more suitable for the requirements of rapid development. As far as Kin's current situation is concerned, it has reached such a critical point. Because of the war, a large number of young adults began to turn into war orbit. The establishment of a large number of factories attracted most of the labor force. Large tracts of labor have been transferred from the land. Make the land free. In order to prevent the land from being free, many people began to sell land on a large scale. The land was gradually concentrated in the hands of a few people through mergers. This is before and after the war. Kin will acquire a large area of territory. In particular, the current state of Kin has expanded its territory several times in a short period of time. In order to control these territories, a large number of immigrants are bound to be needed. The population removed will still be an alarming number. Land is the main source of food. If you follow the original model, then Kin can only lay down a large area and lose it. Everything must be returned to the original state. This is already impossible, and it is impossible to change. The sparse population, the vastness of the land, the establishment of factories, all these have pushed Kin to a crossroads of development. At this time, someone must also stand up, carry out large-scale innovations. Land. We live because of the land, and we also prosper because of the land. Shang Wen first introduced some topics. Many of us come from the countryside. We joined the army in response to the call of the country. We regretted that we were not selected, but we entered other departments. We contributed to the country. This is worthy of recognition. This is where everyone's division of labor is different and where their responsibilities lie. Everyone sticks to their posts, and only those of us who are on the front can win the battle. The factory provides clothing, weapons, food, etc. The carriage is transported to the front. Then the raw materials are transported back to the front. Everyone is contributing to this war. No one can deny this. Everyone can see it. Shang Wen put a high hat on everyone. Because our division of labor is different, we have to contribute to this country. The land in our hands was forced to sell. These lands are gradually concentrated in the hands of a few people. I believe those few people will do better. Because of our laws, they need to do better. This is because Kin state's strict legal provisions stipulate agricultural production. At the same time, they have to do it themselves. I don't know if commodity futures are on the market, but in the future, our grain production will be sold like commodities. Only in this way can we stimulate agricultural production on a large scale. But those few people get them. When they desire the land, they will take care of it. In order to increase production, I think they will always have a way. Hire more people and use more cattle, or use large machinery like a factory. We want them to do that. Commodity futures will greatly stimulate agricultural production, and prices are fluctuating. When we need them, they are always high prices. Shang Wen said jokingly. The people below also find this sentence very interesting, because it does. When we desire something, his prices are always so outrageous. But such high prices always attract them and encourage them to go to mass production. This is the magic of the market, an invisible hand. I hope we don't panic. Let him do it. We will get cheap food. Yes, Shang Wen said loudly. If I were the Prime Minister, I would follow the development of these things, because we have changed a lot. It is impossible to go back to the past. We can only follow the wheel of history to go further, Shang Wen said. Having said that, Shang Wen's land policy is basically over. The core is to encourage mergers. Centralized land management will play a greater role. We don't have to worry about what will happen. At this time of land annexation, Shang Wen legalized it. This point was voluntarily given up by the farmers. Cities need more labor, and they get paid more than farming. And this problem, because the ancient authorities, or the high-ranking ones, severely divorced from life, they regarded the large-scale loss of land as a disaster. Instead of resorting to other means of remedy, a stupid way back to the past was adopted. The land was forcibly divided. Then the few landlords disagreed, and war broke out. Then peace. Divide the land. Gradually concentrated again. War broke out again. This is the evil cycle. No one can find out the root cause of this evil cycle. Without knowing the cause, It is impossible to push society into another qualitatively changing society. The war gave Qin a chance for development. It is also an opportunity to promote change. It is no longer possible for the population to provide a large amount of labor for agriculture. The solution is just like setting up a factory. Qin's agricultural foundation began to shake. This will shake the entire feudal foundation. War is the catalyst. Fast-paced and fierce contradictions force Zhengfu to use bold and innovative new methods to solve problems in a high-efficiency and fast-paced manner. Qin state met all these conditions. Therefore, Qin state is at the forefront. 308 Education. Education. The elected Prime Minister will form a new Zhengfu. The Zhengfu will take on his due responsibilities. These responsibilities include the establishment of education, health, roads, public security and other responsibilities. Shang Wen switched to a whole new field. We know that everyone present is required to pay various taxes. These taxes make up the national income. What are these money used for? I think the Zhengfu who took our income from our pockets should explain this. Shang Wen pointed by hand. Then do some money to do. What do we do? The answer lies in what the newly elected Zhengfu wants to do. Shang Wen strung the topic together. Qin's infrastructure is still very weak. Our roads cannot withstand the crushing of horsey-drawn carriages. I still know that there are many horsey-drawn carriages in Xianyang City, so the roads seem a bit crowded and narrow. Then if I am elected Prime Minister a post, the formed Zhengfu will effectively complete these infrastructure constructions. Shang Wen said. You don't know yet. In the laboratory, we successfully experimented with something called cement. It is as fine as sand and soil. At the same time, after adding water to dry, it can be as hard as a stone. Shang Wen took out the cement. Make an introduction to a topic. Oh, the people underneath exclaimed. They began to guess from the nouns what this kind of soil made of water was. This will be a revolutionary building material. Our road can be as hard as the surface of a stone, clean and tidy. Our house is as strong as a stone. Shang Wen said. Many of us still live outside the city because there are not many houses in the city. Don't worry. We will build a new residential area on the south bank of the Y River, where there are factories, clean streets, beautiful houses, and there are schools, hospitals, etc. Speaking of schools and hospitals, I think that the prosperity of a country comes from the development of its education. In the past, our country, Qin, introduced talents from 6 countries. We never cultivated talents ourselves. This method is wrong. It can't be long. Our next generation has the right to receive a better education. For this, we should establish a basic education system. On this basis, we should establish the higher education system we need. Shang Wen said loudly. These educations will include all the children of Qin state. All. Shang Wen decided. Education. All parents are willing to give everything for their children and grandchildren. When they heard that Shang Wen wanted to establish basic education and receive education for his children, they shouted out this new vocabulary without hesitation. Many of them are illiterate. They are from the civilian class. Being able to eat meat is already considered a very blessed thing. But today they heard something that shocked them. Their children, descendants and grandchildren can receive education, can get rid of the trouble of not knowing words. This is something they dare not even think about. In their eyes, even if you don't eat meat, you can find opportunities for your children to receive education. They are also willing. This is the voice of everyone. Shang Wen wants to continue. But the current situation can no longer continue. No matter what gestures Shang Wen adopts, these people have already supported Shang Wen's ideas and propositions in the education issues that these people are considering for the next generation. Seeing everyone rushing to Shang Wen like water, Princess Liu Yi avoided instinctively. You said, can what the Qin right minister said can be realized? Princess Liu Yi asked. The minister doesn't know. Zhang Liang replied. I think he can do it, Princess Liu Yi said while looking at Shang Wen. In the first day of publicity activities, Shang Wen used the topic of education to end his campaign ahead of schedule. And this campaign has to stop. because the crowds of people have already blocked the surrounding waters. Yin, who didn't see it well, immediately mobilize the nearby manpower that can be mobilized, and barely maintain it. In the end, Shang Wen barely got out. "Hey, idiot, you are really good. You actually made those people crazy." Yin happily sent water to Shang Wen. "I said that. My voice is almost hoarse." Shang Wen said. "Hurry up and drink water." Ying Yu said. "Hey, yes. Is there any activity with Prime Minister Li Si?" Shang Wen asked Yin Yu. His mind doesn't turn as fast as your foolish head. There is no movement at all." Yin said. "Oh, I guess it's not suitable yet," Shang Wen said. And in Li Si's Prime Minister's house, Li Si kept sending people to inquire about Shang Wen's movements. Early in the morning, people talked about all the weird things that happened on the street. What floats, the slogan that we want to eat meat, and some of the words from the right-hand side, were all said without a word. "Oh, this. What do you think about this? What is the difference with that village woman?" Li Si cursed impatiently. "Master, do you also prepare for the next one?" One of the next person said self-righteously. "What are you going to prepare? Do you want me to be a magnificent Prime Minister Qin? Is it like a village woman?" Li Si scolded angrily. Go away, go away." Li Si angrily drove out all his servants. "This vertical." Li Si scolded angrily. "Come here, prepare a car for me." Li Si thought that Shang Wen could no longer be allowed to go on such a mess. "I believe that, while now I can implore King Qin to order the cancellation of this election." So immediately left for the Xianyang Palace. But as soon as he got out of the car, Zhao Go seemed to have been waiting for a long time. "Oh, Lord Prime Minister, the king just asked me to send you a message. Let you prepare for the 3-day election for the Prime Minister," Zhao Go said respectfully. "What?" Li Si asked, somewhat surprised. "The king asked you to prepare well," Zhao Go said respectfully. "Here, I want to see the king. Please tell me your father-in-law." Li Si said. The king said, "These few things are important except for the important things no one sees, especially Li and Qin." Zhao Go said, "This." Sigh. Li Si sighed and got in the car and left. For this day's move, King Qin was also very concerned. He had long thought that Shang Wen must have some novel actions. So early in the morning he asked Zhao Gao to report to yourself some details of what happened, to Shang Wen's propaganda slogans and explanations of those policies. He listened to it in detail. There are some things that King Qin himself had never thought of, for example, the education issue mentioned at the end. This question is just the beginning. How to do it, he still doesn't understand. But he knew that this young man could do what he said. How to do it, King Qin really wanted to ask. But considering the election, so patiently waited, and for Li Si, there was no movement in one day. King Qin had to order someone to encourage him. Accept the facts at hand. 309 First day of election. The second day was the first day of the election. At Nanxingmen, Qin State built a large arena. This arena was made specifically for the Prime Minister's campaign. The two candidates must first expound their political views within a half-century effort. Then, they asked each other questions, and then the people asked questions and debates. In this way, the confrontation will be held. During this period, voters can register with the city gate official. Then select your own prime minister by handprint. For this reason, Qin Go specially allocated a large amount of paper to be used as ballots for this election. Even though it is white paper, even the names of the people on it must be filled in by the government. Then press the handprints to draw. Finally vote. Although some are too public. But this is the first time the pair ran for Prime Minister in this way. This is the first time for the great Qin State. All the people who had gone through a day of publicity came to the gate of Nanxing early in the morning. King Qin also rushed to the Nanxing gate to check the situation of the election. Dongris morning is still very cold. But they couldn't resist the people of Qin from electing their own prime minister. Many of them came early in the morning. If you can't come, you can also ask someone to listen to what's going on, especially what the young writers said. They are very eager to get accurate information. See if that called education is true. They can be said to be directed at Shang Wen. The campaign originally started an hour later. But seeing this situation, King Qin gave a special order. The election campaign started early. This made Li Si very uneasy, because his manuscript has not been finished yet, although he has a literary talent. But I went to campaign so plainly. He really couldn't write it. The first to appear is Li Si. Li Si took the thick manuscript and walked onto the stage. So many people were onlookers below. He actually made this prime minister who had seen the world nervous. The manuscript has the wrong number of pages. Li Si read half a page in a daze, and then found out. Li Si knew he couldn't go back like this, so he bit his head. The manuscripts are almost all in classical Chinese. That is the kind of sparsely played in the table above. There were all kinds of people onlookers, but the number of civilians accounted for a large part. Very few can understand. Many people began to look impatient. The venue began to be noisy. Oh, what does this prime minister think of? I want to sleep when I hear. Shang Wen hit Hatch and said, "Oh, don't say you don't understand. Even the one who understands me is about to fall asleep. This old guy is not as good as you, I think. This prime minister, you are determined." Ying Yu was pleased, said. In the stands underneath, two other people also shook their heads. This prime minister of the great Qin kingdom has a very good literary talent. What a pity. The people under this stage don't understand, and don't know what they want. How can they win the people's hearts? Princess Liu Yi said, shaking her head. The princess ... What the sun said. Zhang Liang changed his mouth. Ban Zuxiang arrived soon. Poor Li Si was forced to step down before he finished reading half of the manuscript in his hand. Then Shang Wen took the stage. Shang Wen has a manuscript, but thinks it is a bit nervous to read the manuscript, so decisively abandon the manuscript. Take the stage empty-handed. Just came on stage. Everyone saw this young right-handed man coming empty-handed. Everyone praised his courage, and many people shouted Ki. Shang Wen answered with a smile. To ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Shang Wen still uses modern polite language. This has become Shang Wen's own symbol. Good, good. The people underneath thought this was just a greeting, and immediately agreed. Shang Wen waved. The people underneath also waved. Yesterday's speech may have been heard by some people yesterday, but now I still need to come in. Taking into account the relationship of time, I will briefly explain my point of view. If you have any questions, wait until the questioning session to ask questions. Okay, is it? Shang Wen first explained. Okay. Everyone began to use the word well to answer. Shang Wen's policy has already been discussed yesterday, but today it is only compressed to a certain period of time. In this half-hearted effort, Shang Wen separately elaborated on the countermeasures in military, political, diplomatic, education, and infrastructure construction. These countermeasures are all written in vernacular, which many people can understand to describe. The people underneath heard clearly, and King Qin nodded approvingly. Princess Liu Yi listened intently. Yin was excited to hear it. Zhang Liang was shocked. This is the first time that a country's policy development direction has been fully displayed to the public. There are also a large number of businessmen from the 6 countries around the stands. They are here to listen. The speech was over soon. According to the rules, at this time, the people can vote for the people they have elected. Many fascinated people began to wake up and went to register to vote. Unfortunately, the preparations were not in place, and I didn't expect so many people to appear all at once. So King Qin ordered to call the Yulin army to participate. This relieved the crowd who came suddenly. The Princess Liu Yi, who was fascinated by listening, went to vote without his legs and feet. In the end, Qin officials scolded him. What are Koreans doing in dark affairs? The Princess Liu Yi was a little embarrassed. The mutual questioning phase begins. Li Si asked first. Li Si saw his mistake in the first link, so he planned to find it back immediately in the second link. He heard Shang Wen about the trade of the 6 countries. He also noticed, due to the loud cheers of the people in yesterday's session, this issue was forced to stop without mentioning it. When I mentioned it, Everyone was shocked. They still don't understand what's going on. I can't even accept this fact. This problem was quickly stabbed by Li Si. Everyone looked at Shang Wen quietly. Many Qin people still don't understand why they want to trade with the 6 countries. Speaking of this question, what I want to say is that as long as the trade starts, Qin can increase taxes. Only with taxes can increase the income of Zhengfu. With these incomes, Zhengfu can carry out various affairs, infrastructure construction, and education, medical and health, etc. With such a simple explanation, the public understood. In order to encourage everyone to have capital to invest, Qin state adopted a tax exemption or less tax policy at the beginning. We need to support the development of some industries. Only in this way can we promote the economic development of our country. Doing so will inevitably reduce the country's fiscal revenue. In order to avoid a decrease in fiscal revenue, there are also a large number of industrial products produced after the establishment of the factory to provide the market. Trade with the 6 countries must be carried out. Only trade with the 6 countries, only the industrial products can go abroad in exchange for our development capital. Shang Wen said loudly. Only in this way, our country, Qin, the people can become wealthy and the country stronger. We will be strong and proud of our country. Only in this way can more people from the 6 nations join us and participate in Qin's activities. In the process of being powerful, Shang Wen said, 310 Knowledge wealth. Shang Wen foreign trade can only give some simple answers, because if you give a detailed answer, it will involve some foreign trade wars. Although the trade wars are invisible, their intensity is no less than that of a heated war. These things cannot be said. For example, using the scissors gap to force down the prices of raw materials in the 6 countries, adopting a commodity dumping strategy for the commodities of the 6 countries from the very beginning, and then the transition from the export of commodities to the export of capital in the 6 countries. These are all state secrets. If it is stated clearly, then the trade war that will be launched later will not be able to start, because the 6 countries can suppress Qin's trade war through Zhengfu interference. Once the 6 nations realized it, then the Qin state resorted to diplomatic threats and even had to resort to military means to solve the problem in the end. This is something Shang Wen doesn't want to see. The use of military means is undoubtedly a civil war. Sensitive issues that no one wants to touch upon in the civil war. Next it is Shang Wen's turn to ask questions. Shang Wen knows that on the issue of infrastructure, especially education, this will be Lisa's fatal injury. Shang Wen raised this question decisively. In Lisa's view, receiving education is a matter of the upper class. And Shang Wen expanded education to the children of civilians. He couldn't accept this anyway. He believes that receiving education is the privilege of the upper class and guarantees the superiority of the upper class. As everyone knows, this once shabby student is also one of them, but now because he is in a high position, he has forgotten the shabby learning process early. This is the difference in status brought about by power. In this matter, Li Si stubbornly rejected it. Li Si also vetoed a large number of popular votes. Common people can choose not to eat meat, because they only need to fill their stomachs. But they absolutely cannot accept the fact that their children and future generations cannot receive education. They are eager to make changes on their own, and hope that the next generation will change, and receiving education has become their urgent hope. Shang Wen gave them such hope. Li Si directly vetoed it. Many people shook their heads and left. They walked to the polling place and voted for Shang Wen with their only vote. They hate a prime minister who doesn't care about the future or his children and grandchildren. The image of Li Si has been completely rejected in the hearts of the people. Once a politician loses his prestige among the people, he will only rely on you for himself regardless of the interests of the people. So it's not just votes that are discarded. It is also to block everything in his political career. Under a system where prime ministers are elected to serve, Lisa's political career is completely over. There is no chance for a comeback. The two sides asked each other several questions. Shang Wenjuo used the Zhengfu function as a breakthrough point and boldly raided Lisa's shortcomings. But Li Si did not even parry. The tax issues he asked successively became opportunities for him to get votes. Although Shang Wen himself also lost some votes. This part of the vote comes from the privileged class. According to the regulations, those who have previously received credit for military exploits or for official positions should pay taxes, especially after the trick of tax supervision. Some conservative officials disagreed with Shang Wen's move, and cast their votes for Li Si. However, most officials still chose Shang Wen very openly, because the officials at this time are still very responsible, especially under the strict legal constraints of Qin state. Many people think that it should be. The privileged class is often a cancer and obstacle to law enforcement, because many laws of these privileges have to stop and intentionally create blind spots for law enforcement. The simple Qin people naturally think that this should be done. Everyone should pay taxes, no matter how much you contribute to the country. Paying taxes is a must. It should be. Moreover, in terms of taxation, Shang Wen advocated that taxation should be duly, and taxation items should be clear to avoid double collection. Promote a simple and clear tax category. This time the businessmen of the 6 countries agreed, but unfortunately they did not have the right to vote, otherwise they would definitely vote for Shang Wen. But they adopted another method to support Shang Wen. All voters who support Shang Wen will discount all their products. This suddenly increased Shang Wen's votes. Finally came the questioning stage. No one asked at the beginning, but they urgently want to know about the educational mechanism, so they boldly asked some educational questions out loud. Shang Wen explained patiently. Education. First of all, popularize literacy. Many of our people want to join the factory, and they need to sign a contract to enter the factory, so as to ensure timely payment to you. After you learn the writing, you can increase your knowledge reserve. Will many basic education schools have been built. These schools will educate them separately according to different ages. This knowledge is not a single etiquette, legal terms. It is a combination of various knowledge. It is the precious wealth of knowledge that our ancestors have spent a long time accumulating and inheriting. In comparison, this knowledge is more practical and pragmatic. At the same time, on this basis, we will teach some social common sense, moral content. The core of these content is to teach us that the country must dare to take responsibility for this society. Higher education will be divided into detailed subjects based on these basic education, for example, chemistry, machinery, mining, agriculture, etc. These talents will be applied to all aspects. Not only these practical talents, we will focus on literature, music in order to enrich my cultural needs in Darkin, Shang Wen explained. Papa Yinu applauded first. Everyone began to clap their applause. They heard for the first time that education can be so rich. They can't wait to get in by themselves. Everyone is quiet. Be quiet, Shang Wen said loudly. With regard to education expenses, considering that the state of Qin is currently in the war against Xi, the finances can provide very little money. Therefore, our education can only be extended to basic education temporarily. But I hope, again, call for more people with lofty ideals. Be generous to help. Take out your own money. Build more private schools, more libraries. Pass on the wealth of knowledge to our children and grandchildren. Wealth can make our children and grandchildren live better. But knowledge wealth will be more precious than those wealth. Because the wealth here, Shang Wen pointed his finger at his mind. More wealth will be created. He brings not only individuals, but the whole society, Shang Wen said. 311 female votes. At the same time, I want to make a special statement. That is, with the implementation of these measures, more women will participate in it. Shang Wen's unusual statement immediately caused an uproar. The men were surprised. The women looked surprised at first, but they didn't believe it at first. But as Shang Wen told them, they began to believe. All this is true. Industrial civilization is coming to our world. More women will go out of their homes and enter society. They have their own jobs. Teachers, Jing inspectors, lawyers, soldiers, Zhengfu officials and management positions will all have women in these places. Participation. Shang Wen said that these are not just for votes. In this feudal society, women's social status has also fallen sharply because of their economic status. Female Xing with the decline of social status. As a result, their human rights have been repeatedly violated, such as the Han Dynasty's peace policy. And the tragic events that happened in the following series are all confirming this situation. A man can have many women, and these women are just a symbol of a man's social status. This is a deformed, abnormal development. A few people occupy a large part of society's resources. The effect is just to show off. This is a challenge to social equality. It is also one of the causes of social unrest. At the beginning of industrial civilization, most women were included in the scope of production. With their rise of economic status, women's rights and status began to gain a great position. Feminist activists have also emerged as a result. The improvement of women's social status. It is the progress of society. Respect for women has also become a side manifestation of a social problem. Because of socialized mass production, the physical requirements are getting lower and lower. The differences in the physiological characteristics of females are gradually diminishing. On the contrary, female Xing gradually replaces male Xing because of certain characteristics, such as communication, exchange, and a lot of guidance. These are the advantages of women. Respect for women. Learn to protect the rights and interests of women. This is what must be done in the process of civilization. Since you have to go, then go further. Shang Wen decided to put this matter on his agenda from the beginning. There are criticisms, but the problem will be solved later than later. The difficulty is much less. Men always want to have more women, in order to improve their social status. This is backward. In particular, facts that have been proven in history. A large number of women became victims of male politics. Social civilization has also been unable to move forward. In order to distinguish, in order to give a new atmosphere to the newborn society, the rights and interests of women must be protected. In order to show respect for the status of female Xing, if I am elected, then this year Zheng Fu will employ a large number of women Xing as state officials. Shang Wen's statement just finished. Female voters already believe that what Shang Wen said is true. Without exception, they voted for Shang Wen. No one was given to Li Si. This time because of the urgency. King Qin almost agreed to Shang Wen's voting strategy of equality between men and women without thinking about it. In fact, Qin was able to launch such a large-scale unification war. It is because they have already tapped the country's potential. A large part of the logistics is done by women. The armor is their mother, and the lover completes it one stitch at a time. In order to appease these women who support silently behind, King Qin naturally ignored the promise. This also gave Shang Wen a chance to obtain a large number of votes. It also won a chance for women's rights. The dawn of civilization will illuminate the land of Qin. Women do not exist to please men. Getting these votes means losing some votes. There are many people who oppose Shang Wen's move. These people are mainly powerful people, relying on the advantage of his own property, ignoring the rights of women. They voted for Li's as an act of revenge. Shang Wen doesn't matter, because in order to protect the rights of women, a series of legal documents will be issued to protect them. At the same time, there is also an indisputable fact. The female Xing already has the right to vote. With elections, they will fight to defend their power firmly. It's really hard to believe a man can do so much for a woman. Princess Liu Yi began to recognize Dear Qin's right-hand image again. Perhaps one day, no, he will definitely become Qin's new prime minister. Haha. A nerd is a nerd. I really didn't read it wrong. Yin recognized Shang Wen's statement about the rights of women. She sees too much of the miserable life of the female Xing, especially those harems, one after another to fight for favor. Yin looked bored by herself. Did not expect. Shang Wen, the idiot, unexpectedly proposed it by himself without warning. Although Yin is disgusted. But after all, There is no political opinion. And Shang Wen himself knows what society needs. In Shang Wen's view, protect women. This is the responsibility of the man. This sense of responsibility can more motivate the good development of this society. It is not because of the discrimination of female Xing status that it becomes deformed, or even the final metamorphosis. Xiao Jiao, and in the Three Kingdoms, killing his wife for meat is to win Liu Bi meal. This inhumane practice, it should be stopped. When society appears in large numbers to occupy more women, have those people thought about their responsibilities? Will not. They do not think of their responsibilities. Their minds are more women's pleasing. They seem. Males tend to be in the center, which fosters their greed and violent tendencies. They self-righteously recognized their status, makes their private ego extremely inflated. Equality to society, they don't care anymore. In order to get more women, they are likely to greatly challenge the law. When the bottom line of the law is challenged, don't trample it. That is, when this social equality is lost. When equality is lost, then this society has no hope at all. The law loses its sanction effect. People's moral standards are in line with those who are greedy. All people follow them as an example, have more power. The symbol is female Xing. Responsibility has long ceased to exist. Society has become immoral. The responsible person has disappeared. Such a society can only be described as darkness. The fact is also true. When a society learns to respect women, his country will be strong. When the female status tends to be humble, there is no hope in this country. In the Arab world, they never consider the status of women. Then the home society. Instead of letting things go unchecked, it is better to get rid of this cancer as early as possible. Let more people be responsible. Let them realize that they still have a responsibility. Start by protecting the women around me. Respect for women. Xing began, 312 military votes. If the selection of films from officials and women is a social issue, then the military's votes are particularly sensitive. Because this is related to the King's military power issue. The control of military power means the control of political power. But it cannot be ignored because it involves military power, especially when there is friction when commercial activities are carried out on a large scale. The army needs to exist as a strong backup. On this problem, the army is about to make some changes. They will serve as the umbrella of businessmen and the ultimate defender of a country's interests. Therefore, this question must be raised. Next is the issue of national defense. I know this issue is very sensitive, but most people are very interested. I am cautious on this issue. I am afraid that everyone present does not know. The Great Qin Kingdom has now established 3 major armies of land, sea and air. Shang Wen believes that this issue will be addressed sooner or later. And with the exercise at Hulao Pass, the Heavenly Army is no longer a secret, and this news has already begun to spread within Qin State. The people of the Qin State did not believe that their own army emerged from such a service. On the contrary, the civilians from the 6 countries thought that the Qin army was too powerful. Qin Go himself did not want to admit it. But now Shang Wen actually publicly acknowledged the existence of this matter. This shocked the common people of Qin State. They didn't believe it at first. But I saw Shang Wen's serious attitude. They began to believe. Our army will fight in the sky and the sea. It will fight on land. All places must have the military strength of the Qin army. For this reason, the Qin army must make military reforms. How to change this reform? What is needed is not only the attitude of the military, but also the attitude of our civilians. With the unfolding of foreign trade, we will inevitably happen. Trade frictions, threats, intimidation, and personal and property losses. These things will directly affect Darkin's taxation issue. On this issue, Qin's attitude is it is impossible to compromise. So, what will happen next? Those people will use force. They think that as long as they use force, we are afraid. Are we Qin people afraid? Shang Wen questioned loudly. Afraid of him being a bird? A big bearded man shouted loudly. Everyone burst into laughter. But this undoubtedly acknowledged the views of this big man. Yes, we are afraid of him being a bird. Shang Wen borrowed the topic of this big man and said, the people in the stands were shocked. A big writer from the Qin state would use foul language. There are quite a few soldiers off the court, especially those of the Imperial Forest Army. Everyone is a soldier. Ping really has long been accustomed to such language. Nowadays, a gentle civil official can even speak foul language, which suddenly brought the military's attitude closer. Qin has never been afraid of anyone. It has always been our only thing to bully others. There is no other thing to bully my Qin state. On this issue, if anyone dares to challenge our dark Qin authority, then we need to use the army. They are sloppy. Shang Wen clearly expressed his attitude. This is undoubtedly a militant military attitude. Businessmen need to be protected as soon as possible. When our civilians are hurt, we need to see the military appear as their protective umbrella. Our army must be fast, ruthless, and accurate. For this, our army needs to make some response adjustments. Technology provides us with such help. But how to better use technology is our umbrella. Then we need to let the military decide. For this, the military should set up a corresponding unit, which will be allocated by Zheng Fu. The money is used to develop advanced weapons, to purchase a large amount of weapons and equipment, to arm our powerful military strength. We will have faster vehicles, stronger firepower, strike capabilities. In front of these weapons, all people will be wiped out. Shang Wen said loudly. Yeah, Pop. All the soldiers in the stands began to cheer. They will have more advanced weapons. In this way, the enemy will be easy to deal with. Quiet. Shang Wen gestured loudly. Everyone began to calm down. Military members not only have weapons, but more importantly, they can get benefits when they join the army. All military operations that soldiers participate in can spontaneously seize the spoils of their own possession. The Zheng Fu is only a small amount of tax when they are bought and sold, Shang Wen promised. Oh, all the soldiers and civilians were shocked. The interests of the soldiers will also be guaranteed. They will enjoy some welfare benefits, such as employment and academic benefits. They are not in the army. They can also better integrate into the society and rejoin our social family, Shang Wen said. The soldiers silently expressed their support with thunderous applause. This means that they will vote for Shang Wen. The military's votes are a very large amount. About 200,000 in Xianyang alone. All of a sudden, Shang Wen was far ahead in the number of votes. There is no suspense about the result of the election. Li Si can only win a small part of the votes. Most of these votes came from conservative bureaucrats and wealthy landlords. However, Shang Wen received the support of most people, farmers, soldiers, female Xing, enlightened officials, and the royal family. This was won by Yinu. The royal family of Qin maintained its unique pioneering spirit. It was already obvious to Qin that everyone was on Shang Wen's side. Shang Wen's speech and questioning session ended with a large amount of military support. The victory on the first day has already determined Shang Wen's victory. Many people rushed to vote for Shang Wen. They saw hope and the powerful Qin state. They believed that by voting for Shang Wen, they would support their country. Qin state has never participated in it like this time. In order to get the candidate in their minds elected, the people spontaneously organize large-scale vote-raising activities. Soldier, officials, female Xing participated in it. Voting the next day, some factories took the initiative to take holidays in order to obtain votes in favor of Shang Wen. Soldiers also began to stock part of the training. It is even required to set up polling points in military camps for voting purposes. The polling points at the gates of the city could no longer meet the needs of the people, so Qin had no choice but to open polling points at all gates and Yamen gates. There are long voting teams everywhere in Xianyang. This election is mainly aimed at Qin's own country. Those from the 6 nations who were affected by the speeches also asked to join Qin quickly. There is no problem paying money. The purpose is to be able to participate in elections. Vote for Shang Wen. 313 Bank. On the last day of the election, King Qin actually participated in the election vote in person, and publicly voted for Shang Wen. All of a sudden, shocked everyone. Dark Qin's kings all voted for Shang Wen. So what else is there to say? After King Qin voted, those officials also participated. Wai Liao, Wang Jian, Feng Qi and others also voted one after another. It's just that they didn't show who they voted for. But the outside world generally believes that these ministers of the DPRK and China should have voted for Shangwin. Because King Qin voted. Can they not vote? Because there are so many voting points, it's a little difficult to count. It often takes 1 to 2 days to count the numbers for one day. People only know the number of votes on the first day. Shangwin has nearly 20,000 votes, while Li Si only has 800 votes. The data is already very obvious. Moreover, the number of people who participated in the voting on the first day was not high. The number of participants on the second and last day increased sharply. Many people are waiting to vote at the polling place. Although the voting is not over yet, Shangwen is already far ahead of Li Si. Shangwen has been successfully elected as the new prime minister. What are you doing? Shangwen has been busy with campaign activities these days. Today is the last day. According to the current development, Shangwen was elected and has settled down. He is considering the list of cabinet members. When he was exposed to this problem, Shang Wenkai feels that politics is really incredible. When he chooses his own people for official positions, Shang Wen was a little bit clueless. Suddenly I felt that I couldn't do this job. The burden is too heavy. Come on, I invite you to eat and drink. Yin took Shang Wen to the front of the case. A few days before the case was filled with food and drink. What are you doing? Shang Wen asked, looking at the full list of dishes. Yin smiled slightly. How much did I contribute in this selection? Yin asked. That's a lot. The attendants in the palace and the concubines voted. What's the matter? Shang Wen said. Very good. Just admit it. Then I'll just go ahead. Yin clapped her hands and said, didn't you say that you want some women to be officials? How about giving me an official? Anyway, everyone can see it now. You must be the prime minister. Couldn't you name someone to be an official? Give me one. Ying Yu directly arrived. No. Shang Wen also returned directly. Hey, I am helping you so much. Before and after, I have been involved in it. Yin shouted loudly. But you don't have a political opinion. Shang Wen found a reason to push it away. I can see what it means to have no political opinions. You are a whitey-eyed wolf. I helped you so much, but you didn't care at all. Yin said, very annoyed. Wow. Yin was very simple. Kick over the full cases with one kick. To express dissatisfaction with Shang Wen. I haven't finished speaking yet. Can you not make such a big fire? Shang Wen said loudly. What else can you say, whitey-eyed wolf? Yin said, dissatisfied. Even an official can't bear it. I'm blind. Ying Yu cursed. Can you be an official with a temper? This time the Zhengfu is different. It is a service-oriented Zhengfu, which serves everyone. If others can give you anger, can you give anger to the civilians? Maybe. Make a fuss. What's coming? You have to apologize publicly. I won't let you participate. It's for your own good. Shang Wen said angrily. What service, Zhengfu? I also apologize. You are an official, and they are the people. Don't the officials control the people? Ying Yu was taken aback. Will this idiot become an official? How come the people are bigger than the officials? My Zhengfu plan to be this way. Only in this way can the people of Darkin become stronger. Only officials can be efficient. Only those civilians can live better. Shang Wen said. Forget it. Hearing that, I feel like being an official with you. Ying Yu didn't listen to Shang Wen's many explanations. What is this called Zhengfu? Also listen to civilians. Yin couldn't stand it. You are right if you are not an official. In fact, you have something you should do, Shang Wen said. I'm not an official anymore. What else do I have? Ying Yu asked. Open a bank, Shang Wen said. What kind of business? Yin did not hear clearly. Open a bank. This is the most profitable business in the world. If you open a bank, I am afraid that your father is not as rich as you, Shang Wen said. Really? Yin asked in disbelief. Can I still have more money than my father? Yin asked. Shang Wen nodded. Come on. How to drive? Yin asked immediately. In this way. If you spend a penny to let those civilians keep the money in your hands, you will give them a little money in proportion to the time. For example, 1 cent. Shang Wen said as an example. This is opening a bank. Am I as stupid as you? Others put money on me. Am giving money. Number. I won't do it. There is such a stupid thing in the world. I won't do it. Don't do it. Yinu immediately shook his head and refused to agree. I haven't finished. Can you listen to it patiently? Shang Wen said. These little things add up. The amount is very large. Then you put the money in places that need a lot of money. For example, factories, and those carts and horses. They see me to start trading. They must think it is profitable. There must be a large-scale expansion, which can be expanded with capital. Then, at this time, don't you just lend them? Shang Wen said. How do I sound like a loan shark? Yin said. Yin walks among the people quite frequently. He still knows this. That's about it. It's just that your interest is smaller. It's not a compound interest calculation. Also, if you want to borrow money, you need to have collateral. If they can't pay it back, you can take the collateral. How about? Shang Wen asked. I am fighting against those who lend usury. If a reasonable method is not adopted to guide them, then the rights of those civilians will be violated. Shang Wen said. Not that. I mean, how much can I earn? Yinu asked. It depends on how much profit you put. If you put 10, you get 9 points. If you open the bank all over Qin, then congratulations. You sent it, Shang Wen said with his hands. Yinu thought for a while with her own eyes. I have opened this bank. Yinu decided. However, you have to give me advice. Otherwise, I will give up immediately. Yinu said. Yes, Shang Wen agreed. I invite you to dinner for this. Yinu said happily. Hee. Shang Wen pointed at the overturned case. I immediately asked people to do it. Yinu immediately turned and left. 314 Inauguration. The voting ended smoothly. Li Si deeply knew that he could not obtain the position of Prime Minister in the election, and wanted to stabilize his position through the interference of King Qin. But after he heard that King Qin voted for Shang Wen, it was discouraged. Stay behind closed doors. Just ordered the people to transfer all the official documents to the state lieutenant. The statistical work of each polling place is rapidly unfolding. King Qin ordered the announcement to be made before noon the next day. This time can be very busy for everyone. Statistics officials fought overnight to start statistics. Fortunately, there are only 2 votes this time. Just point them separately. But Shang Wen and Yinu went to the side to celebrate with the OK drink. Yinu was very happy. Shang Wen thinks it should be relaxed. The two hit it off. It's a pity that the wine is not very good at this time. Even the wine that Yinu stole from the palace was the same. However, the person who drinks depends on the mood. It lies in the wine itself. Naughty. I saw you at first sight. To be honest, it's not special at all. I'm irritated when I see you. I don't know what's going on, but I'm all right now. It's up to you to help me. I will also help you in the future. You and I will be good sisters in the future. Yin said with a blushing face and a mouthful of alcohol. Who is a sister to you? I am a man, not a woman. Shang Wen was a little dizzy, but he could persist. The two drank a lot of alcohol at once. Shang Wen thinks that this wine is not as good as water, and Yin has drunk it. It's a pity that drinking is a virtue with her temper. Shang Wen only had a drink, but Yin had to press Shang Wen for 2 drinks. Sometimes I drink more. Yin drinks the most and gets drunk quickly. I think you drank too much. Go back and rest soon. Shang Wen persuaded. You only drank too much. I didn't drink too much. I'm a little sleepy. Sleep for a while, Yin said, closing her eyes. Hey, Shang Wen said without saying. People who drink too much will never say they haven't drunk too much. Shang Wen had to take a new quilt and put it on Yinu. Yinu soon fell asleep. Shang Wen didn't drink too much, but he was a little dizzy. He lay on the sofa and rested. Naughty. You have to listen to me in the future. You have to come up with your idea. But you must listen to me, Yin said in a dream. Shang Wen got up and thought that this guy would go crazy after drinking. Hey, Shang Wen felt that he was also a lot sleepy. He lay on the sofa and rested all night without incident. Finally came over safely. Yinu was drunk quickly, but was the first to wake up, get up and touch his head. Some headaches. See the quilt on the body. Yin felt that this idiot still knew to care about people. Seeing Shang Wen was just covered with a thin blanket, he put his own quilt on him. It's because you have a conscience. This palace rewards you, as she said. Yin poured a glass of water. After a night of hard work, the statistical results finally came out. Shang Wen got the most votes, a total of more than 600,000 copies. The army accounted for an third, and the rest was voted by civilians in Xianyang. Female Xing accounted for the largest proportion of them, and Li Si got less than 10,000 votes. King Qin was very satisfied with the result. At least the result was still expected. Next is the appointment of the Prime Minister. Since we are in wartime, everything must be fast. The Prime Minister wants to take charge of logistics. If necessary, you still have to personally lead the troops on the expedition. Although the war in the north has been suspended now, but the Qin army wants to open up another front. Attack the Shi people from the side. Defense cannot win victory. King Qin immediately ordered all the civil and military officials to gather. Then let Shang Wen get ready. Zhao Gao hurried to Shang Wen's place. The wine I drank yesterday was a bit dizzy, and Shang Wen had not woken up early in the morning. Zhao Gao is anxious. Yin is very simple. I splashed it with the kettle. Fortunately, the water is a bit cold. Otherwise, it must be burned. Shang Wen sat up all of a sudden. My lord, you finally woke up. You hurry up and clean up. The king is going to appoint you as the prime minister today. Zhao Gao said anxiously. So fast? Shang Wen asked in surprise. Could you please? The number of votes was counted overnight. This major event of the war cannot be without the prime minister. So, hurry up, Zhao Gao said quickly. Okay. Shang Wen was a little dizzy, but he had to prepare as soon as possible. Qin Go is really efficient. Get everything done overnight. Shang Wen hurriedly put on his clothes and drove to Xianyang Palace. Originally, it should be a little grander to accept the Prime Minister's letter. But Shang Wen believes that he is very treated very often. Dressed very simply and went. Yin frowned. It's really shameful like this. Shang Wen soon arrived at Xianyang Palace. King Qin was a little unhappy with Shang Wen's dress. But Shang Wen treats persuasion very often, and Shang Wen's dressing is to narrow the distance with those civilians. Now that Shang Wen said so, King Qin no longer reluctantly. The ceremony was held very hastily, but the ministers still knew to put on neat and clean court clothes. But Shang Wen is very different, dressed as a civilian. This made those stubborn ministers feel very dissatisfied. If it weren't for King Qin, I'm afraid there are many people who are not the prime minister. At that time, the ministers who supported Shang Wen in the DPRK had some doubts, and did not know what Shang Wen would do with this move. The gift has become much simpler under the influence of Shang Wen. Got the golden seal. Shang Wen left immediately, said to go back to draft cabinet members. Hand over the official documents left after taking office. There was an uproar at this moment. Some rules after the big gift have all changed. King Qin thought it was an election. The rules are changed. He agreed to Shang Wen. Shang Wen took his seal and walked out of the palace gate. Go back and draw up the cabinet list. Originally killed, I thought Li Si should be allowed to enter the cabinet. But when he came to visit, he was missing. Li Si didn't even attend today's big gift. It seems that he is determined to show Shang Wen a little bit of face. The relationship between cabinet members is good or bad. Nobody, just one prime minister can't do so many things. Shang Wen knows nothing about these issues. But Shang Wen thought of a person. Yin should know something, although she is idle and noisy, but still know a lot about business. So Shang Wen immediately asked Yin for help. After Shang Wen left, Yin went to work on her own business. Today is the first day of her commodity futures listing. She launched 2 varieties at once. Corn and wheat. Many people have tried the benefits of stocks, plus the price leverage of commodity futures. Many people who do not understand the reason by the transaction orders of these 2 commodities. There are more purchases. There are also short sellers. It's messy. However, those who gradually adapt to it still have a clue. That is, a large amount of military rations are now needed. Corn should be rising. Doing more becomes the mainstream. Wheat. They don't know why they want this kind of thing. Buy less, sell less. The price change is not great. 315 Formed government. The price of wheat is so low. The main reason is that people don't know what this thing can do. Those who bought it thought that at least this thing could be used as fodder. The short seller thinks this thing is worthless. The price of wheat is much more expensive than that of corn. Wheat needs 30 points per stone, and the corn is less than 20 points, although the gap in between is not big. But, after all, the fluctuation of wheat is much smaller. Therefore, many people believe that it is more cost-effective to buy corn. So the price of corn quickly climbed to 22 cents. Then at the close in the morning, it dropped back a bit, down to 20 minutes. Kin's unit of weight is small, and the currency has been in a state of contraction for a long time, and the price is set very low. But the monetary value at this time is very large. It took Shang Wen all morning to find Yinu at the exchange. "Oh, you really make me easy to find," Shang Wen said as soon as they met. "You're looking for me? This is really strange. You still have time to look for me." Yin looked at Shang Wen curiously and said, "Don't say so much. I want to ask about the list of cabinets. You know a lot about North Korea. Tell me who are available." Shang Wen said, "This. I think about it." Yin thought for a while. "The only people you can use in the court are the people you often come into contact with. There is another named Wang Wan. Now my father has transferred him to the country of Yan. This person is very talented. It's enough to be appointed as an official position. Don't move too much. After all, these people know how to do things. Now your first priority is to fight. If you lose, your head will have to move." Then Yin made one decapitating action. I know. "Then can you write me these lists?" Shang Wen said. "Well, no problem. But you have to give me an idea, that is, how can the wheat rise?" "I think wheat is very promising. It can make cakes. It can also make tarts. The cakes made are better than corn cakes. It's delicious," Ying Yu said. "If you eat it, it doesn't mean that others will eat it." Shang Wen said, "This thing needs to be ground into powder. Then it can be used. If you want to make wheat rise, you have to promote this technology. Otherwise, this thing will never rise." Shang Wen said, "Oh, what you mean? I think about it." "Oh, I understand. Look at me," Yin said happily. "Trouble you? Can you hurry up? I have an urgent need." Shang Wen said, "Oh, don't rush, I just write it for you." Yin started to write. Shang Wen has a list. They immediately looked for these people for advice. All the officials from Qin State were retained on the list. A stable internal can focus on external affairs. After seeking the consent of all the people on the list, Shang Wen immediately went to the list to approve the cabinet list. In order to avoid some trouble, Shang Wen didn't even change his name. In the morning, he took office, and in the afternoon Shang Wen completed the formation of the cabinet. The cabinet did not promote it as it did later. Qin is currently in a wartime state, and many things need to be handled by these officials. In order to avoid missing the supervisor, Shang Wen decided not to organize such publicity work as a meeting. Instead, the newly formed Zheng Fu was put into work in the afternoon. War is primarily a matter for the army. Shang Wen first allowed those military academies to expand their enrollment on a large scale. Then, on the basis of the original military academy students, the budget departments of the various services were formed. Then began to allocate a total of about 200,000 gold budget funds. This is a lot of money. Most of the funds remain in the captain. A small part is used as the purchase of new weapons. Those military factories were very sensitive and heard the news released by Shang Wen during the election, especially Li Yu. He is bolder than his old man. Dare to accept new things. He was the first to obtain military orders through innovation. With such a manager, with the capital injection from Yinu, 20% of the funds were spent on research. Other arsenals are much slower. However, after receiving this news, a special R&D organization was also established. In order to obtain the capital order in the hands of the lieutenant, the army does not eat plain rice. After the last summary, he began to replenish his equipment on a large scale, especially after having autonomy in the use of funds. They are bolder in purchasing the equipment they like. Although the military uniforms produced by Zhaogao Textile Factory are very good looking, it is also particularly comfortable, but it is not convenient to wear, especially the bullet belt of the weapon, which uses cloth instead of leather. This is a fatal injury to gunpowder weapons. So they looked for civilians to order armed carrying belts all at once. They took a fancy to a leather bag, and the iron lock was very convenient to pick up. So they started a lot of equipment. This spurred the development of folk leather, because the amount is very large. That workshop had to co-produce with other workshops to form the first private leather factory. But the funding problem has been getting tense. The military also purchased a large number of blankets, backpacks and other items. Similarly, these things are not produced by textile factories. The same comes from the folks, and those large factories, in order to recapture these orders, also began to set up a research and development department to start research and development. A vest-style armed back harness that is convenient to carry has been successfully developed. Blended fabric, plus leather equipment that can be hung arbitrarily. This suddenly attracted the attention of the military. They purchased the equipment of one division at a time. The whole weaving was done in one fell swoop. The leather goods industry caused a major earthquake. In all workshops, factories began to value the ability to develop new products. They continue to introduce new products to attract the attention of the military. However, the equipment of the several divisions reorganized in the later period of the military differed greatly. Sometimes a teacher even appears two different kinds of clothing and equipment at the same time. Just when weaving and leather focus their attention on military products. Yinyaswenyang Bank was formally established. On the day of its establishment, many people watched it, but few people actually entered. However, under vigorous publicity, many people start to enter the bank and get paid in the factory to deposit in the bank, because he heard that after depositing, they will give 2 cents of profit every month. The bank made a pioneering work in anti-counterfeiting work, using codes for the first time. This set of codes is actually simply encrypted. After adding 3 numbers to each number, it becomes another number. And this new number is the information code of this account. With this information code, anti-counterfeiting is on a technical level. At the same time, the card for opening an account also uses very expensive linen paper. This paper is a special paper. It is very cumbersome to make. Just because it is cumbersome, Shang Wenkai recommends Yinu 316 foreign embassies. With the guarantee of bank account security, the anti-counterfeiting work can be raised to a higher level. The security of funds will be greatly improved. After absorbing a large amount of deposits, Yinu followed the plan given by Shang Win. Start lending. But there must be a certain amount of collateral. Then, according to the value of the collateral, loans are made at an 80% share. The interest is very profitable every month. The method used is not the commonly known compound interest method. This method of lending usually will seriously hinder the use of the capital chain. Shang Wen was looking at the civilians who had sold their land. This problem has already been discovered. The emergence of banks actually hit the landlord's traditional way of obtaining benefits, rent collection. A lot of money rushed to the land will accelerate the speed of its disintegration of the land. At the same time, Shang Win drafted a plan on the Fund Loan Act which stipulated that Qin state cannot use interest settlement and cannot use compound interest. Otherwise, it is illegal and the punishment will be very strict. That is 100 times the confiscation of illegal gains. Shang Wen didn't want to do this. But Ting Wei told him that the Qin law must be harsh. Otherwise, it will not pass. Shang Win had no choice but to follow suit. Other provisions are also under consideration, and these provisions need to be considered repeatedly. And the right to propose the law temporarily transferred to Shang Win. Just before the introduction of this law, the emergence of the bank triggered a huge earthquake and tsunami. The first is that a large number of civilians deposit their deposits in banks. And more people who have just upgraded from small workshops to small factories have received loans under orders guaranteed by the military. But as a result of this move, the bank's financial preparation tends to be tight. Yin also reflected this problem. To solve this problem, other businesses must be launched, such as money orders, checks, and payment services. Shang Wen can only briefly talk about these things. As for doing this, Shang Wen is very busy now. The first is their own office location. In order to express their determination to transform the city, Shang Wen's office moved from the city to the south bank of the Wai River. Only the construction of a new city can alleviate the difficulties of Qin's current small city. For urban construction, defense was considered more in ancient times, rather than an extension of the city's functions. And Shang Wen now reversed one by one at the beginning. Prioritize the extension of urban functions, not the improvement of defense functions. As soon as the plan was proposed, Wang Jian opposed it. According to his vision, the defense of the city comes first. A city without any defenses is really unimaginable. Shang Wen has repeatedly emphasized that the previous line defense is no longer suitable for urban warfare. What a city defense war needs is depth. The building itself is a defense system. Especially nowadays, a large number of guns and artillery are used. The city's first defense is easy to break. If you want to defend the city, you must build a deep defense and adopt measures of resistance to mass destruction. This is urban street fighting. Shang Wen patiently persuaded, but Wang Jian was under a lot of pressure on military equipment and mobilization, so he had no choice but to agree. However, Shang Wen requested that an artillery observation platoon and an engineering survey unit be deployed to survey and map. Wang Jian said yes. Just as Shang Wen was making gestures with a sketch of the southern bank of the Wai River, a female civil servant came in and reported, "My lord, is there a young man who wants to see you?" Shang Wen was very surprised after hearing it. "When I came to Qin, I didn't have many friends, and I didn't know any sons." Shang Wen had some doubts, so he walked out of the house. Shang Wen's office is temporarily located in a small farmyard. Said it is small, it is actually very big, because there is a lot of debris. "Are you?" Shang Wen followed the female civil servant to the thatched hut on the side. "Why, how long have you not known each other?" Princess Liu Yi, dressed in men's clothing, turned to look at Shang Wen with a smile and said, "Oh, are you?" Shang Wen was about to speak. "The new Prime Minister Qin has a unique hospitality. My son has been here for so long. I didn't even drink tea." Princess Liu Yi cleverly avoided her identity, because Shang Wen was about to speak out. "Hey, sorry. You go out first," Shang Wen ordered. "Sit down." Shang Wen poured water on his own. "What would you like to drink?" Shang Wen asked, accustomed to it. According to modern standards, that's a lot. But I saw that there was still water besides water. The water is still cold. I don't dare to sit. "This fellow of yours will bite?" Princess Liu Yi said, pointing to the sofa. No, that's a sofa. "A soft chair," Shang Wen said with a teacup of cold water. "Oh, I'll give it a try." Princess Liu Yi sat down carefully. Not bad. Soft." Princess Liu Yi said. "Drink water." Shang Wen embarrassedly put cold water in front of Princess Liu Yi. Princess Liu Yi glanced, secretly amused. "I don't know, what's the matter with the princess coming this time?" Shang Wen still likes to go straight. That's the case, then, I want to set up the Korean embassy in Qin as soon as possible. What do you think? Princess Liu Yi said. That's it. Yes, but the place you choose should be on the south bank of the Wai River, not the north bank. You know the situation on the north bank. Traffic is very tight, Shang Wen said. However, you can first find a tavern in Xianyang City, rent it, and set up a South Korean embassy office there. You can move over when the embassy is established here. There are also some diplomatic documents. The approval takes time, Shang Wen said. Princess Liu Yi nodded silently. This prime minister wouldn't have been born as a businessman, so why are you so careful? In fact, Shang Wen didn't expect so much of his plan. After several generations of development in Xianyang City, The space is unlikely to have much development because of the city wall. Instead, it is the south bank. There is still a lot of room. Shangwin considered the city and decided to locate the embassy on the south bank. Why are you not satisfied? Shangwen asked. Oh, satisfied. Satisfied. Princess Liu Yi is carefully observing Shangwen's every move. A lot of things. Princess Liu Yi couldn't figure it out, especially Shangwen's head. That's good. Is there anything else the princess does? Shangwen asked. I want you to take me to visit Qin State. That, called Princess Liu Yi is still not used to many new things in Qin State. What? Factory? Or other facilities? Shangwen asked. Yes, it's the factory. Is that okay? Princess Liu Yi asked. Yes. Yes. Shangwen thought for a while. The factory is the core area of technology. Shangwen thinks this Korean princess is a little too awkward. He didn't know what words to describe. 317 is very scheming. Shangwen thinks it can be considered. But Shangwen thinks that the place to go is not the factory. It is the financial foundation that Qin has just established. Yes. But the factory is too busy. I think we go to another place. I guess the princess will be interested, Shangwen said. Oh, then I'm annoying the prime minister, Princess Liu Yi said. Shangwen stood up and ordered to go down. The passage to Xianyang is still so congested. Many of Qin's offices are in the city, for example, GUOI staff and so on. Fortunately, there are special passages in these places. Qin State specifically banned the East Gate from passing through. Only for the army. Express release. Shangwen lifted the driving curtain and looked at it. Shook his head. The traffic situation is really terrible. Qin State suddenly produced a lot of horse-drawn carriages, especially four-wheeled carriages. This kind of carriages with heavy loads are like trucks. 4 or 5 carriages can block the entire city gate. Why? Isn't the Prime Minister unhappy? Qin State suddenly had so many more carts and horses. Princess Liu Yi said. When there are too many troubles, I will solve this problem, Shangwen said and got out of the car. Princess Liu Yi lifted the driving curtain and looked at Shangwen. Shangwen found the city gate official. Subordinates have seen the adults. The city gate official said with his hands folded. Don't be polite. I'm here to solve the traffic situation here. As he said, Shangwen pulled the city gate official to make arrangements, like now, set up left and right lanes. At the same time, it arranges similar traffic monitoring to manage it. Just let Xianyang City's patrol guards take over. They not only manage law and order, but also maintain traffic. Shangwen took out his notebook and wrote some traffic improvement measures, and asked them to follow the instructions above. Shangwen had no choice but to return to his carriage and wait patiently. Instead of waiting like this, how about we get out of the car and walk over? Princess Liu Yi said while looking at Shangwen. Well, it's okay, it's not far anyway, Shangwen said. So the two got out of the car. Shangwen asked the carriage to wait at the exchange. Qin's work efficiency is amazing. The carriage entering the city began to divide into 2 lanes on the left and right, and the city gate officer commanded back and forth with his sticks. The team entering the city began to become orderly. But it will take some time to get rid of it completely, especially many people have not adapted. Here, Shangwen said with Princess Liu Yi. This is my Darkin stock exchange. It can buy and sell stocks, commodity futures and so on. Shangwen said. Oh. Princess Liu Yi looked around. The stock exchange was crowded. Many people began to crowd in front of the counter. They kept buying and selling. Many didn't know why the wheat futures suddenly pulled up, and Qin people began to figure out some trading methods on their own. They believe that there must be a mystery in the sudden increase in prices. They began to follow suit. Some people from the 6 nations can participate as long as they provide a tax receipt issued by the Great Qin State. This is also Shangwen's move. But this is not a bill. It is a political directive. Watching the crowd of ninjas coming and going, Shangwen feels a bit like Wall Street now. Here, a large amount of capital began to flow into the enterprise to convert it into development capital, although there is only one on the stock right now. But this also shows that the state of Qin is beginning to be on the right track. Shang Wen kept introducing the stock exchange. Princess Liu Yi also patiently heard it. Yin is discussing the listing of some other arsenals. I don't know why, since the opening of futures, Yin's stock has fallen a lot. Now it has returned to the price of 80.5 tals. Yin suffered a part of the loss, mainly because she bought back many of her stocks on her own initiative. As a result, some money was lost. The listing of futures diverted some funds. This is a normal reaction. Unfortunately, Yin didn't notice it. Today, the Wang family sent someone to discuss the listing of Wang's arsenal. This kind of thing started after the stock fire. However, Yin's habit of eating alone made her give it back. The reason for the discussion today is in large part because Yin wants to collect commissions from other stock listings to make up for the loss of repurchasing shares. The agreement was negotiated very quickly. The Wang family promised to give Yin 10% of the stock, but it must sell 20% of the stock and pay Yin 51,000 gold as the startup capital. Yin slaughtered the Wang family fiercely with her usual brutality. Very happy, Yin went out to send her off for an unprecedented time. After all, Yin felt so embarrassed to slaughter others, but just got down from upstairs. Yingyu saw Shang Wen and the other person she least wanted to see, that Korean princess. Yin went downstairs in a huff, jumping directly down the last few steps. Why is she here? Yin asked at the beginning. Shang Wen still doesn't understand the situation. This is my place, let her go. Yingyu shouted loudly. The entire exchange stopped in an instant. The usually busy scene seems to be frozen all at once. It is estimated that at this time, the stock trading figures have all come to a halt. If there is a stock index, this index will remain immobile for an instant. What do you look at? I'm busy with you, Yin shouted loudly. Everyone gets busy again. What are you doing? Shang Wen pulled Yin over and whispered. What am I doing? I want to ask you what you are doing. I said it. I don't want to see that Korean princess. If I am anxious, I will let my father send soldiers to destroy Korea. Yin said loudly. Keep your voice down. Keep your voice down. Shang Wen thought this was a diplomatic occasion. Such a reckless diplomatic attack is a bit too inappropriate. Shang Wen had no choice but to cover Yin's mouth with his hands. Yingyu fiercely touched Shang Wen's palm. Don't touch me, Yin said off Shang Wen. This is a diplomatic occasion, and this is just a visit. Nothing. Right? Shang Wen said. What do you know? You don't know anything. This is diplomacy. You don't even know the sinister heart of people. Yin said. What? Shang Wen pulled Yin into a room. Shang Wen felt that there was something in Yin's words. He decided to talk in private. What did you just say? Shang Wen asked again. You idiot. You don't understand anything. You don't understand people's minds at all. That woman is very vicious. Her scheming is much deeper than you. Yin shouted loudly. You don't know the situation in Korea at all. You have been in the palace for a long time like her, and you have seen more people than you eat. You think she really came to visit? Then you are wrong. You idiot. You don't even know how deeply the woman's scheming is. I'll say it one last time. Stay away from her. Yin Jing told. Yin said and left the house. When going out, they ordered people to drive Princess Liu Yi out. 318 Diplomatic Trends of the Six Nations. Yin was very tough to drive Princess Liu Yi away, and Princess Liu Yi is as scheming as she is. Yin hasn't done anything yet. She has long since disappeared. Shang Wen didn't understand the meaning of Yin's words. He didn't understand why he said that. Why he said that this man had a deep heart. Shang Wen wanted to ask for clarity. I want to know why you say that. Can you tell me the reason? Shang Wen asked calmly. Reason? Does this need a reason? You don't even know the bitterness of the royal family. Yin ignored Shang Wen and went straight upstairs. Shang Wen wanted to figure this out. I don't understand these, but I still want to figure it out. Shang Wen followed Yin into a house, which was an office that Yin had set up here. This office is beginning to approach the appearance of a modern office. Desk, sofa, coffee table, etc. Want to know? Yingyu asked. Shang Wen nodded. Tell you. Don't talk nonsense, Yin Jing told. The royal family is power besides power. Our daughters can only be used as tools. Either we will marry the prince of a certain country or a certain who. If you want to live better, then you have to think about it. You have to adapt to this kind of life, Yin said with her back on her back. Let's take that princess. Think about it. A princess has no control. She has the courage to run next to our dark-in barracks. You said that this person must have a lot of scheming. How many people can be pinned down? Can she be like this? Where does his power go? Don't say anything else. It's this South Korea. Do you know how superstitious their kings are? Yin said. Shang Wen shook his head. Yin didn't even look at Shang Wen. She knew. With this guy's idiot character, I don't even know the weight of it. I told you a story. Maybe you will understand. Ying Yu said slowly. The story is still quite impressive. But as for that king, he missed it because he thought about it. Shang Wen himself couldn't remember clearly. In short, King Han slept all night. The quilt slipped off accidentally. An attendant saw it and brought it up. The next day, King Han punished the attendant who was specially responsible for lifting the quilt, and the attendant who lifted the quilt was put to death. Shang Wen reads history and doesn't care about this period of history. But now Yin has said it. Shang Wen didn't know why he wanted to mention this matter. The king represents power. Never know what they are thinking. They only need to know what you think. Do you understand? Yin asked. Shang Wen thought for a while and shook his head. It is difficult for rational thinking to understand such elusive ideas. He didn't know why he wanted to kill the person who kindly put up the quilt. A nerd is a nerd. Ying Yu scolded angrily. Your status is different now. You are the prime minister. Forget it. You will understand later. Ying Yu said angrily. The struggle between kingship and opposing power. She knows how cruel it is. And the coup d'etat. Even if I didn't see it with my own eyes. But thinking about it all understands. Although Yin is smaller than Shang Wen. But she grew up in the palace and understood all of this. She doesn't like this kind of intrigue. She would rather learn martial arts and go straight than thinking. She didn't know. It is not willing to participate in it. But Shang Wen didn't understand. How can a person who has probably read history know the reason in detail? Plus a rational mind, to this all at once. Suddenly the erratic infighting is very uncomfortable. And Shang Wen only knows the increase in national strength. Shang Wen didn't understand the reason, but his brain was able to make some of his own judgments bizarrely. His view comes from the cognitive reasoning of historical knowledge. Korea. This country is indeed very special. And Shen Buyue uses tricks to make changes. Then the king of this country seemed to start to change his love. The king does not pay attention to the growth of national power, but pays attention to the power of the king. The king used various power techniques to win over his ministers. Externally, various yin strategies are used. For example, the cause of instigating the battle between Qin and Zhao in Chenping was Shangdan County. South Korea believed that it was given to the state of Qin, and Qin Gyeogo immediately fought to destroy South Korea. In order to remove the trouble, South Korea gave it to the state of Zhao. This has to be regarded as a clever move. As a result, the same was true. The two countries fought half dead, and Qin's strength was greatly damaged. Zhao was also short of his last breath. But South Korea can survive for a while. How can a country that has received such benefits forget the same strategy? Zhengguok is also a replica. In the age of relying on strength to speak like the Warring States period, relying on yin can only be regarded as clever. Strength is the final basis for determining the right to speak. And the Princess Liu Yi grew up in such an environment, and she had to get accustomed to such a habit. This may be why Yin kept herself away from her. But think about it. There were many advisors from Yingchuan County in history. There was Zhang Liang in the Western Han Dynasty. During the Three Kingdoms period, the advisors in this area were not few. Shang Wen shook his head. National strength is the most important. Just after Shang Wen was successfully elected as the new Prime Minister of Qin, The dynamics of the 6 countries have also begun to make major adjustments. After the Qin State Hula or Guin exercise ended, the 6 countries have adopted a common attitude. Wait and see. They spontaneously dispatched a large number of detailed works to check Qin's dynamics. What they care about is not Qin's technology. It's whether Qin Go really wants to do something to the West. If so, then they will all breathe a sigh of relief. Then Shang Wen ran for the Prime Minister. Shang Wen's public speech in a few days clearly stated the policy. The 6 nations still dare not move. After all, Qin State still had an army to mobilize. Everyone knows they are no longer opponents of Qin Jun. But it is possible to form an alliance secretly. There are still some small activities. Zhao and Qi began to conspire. Go Kai and Hu Sheng had a secret meeting. After they waited for Qin State to send troops, they attacked Yan State. Now they just need to prepare. South Korea is uneasy about the establishment of a diplomatic embassy. First, I was afraid of offending Qin, and second, they also want to get Qin's every move in time. It was against this background that Zhang Liang and Princess Liu Yi entered the state of Qin. Go is the most optimistic and the most trouble-free. They still believe that their beam city is the strongest. The state of Chu has changed a lot. After Xiang Yan went back, She urged to buy Qin firearms. But when it comes to money, Chu State began to drag. Xiang Yan can only talk and ask every day. But things still can't be solved. Nothing is more anxious than Yan Go. Yan Go gave gold and silver treasures. King Qin doesn't want it. Don't give it to Beauty, or marry a princess. This drama Xin doesn't know what to do. There is no way. Had to take the Princess Yan Go, who couldn't get married to Qin State, for help. 319 The Princess of Yan Kingdom. Shang Wen's understanding of Quan Chu's scheming is extremely superficial. It can even be said that there is no knowledge. The country will give it to itself. As long as it increases its strength, nothing else can replace the growth of the country's strength. This is where Shang Wen insists. The current time has entered November. Qin's adaptation work is still in progress. Now Qin has 3 full-man musketeers. The size of the division has suddenly increased to 20,000 due to the addition of a large number of non-combat units. The size of the cavalry brigade is effectively controlled at 8,000 to 9,000. They have to maintain strong mobility after all. In terms of factory construction, the Lis factory produced a brand new Lis Type 2 rifle. What's new is that the gun has rifling, and use the percussion type as the ignition method of the musket. Shang Wen provided the method of making Flash Hider and Thunderbolt to Lis Armory for a fee. The Lis arsenal urgently needs to defeat other arsenals to obtain dual status, especially to squeeze out the production orders of several other companies and take them back. Therefore, in terms of adopting technology, Liu maintains a consistent boldness, innovation, and it is the first R&D institution in all arsenals, and all of this can be used so boldly, thanks to funds provided by Yinu Bank. For this musket, Shang Wen had to cancel some orders from several arsenals and hand them over to Lis Arsenal for production. This has led to fiercer competition. The arsenal originally relied on making guns and artillery to make a profit, but now the order has been cancelled. Profits will fall. In order to increase their profits, they began to develop new products. As Wang's arsenal has recently sold a large number of stocks and obtained a lot of funds, they bought the flash hat rifling technology from Shang Wen, especially under the alloy steel provided by North Mengshan free of charge. It began to vigorously put into production of the Lis Type 2 musket. When manufacturing and grabbing orders, we also don't forget about product research and development. They began to develop another secret weapon. The platoon of guns is intensively issued. In fact, it was an early machine gun. This is mainly due to the fact that when the infantry faces a large-scale charge of the cavalry, the rifle strike speed is too slow. Thought of when the killing effect of artillery loading is also limited. The Yang's arsenal and the Y's arsenal moved to another field. They specialize in the production of explosive weapons. They think this is more promising. Both factories also purchased technical drawings and materials. The Yang factory developed a buried weapon. After Shang Wen checked it, It turned out to be a landmine. The power of this kind of landmine is not very big compared to the current landmine, but enough to deal with the opponent's infantry. The principle is very simple, that is, it is a compression style. The difference is that there is no spring. Instead, it uses the principle of a mechanical arm, with a certain weight on one end. Shang Wen proposed the use of springs. Based on this, landmine work enters the research and development phase here. Why she specializes in the production of flash hiders, and there seems to be some extremely secret communication with Wang's arsenal. Shang Wen didn't know what they were doing, and it was inconvenient to bother. However, Yin Swen Yang arsenal is the most unlucky one. During this time, Yin has completely focused on banks and futures. She didn't notice the stock price falling from 80.5 to 60. What she cares about is how much the bank lends. She put almost all the places where she could put money, plus the expansion of other businesses. Money blows up like a strong wind every day. When Yin vigorously put in grinding and a large amount of wheat food, the wheat finally rose. 1 month's time actually rose to 40 points. Only one step away from the 50 mark. Yin holds a large number of futures trading orders. The main force of the bulls. Yin didn't tell Shang Wen about these things, and she didn't have time to tell, because she is very busy. Every busy day is happy to fall asleep. She has never seen so much money. Shang Wen submitted some of the bill's coefficients during this period and passed them soon. These, including the previous bills and some new bills. These bills include the workers' rights law, the factory law, the food law, and so on. These are all related to production management. Some key laws, such as the contract law, require the appearance of a lawyer before they can be used. But this industry needs a rectification before it can emerge completely. Shang Wen can't think of a good idea for the time being. My lord, I'll see you at the envoy of the state of Yan, a guard reported. Oh, let him in, then. Shang Wen was thinking about the legal provisions. Master Qin, we meet again. Uxin approached Shang Wen very unceremoniously. Uxin, Master Wu. Shang Wen looked at it, then said, unexpectedly, Master Qin would still know Xia. I am really grateful to Xia. I am very grateful, Uxin said excitedly. Shang Wen listened a little numb. This is. When Shang Wen touched his forehead, he realized that there was another person coming in, and it's still a woman. The dress is very simple. The hair accessories are very complicated. The face is white and very clean, and the appearance is very dignified. Typical image of a lady. This is Princess Dianzu of my country of Yan, Uxin introduced. Oh, I have seen a princess. Shang Wen gave a simple greeting. The princess gave a slight salute. I have seen the prime minister. The voice was soft. Shang Wen's bones are almost soft. I don't know if Master Drama is here this time. What's the matter? Shang Wen didn't want to waste time. Oh, that's it. Uxin still didn't adapt to Shang Wen's straightforward way of solving problems. Sit down first, Shang Wen said politely. Just like Princess Liu Yi. The two were not used to the sofa at first. What's the matter? Shang Wen asked. That's the case. You also know the situation of the princess. You can't take the princess back here. I can't tell the reason for this. It's just to trouble the prime minister to arrange for the princess. Uxin had already made a good idea. He did not understand the etiquette regulations between countries through Shang Wen. Push this princess to Shang Wen. It's easy to deal with myself. If you fail to make friends with King Qin, can you make friends with the Prime Minister? Uxin's thoughts are still very quick. What? He'll arrange it. Impossible. I'm very busy here. And don't you Yan go set up an embassy to arrange this? Shang Wen questioned. Here, the embassy. I will go to show my king. Goodbye. Uxin turned and left as he said. But Princess Dianzu stayed at a loss. Wait. Shang Wen was very surprised when he saw this scene. And when he looked for Uxin again, the guy got into the car and ran away. Now push yourself a princess of Yan country. 319 Princess versus Princess. Shang Wen had no choice but to go back to solve the trouble. But as soon as I walked in, I saw the princess crying. Shang Wen didn't know what to do at all. Arrangement. How to arrange. A prime minister wants to arrange a princess in another country. What is this all about? As the prime minister, he solves some big things. But now, what is this all about? Shang Wen felt annoyed just looking at it. It was annoying at first, but it was even more annoying to see a Princess Shang Wen who was crying. Okay, Diane what? To Princess Diane Zhu. Shang Wen couldn't remember her name all of a sudden. Could you think of not crying? Can you tell me what's going on? Shang Wen calmed his mind and asked patiently. This Princess Diane Zhu is one of the princesses whom Yan Wang dislikes the most, because she has the weakest personality and loves to cry most. But it was such a crying. But he gave birth to a good look. In order to curry favor with King Qin on this line, King Yan made a lot of money. I chose the most beautiful one to marry King Qin. But King Qin did not agree at all. In this way, this ill-fated princess was tossed around like an object. Princess Diane Zhu, who was originally weak, always sighed with her own destiny. Now, when Shang Wen asked about this reason, it happened to hit what Princess Diane Zhu was most reluctant to mention. The princess who just left herself here crying for Xin. This time, even crying endlessly. Oh my god, Shang Wen turned around anxiously. What is this called? What has become of this prime minister? Weeping, thinking that it was the nursery if I didn't know it. Shang Wen really couldn't help it, so he moved to another room. But the cry seemed intentional. After Shang Wen left, he cried even louder. Shang Wen really couldn't concentrate his attention. If you don't solve this problem, you won't be able to work at all. Shang Wen, with a headache, was spinning around in the yard anxiously. Shang Wen didn't know what to think. Actually thought of Yingyu. Maybe it's this cry. It would be great if it was like Yinu. Never cry, Shang Wen said to himself. Right. Shang Wen suddenly thought of a good idea. That is to leave it to Yinu. Shang Wen immediately sent a car to the city to find Yinu. Shang Wen found her in Yinyu's office. However, Yinu was a mixed blessing. And today she finally found out that her stock had fallen. It fell below the 50.5 mark. But the Wang's arsenal has soared all the way. Although he holds a large number of wheat futures orders in his hands, it is a big profit. But there is still a large share of the stock in hand. Yin was angry and happy. Shang Wen knocked on the door and came in. What's the matter? Yin roared impatiently. Naughty. Why are you here? Come and see. What happened to my stock? Yin saw that Shang Wen quickly put on another smiling face. Don't worry about your stocks. Save me first, Shang Wen said bitterly. Hey, my stocks are more than yours. Take care of my stocks first. Yin didn't care about Shang Wen's affairs. You better save me. If you don't save me, I will almost collapse. Shang Wen said. Help you? Save me. What happened to my stocks? I'm losing a lot of money every hour and every moment. I'm the one who collapsed as you said. Yin doesn't even know that. The meaning of the vocabulary, Shang Wen can be used. Yin borrowed it. Your problem, I will solve it for you. My problem, you will solve it for me. Okay. Now you solve my problem for me first. Let's go, said Shang Wen and pulled Yin away. Hey, you let go. I haven't closed it yet. Yin shouted. Who is this? The cry is so powerful. Yin heard Princess Diane's cry as soon as she got out of the car. Princess Yango Dianzu, Shang Wen said. Who? Yin asked in surprise. Princess Yango Dianzu, Shang Wen repeated helplessly. It sounds familiar. Oh, by the way, isn't it the one from the country of Yan? How come you are here? Okay, I can't tell, fool. I drove away a Korean princess the other day, and today you got another one. Princess Yango Dianzu. Do you want to die? Yin scolded her head and face. Listen to me. Shang Wen defended loudly, avoiding Yinyu's violence. This is what the drama Xin Yan called. Ask me to arrange it. How do I arrange it? I arrange a lot of things every day. I also arrange her, Shang Wen said. It looks like you have been wronged, Yin said with disdain after hearing it. Well, think of a way. Tell her to stop crying. I was crying. My heart straightened. Shang Wen said impatiently. How do you arrange this, Princess Yan? Yingyu asked. I don't know. This is a diplomatic affair. If you have a solution, you can settle it quickly. You have the full authority to handle this matter, Shang Wen said impatiently. Okay, look at me. Yin stretched out his arm. Hey, princess, don't cry. Are you tired? Yinu asked impatiently. Princess Dianzu ignored Yinu, twisted her body and continued to cry. Yinu saw that she didn't put herself in his eyes. Suddenly it was on fire. Hey, why are you crying? You know crying. You cry to death. Yinu kept cursing as soon as her temper came up. Princess Dianzu cried to death. Think of yourself as a disaster star. No one wants to take care of themselves. It's better to live by yourself than to die. Think of this section. The cry was even worse. Upon seeing this posture, Yinu was obviously dissatisfied with herself. Yinu rolled up his sleeves and was about to move. Shang Wen quickly pulled out Yinu. Don't stop me, I have to teach her. Yingyu was pulled out by Shang Wen desperately. Although Yinu is still young, but Jin and Shang Wen are similar. Wait. It's not a way to go on like this, Shang Wen said. This girl's movie is too capable of crying. Yingyu said. Don't say you can take it. I can't take it myself. Shang Wen took over and said, this Lord Dianzu is mainly given to my father and king. It is estimated that he will be in the cold palace on the first day. Yin said, it's me who enters the cold palace now. I thought you could clean up her, now it seems. Hey, Shang Wen sighed. Who said I can't clean her up? I can't go in and knock her out. Yin said, she was going to go in and move. Forget it. Forget it. Shang Wen grabbed Yingyu and said, forget it. You'd better do this yourself. I have never been afraid of anything in my life. I'm afraid of others crying. It's really sad to cry. You can solve it yourself. By the way, you have to do it for me with regard to my stocks. Now, Yin hurried back after speaking. She also depends on what is going on with her stock. Shang Wen looked helplessly at Yin's departure. There is also a crying princess in his house. Shang Wen also felt that he should go out and hide. 320 I'm not a psychiatrist. Shang Wen was about to escape from this hard-hit area. Suddenly the crying stopped. Shang Wen was curious this time. What was the reason that the princess who had been crying for so long stopped crying? Shang Wen really wanted to see it. Shang Wen opened the door cautiously and took a look. It turned out that people were tired of crying. In other words, there are no tears from crying. Replenish moisture. Shang Wen had just looked at it and left, but he stopped crying when he saw the other party. It is better to solve this problem next. Princess, you finally stopped crying. Shang Wen opened the door and asked. Slap. There was a sound of decayed water glass. The princess was shocked by Shang Wen's sudden words. Sorry, I scared you. Shang Wen apologized. The princess stood timidly and did not dare to move. It's okay, princess, sit down here, Shang Wen said. The princess still looked at Shang Wen at a loss. Just sit down, Shang Wen gestured. Then Shang Wen himself poured a glass of water for the other party and put it on the coffee table. Sit. Shang Wen gestured again. The princess was embarrassed to sit on the sofa. My palace? It's just a little bit, Princess Dianzu said embarrassedly. Princess, please feel free. Shang Wen felt that it was very difficult to talk with this princess, and he needed to emphasize many times to clarify the problem. The princess nodded timidly. I want to ask a question, but before asking this question, the princess please do not cry anymore. Shang Wen emphasized specially. The princess seemed to understand, nodded slightly. My goodness, she finally understood me. Communicating with her is as complicated as communicating with aliens. Shang Wen thought to himself. Excuse me, may I ask, what can I help you? Shang Wen faced such a super ladylike princess. Shang Wen didn't know how to ask questions. The princess shook her head gently, indicating that she didn't know. Shang Wen completely collapsed. Shang Wen felt that he was looking at a mental patient. But the patient did not speak. And he is not a psychiatrist. Encountered such a thing. Shang Wen has a very headache. Shang Wen calmed down. Thinking that a woman likes sweets when she's unhappy, she went out and took some sweets. Ice cream, egg tarts. This thing is Yinya's favorite. Every time I come, and every time I eat it all. Shang Wen prepares some every day. otherwise you can't work here. Please feel free, Shang Wen said with something coming in and putting it on the coffee table. Princess Dianzi looked at Shang Wen in surprise, and then at Shang Wen very timidly. Upon seeing this, Shang Wen could only make a gesture of eating with his hands like two people who do not understand the language. But eat, Shang Wen said as he gestured. Princess Dianzi looked at Shang Wen, then at the food on the coffee table, and then at Shang Wen again. Shang Wen made a gesture of eating again. Princess Dianzi seemed to confirm it, only then carefully picked up the spoon, gently picked up a little ice cream and slowly put it in his mouth. Shang Wen looked at the princess eating ice cream like watching a slow-motion playback. Shang Wen really wanted to finish the ice cream for her. Princess Dianzi took a sip. At first it was a puzzled expression. After trying a bite, his expression began to stretch. A faint smile finally appeared. Shang Wen finally breathed a sigh of relief. What makes Shang Wen collapse even more? After Princess Dianzi had finished eating, she looked at herself, as if to confirm whether she could take another bite. Shang Wen could only endure a great deal of patience to encourage him to take another bite. Shang Wen tried to suppress himself. This princess is too troublesome. She is simply the princess among the princesses. Princess Dianzi finally started to try the second bite with Shang Wen's encouragement. That's it. Princess Dianzi took a bite, and Shang Wen had to encourage her. Shang Wen himself was about to collapse. I don't know how long it took. Anyway, after Princess Dianzi finished a bowl of ice cream, she felt a lot more happy, and she was not as cautious as she was at the beginning. Women love sweets. Shang Wen confirmed an unchanging theorem in his mind. I don't know what arrangements the princess has next, Shang Wen asked his most concern. Princess Dianzi was about to eat an egg tart, and after hearing Shang Wen's words, she slowly put it down. Shang Wen, he didn't look good. Explain quickly. Princess, whatever you want. Since there is no plan, I will arrange you a tavern or find a quieter place to stay. Shang Wen explained quickly. The princess shook her head. Upon seeing this, Shang Wen didn't know what to do. A piece of falling petals fell on the stream and floated to the distance. Sad. Shang Wen felt a sorrow. Encountered a sentimental princess. Shang Wen exhaled heavily. If the princess doesn't dislike the rudimentary house, she can live here. If Shang Wen also wanted to move in after the establishment of the Yan State Embassy. But I saw this one. Shang Wen really didn't want to say it. The princess words are a bit sad. There are still many things to do in life. There are still many things to be happy. The princess still has to let go. That's it. Shang Wen kindly persuaded. The princess nodded. Agree. The place that just offended the prime minister is more offensive. The princess realized that she was rude just now. He apologized to Shang Wen. It's okay. It's okay. Shang Wen waved. My palace just remembered something. Princess Dianzi raised her head and said, some of Shang Wen's actions just now have opened the sentimental and weak princess heart. She believes that Shang Wen can be regarded as an object to talk to. In this case, the princess should not think about it. Do more to solve it. For example, go out for a walk, or write or paint. Shang Wen often sees the landscape of the ancients, subconsciously not aware of this. It is the Warring States period. Landscape painting is far from this point. Princess Dianzi looked at Shang Wen puzzled. Shang Wen saw Princess Dianzi looking at herself. Suddenly realized my mistake. Oh, Shang Wen suddenly didn't know what to do. This is paper, this is pen. Shang Wen began to ruin the cabinet. Take out paper and pen. Drawing. There are also writing and writing. This can relieve the depression in my heart. Fortunately, there is something to do, Shang Wen said. Princess Dianzi doesn't know what kind of paper and pen. Shang Wen had to pick up the brush for a demonstration, and wrote a few words crookedly, and then two random curves, representing the landscape. Princess Dianzi seemed to understand Shang Wen's meaning. Bravely picked up the pen and tried it. Feeling very interesting, I picked up paper and pen to draw. Shang Wen couldn't understand either, But I also feel that this crying princess finally has something to do. It can be regarded as reducing one's own burden. 321 Swordsmanship. Shang Wen didn't dare to offend this crying Princess Yan. They can only be temporarily stayed in their own office. But one thing surprised Shang Wen. That is, this princess who looks very weak and can't help but turns out to be a painter. Anyway, Shang Wen thinks what she painted looks like. These things don't care about him. Shang Wen still has important things. After a month-long rest and preparation, the Qin army began to gather and mobilize. As the Prime Minister, Shang Wen had the right to observe the entire combat plan of the staff. According to the plan, the Qin army will spend half a month gathering in two directions. One is in Yik. One gathers somewhere in the upper reaches of the Wai River. There are sparsely populated there. It is the main direction used by the Qin army as a surprise soldier. The assembly point also has no place name because it is sparsely populated. In order to be clearly marked on the map, Wang Jian is marked with a point. And from the perspective of the entire grand strategy, then the Qin army will be divided into three major battle groups. According to Shang Wen's proposal, Wang Jian was named A, B, and C respectively as the code name of the three battle groups. In terms of logistical supplies, engineers and a large number of young adults who volunteered to join the engineering team and a large number of prisoners of war. In just 2 months, 2 simple gravel roads were built. The 2 highways are 5 feet wide. It has been able to meet the logistics needs of the army, coupled with Qin State's full-scale production, and merchants' carts and horses transport supply and demand goods for a steady stream of replenishment. If placed in the past, Qin can only concentrate on one direction instead of moving in 3 directions at the same time. Its scale is unprecedented. The Mengtian ministry in the north, there are about 100,000 horses. Among them, there are 70,000 people in the direction of Guiyang. There are about 25,000 cavalry troops that can attack. Most of their equipment is still spears, bows and crossbows, but they have horse artillery as fire support. Their task is to search for Yu's main force after the battle begins, contains its immobility. The requirement is to kill as much as possible and contain the other party's vitality. The northern Mengtian tribe was organized into a battle group. The central position means that the Qin army is in the middle of the road, which is assembled in the direction of Yik. They are the second battle group. In this direction, the Qin army assembled the 1st Musketeer Division, the 3rd Musketeer Division, 2 fully loaded musketeers, and the 2nd Cavalry Brigade. Their direction is Helen Mountain. After the battle begins, they will quickly hit the bank of the Yellow River, as far as possible on the other side of the Yellow River, establish a bridgehead position under Helen Mountain. Then, the 2nd Cavalry Brigade was there as a starting position. Sao disturbs the depth of the attack on the moon. In the most deviated corner of the battle line, that is, pointer on the upper reaches of the Wai River, there will be Qin's most lethal force. C. Because of its lethality, Qin State gave this battle group a code name that was the least likely to attract attention. They are organized into 2 cavalry brigades, 1st and 3rd, and a fast-moving 2nd Mobile Musketeer Division. The division boldly adopted bicycles, carriages and other transportation equipment, and it is also the current pilot unit of the Qin army. Now Qin State wanted to use him as a knife and thrust it into Yi's back fiercely. They will pass through the Hexi corridor, kill all the way, then rotate at a certain node position, give Yi a fierce blow from behind. It can be said that the C battle group and the B battle group, in terms of grand strategy, they cooperate with each other and echo each other. This is a big move. Commander in 3 directions. Except Mengtan in the north, the central part is personally assumed by Wang Jian. C direction, handed over to Yang Duan. As for the combat troops left in Xianyang, will be used as the general reserve team. It has 30,000 troops. In order to concentrate strength, Wang Jian also specially compiled a temporary combat unit, The Ding Battle Group. They have 10,000 cavalry, organized into 4 cavalry regiments. There is no uniform number. The weapons of the 4 cavalry regiments have a very large gap. Standard equipment for a regiment. Half of the 2 regiments began to be equipped with rifled guns. Another regiment is secretly equipping a secret weapon. Even Shang Wen didn't know this secret weapon. The battle assembly order has been issued. A large number of troops were drawn out in the dark. The military academies in Chainan began to move into these newly opened military camps. Enter these barracks along with the soldiers who were removed from the north. They do not name their troops. Instead, it still uses the original military camp number. The purpose is to confuse the 6 countries. Give the 6 countries an illusion. The army still did not move. The war began to enter a calm phase. The Qin army has entered a state of assembly for battle. This time, the Qin army should show off Shang Wen as a civil official. The main task is to deploy various materials. It is more busy than the previous work. I can't take care of anything at all. But Shang Wen is a good helper. Meng Yi with great patience and enthusiasm handle all kinds of affairs calmly. This also relieves Shang Wen a lot of pressure. When the army was being mobilized in secret, Yin came to the door. The reason is simple. She checked the memorial of King Qin in the palace herself, mainly to find things about military industry. Result. She only found out after checking. The reason is that Shang Wen mobilized the weapon order. When Yin is busy with Shang Wen election, wheat futures listing, bank opening and other affairs, especially when the financial industry is fully developed. All arsenals are undergoing large-scale adjustments to production lines. They gradually left to production flintlock gun. The rest are fully producing percussion muskets. To this end, various companies have begun to notice the development of production equipment for the production of sulfuric acid and nitric acid. BAI has become the talent that several factories are vying for first, because he has 2 methods of making acid. BAI himself is also looking for a faster way to make nitric acid. But the breakthrough is very limited. Chemistry is already at a critical point. Compare these. Yinya's factory is very backward. In addition to the artillery, you can make some money. Flintlock is losing money almost across the board, because several other arsenals have new products. And she didn't. Even the R&D department has not caught up, because their chairman is fully committed to finance. The capital turnover of the arsenal is compared to finance. Slow to death. Yin naturally has to focus on finance first. Result. The arsenal suddenly changed from the largest and most advanced to the most backward among the 5 arsenals. Equipment and machine tools are the most backward. Even the craftsmanship is the most backward. There are even handmade products. There is no R&D department. Military orders have already been cut a lot. These factors naturally leak into the hands of those stockholders. The stock fell again, has fallen to the 40.5 mark. Moreover, it was during trading hours this morning, successfully fell below this critical point. The stock of Wen Yang Arsenal began to fall sharply. In contrast, Wang's arsenal rose again and again. 322. I want to make a war fortune. It depends on what you are doing. Now the profits of the arsenal are declining every day. You have cancelled so many orders at this time. This arsenal can't do it anymore. Yin shouted at Shang Wen, and Shang Wen looked at Yinya's menacing expression with an innocent look. Say something slowly. Shang Wen exhorted. I can't tell you slowly. The stock fell to 40.5 by 2 today. Did you know? Tell you this idiot. You still have 30% of the shares in your hand. The stock has fallen, and it will not benefit you. Yin Jing told Shang Wen. Sit down. Listen to my explanation slowly. Okay. Shang Wen pressed Yin to sit on the sofa. To be honest, this question. I also have a headache, Shang Wen said honestly. You mean, you can't help it? Yin asked. Yes, it's hard to do. Shang Wen thought about it. The arsenal undergoes transformation, research and develop new weapons. For example, the locking mechanism. But this requires industry support, especially steel. Obviously this can't be done. He is now busy fighting. It's inseparable at all. Then since it can't be transformed, we have to seek to open up another market. But this again involves a diplomatic dispute. Shang Wen is very clear, talking about the development of trade with the 6 countries. The arms trade is undoubtedly the hottest, especially after the 6 nations exercises. All clearly inform the purchase intention. But the reality is, Qin now gives priority to satisfying his own country. The reason why the major arsenals are now able to start research all at once. That is, they have completed most of the orders. As long as 1 to 2 months, these orders are basically completed. But what to do afterwards? Only the army is required for munitions. So they began to squeeze their heads to win orders from the military. However, Yinu did not make timely adjustments. As a result, it is now the least capable of competing for orders from the military. But from the perspective of the entire arms market, Qin's market is undoubtedly the most competitive. The military's orders are getting more and more demanding, especially the army is full of tricks. Need such a cannon in a while. For a while, I will need a weapon capable of hitting a large number of bullets at once. There is only one on the demand side. There are 5 suppliers. The competition is getting fiercer, and in Kanto, a musket is almost a sky-high price. The market is extremely broad. Shang Wen wanted to open up this market early on, but it suffers from diplomatic provisions, especially once the 2 countries both export arms, triggering a diplomatic crisis. And then the army will jointly attack the state of Qin, which is fighting another country with all its strength. The military pressure of Qin will be great. Shang Wen, the prime minister, is not dereliction of duty or dereliction of duty. It's the inability to control it. Shang Wen is also very frustrated about this. I don't know how to draft this clause. Now Yinu brought it up because of the arsenal. Shang Wen can only say this method. Say it. Yinu had obviously lost patience. Open up the arms market share of the 6 countries. This is the only way, Shang Wen said calmly. Sell to 6 nations. This is easy to handle. Yinu said, easy to handle. If it is easy to handle, I would have done it a long time ago. The problem is difficult to be diplomatic. Both sides sell arms to each other. First of all, it is not the attitude of both sides to you. It is just a moral issue. It is enough for you to bear. That's it, Shang Wen said with a sad face. Fool, I know you have a way. Hurry up and want to do it. Ying Yu got up and came to Shang Wen. He said with Shang Wen's shoulder. The arms trade is different from other trades. First of all, his special affiliation determines that he cannot sell to the 2 opponents. Moreover, Qin's current diplomatic strategy is non-alignment. Dang dang, there was a knock on the door. What's the matter? Shang Wen asked. My lord, please see the envoy of the state of Yan outside. A guard said. Tell him that I am not here. I went out to inspect. Shang Wen said. Here? The guard agreed. I see. Why is the envoy of Yan state running every day? It's because they are in urgent need of this weapon. Now the demand is great. The supply is very small. It is this damn diplomatic problem that caused this, Shang Wen said with a headache. Qin cannot explicitly support one of the 6 countries. Otherwise, several other countries will move towards union. If you support a Yan country, provoke the other 5 nation coalition forces. Qin Jun was not worth the loss, and it was not in his own interests. This is really a problem, Yin said thoughtfully. Isn't it? I'm bothered with this, Shang Wen said. But there is a way. It is just to be morally condemned. But it can circumvent the diplomatic and legal provisions between countries, Shang Wen said while looking at the desktop. What way? Say it quickly, Yinu asked eagerly. First of all, Qin must let go of the law on possession of weapons. Then, in accordance with this article, arms smuggling can be carried out, Shang Wen said. Holding weapons. Smuggling? Yin said without understanding. It is to allow all civilians to hold guns. Then, in this case, Qin's civilian market will be opened up. This way, there will be more domestic guns. The demand in the 6 countries is particularly large. Some people who are bold will definitely buy guns in the 6 countries. But this country of Qin does not allow it. Taxes are also imposed. Therefore, This is regarded as smuggling. Shang Wen explained simply and vaguely. Because of something Yin would not understand. I understand. Then you can do it as soon as possible. What are you still doing? Yin urged. This is impossible. Your father does not agree, and this is the most traditional legal provision. I really can't imagine I can break through that legal provision, Shang Wen said. The state of Qin prohibits internal fighting and the possession of weapons by individuals, and this rule was set during the Shang dynasty. It can be said this history is very long. It is difficult for you to break through large-scale flow of weapons. It is also not conducive to the rule of King Qin. Under the harm to self-interest, King Qin will definitely make a choice. Or, let's talk about it together. You can explain the strong relationship. I beg my father. It really doesn't work. I'll share some money with my father. Yinu actually thought of bribing her father. This guy's head is almost conditioned by the merchant society in order to achieve their own interests. He didn't hesitate any means. You think it is feasible? I think. Shang Wen shook his head. How do you know if you don't try it? Let's go to see my father, Yinu said, pulling up Shang Wen and said, I'm not going. At least I have to draw up a good draft. Shang Wen was really afraid of breaking this point in his heart. Are you scared? The timid person. I really misunderstood you, Yinu. Yinu said, dissatisfied. Me. Shang Wen wanted to explain. Let's go. Ying Yu pulled Shang Wen up from the chair. 323 limited weapons ban. Yinu forced Shang Wen into the palace. Shang Wen didn't know how to speak along the way. Let's find a reason to prevaricate the plan first. Yinu enters the palace with a light car and familiar road. Shang Wen turned in the dark all the way, left for a while, right for a while. I don't even know where it is. The two finally found King Qin. Shang Wen had long since turned confused. Shang Wen was dragged and bowed. Get up and talk. Because King Qin had handed over many affairs to Shang Wen, he was at ease. But the general direction has to be taken. Therefore, the memorial manuscripts prepared by the various ministries can still be viewed casually. My son, I need my father to exempt the weapon ban. Yinu went straight forward as always. Shang Wen listened. That cold sweat is coming out of my back. King Qin was shocked when he heard it. Suddenly, there was an accident. King Qin couldn't stand it. What? King Qin asked. Weapons ban. Jin's arsenal is about to close down. Now he needs his father to exempt the weapons ban. Then the son will smuggle weapons. Shang Wen raised his head and looked at King Qin. King Qin didn't know what Yin said. Shang Wen felt relieved in his heart. I don't know what the Prime Minister meant. King Qin asked Shang Wen instead. My lord, the princess meant to open the arms ban. Let civilians hold weapons legally. In this way, Qin, can legalize arms smuggling through this law. Shang Wen said. Smuggling? King Qin asked. Yes. The current situation in the 6 countries is very bad. According to the espionage submitted by the embassies of Zhao and Qi, the 2 countries are secretly planning operations against Yan. However, the strength of Yan is too weak. The 2 countries are very powerful. It is possible to destroy the country of Yan. This is very bad for our Darkin's actions to contain the other 5 countries. And now it is inconvenient for us to export weapons to the country of Yan. Otherwise, the 2 countries will use this excuse to invite the 6 Nations Alliance, form a coalition to attack me Qin. Then Qin will fight on 2 fronts. Even though Qin is brave, I have no power to defend myself. Therefore, the help to Yan country must be done secretly. Smuggling is the only way, and smuggling needs to let go of the prohibition on civilian possession of weapons. Shang Wen slowly said his thoughts. But so hastily lifted the ban. The 6 nations will not be suspicious for no reason. King Qin said. What? The king said. The minister thinks that this war can be used as an excuse. My Darkin logistics supplies are now completed by civilian transportation. They don't have weapons in their hands. Once they are attacked by Yu's army, they will not fight back at all. Moreover, after the war, Darkin, if we want to control Yi, Xungnu, Huron and other places, must let go of the prohibition on civilian possession of weapons. Shang Wen said. As soon as this weapon ban is released, It can inspire the spirit of martial arts among the people of Darkin, Shang Wen said. But it can also cause infighting and assassination. The benefits of this firearm, don't you know? King Qin said solemnly. Shang Wen heard it in his heart. The heart is tight. Sure enough, it caused King Qin's suspicion. Father, if you don't open it, then Zhang Qi will swallow the kingdom of Yan. Can you just sit back and watch? Ying Yu saw Shang Wen in difficulty, immediately stepped forward to rescue him. Only then did King Qin think of the situation of the 6 nations. Father, let me think so. Why don't you specify a line? You can hold muskets outside this line, but within this line, not allowed. What do you think? Yin suggested. The king, what the princess said is extremely true. Shang Wen saw Ying Yu relieve himself. They immediately agreed. But think of it here, it is better to organize into a militia reserve instead of letting these civilians possess weapons. Your Majesty, the minister believes that these civilian weapons holders can be organized into militias and incorporated into our Darkin reserve personnel. In this way, our Darkin can deploy a huge military force anytime and anywhere, Shang Wen said. King Qin still hesitated. This was originally a bill that was only thought of after the end of the war. It's now ahead of schedule. Shang Wen also couldn't make sense. Besides, on the issue of weapon possession, King Qin is absolutely conservative. Father, if you don't let go, my arsenal will be over, Yin said anxiously. Don't you still have a bank? What wheat futures are you doing recently? You have made a lot of money. There are still widows. Don't say anything, Qin Wang said. King Qin pointed out that Yin monopolized the supply of perfume, clothing, and a large supply of sweets in the entire harem. However, the ultimate beneficiary is King Qin. I am also sharing my worries for my father. Now the children are in trouble. I also need the help of my father to fail. Yin said a little. This is not possible. This weapon ban is cautious and cautious. King Qin said, shaking his hand. Didn't I say it all? You just stipulate one. I think it will follow the line of the Yellow River. You just need to let go of that side. Can the rest be fine? Yin said. Besides, there is a war over there. It is indeed very dangerous. It is my soldiers and people of Darkin who died. Isn't the folks who organized carts and horses to send the army to relieve my father's worries? If there is a team of supplies, it is like that. It's robbed. That's nothing. It's an enemy. It's still a collaborator. Ying Yu persuaded. It makes sense. I think Mr. Qin will bother you. We must formulate laws and regulations for weapons holders outside the Yellow River. King Qin began to change his mind. The king is not west of the Yellow River. It is within the territory of the Shang Wen said. This is based on the army's departure camp. King Qin ordered. Here, Shang Wen said, arching his hands. If this is the case, it can be regarded as a partial lift of the arms ban, although the weapon ban in the central location was not opened. But at least the weapons ban in the occupied areas is opened. Okay. Jin retired. Jin is waiting for the good news. Yin was about to leave. Come back, King Qin ordered. Father, my son still has important things to do. My son now has a lot of money. I'm very busy. Yin ran away. The minister retires. Shang Wen quit. Mr. Qin. Forget it. King Qin waved for Shang Wen to leave. Shang Wen didn't understand why King Qin stopped him. Perhaps it was for Qin Jun's battle against Shi. However, these things are proceeding according to plan, as long as there are no major accidents. What King Qin considered was not what Shang Wen thought about. It's Yinya's marriage. From today's things, King Qin found out his eldest daughter is very dependent on the new prime minister, and in order to effectively control Shang Wen, he wins over Shang Wen and decides to marry them intentionally. But thinking that the army is about to act recently, King Qin didn't want to be distracted. This stopped such thoughts. 324 Secret Weapon. After Shang Wen came out of the Xianyang Palace, he went to Wangjian, because he wanted to discuss the lifting of the arms ban and organize the scattered gunmen into a militia reserve. Shang Wen drove to the staff in a hurry. Wang Jian's house. Master Wily Ao is here too. Shang Wen hurriedly entered the door, without letting anyone report it. Shang Wen doesn't have that habit either. Oh, Mr. Qin didn't know when he was in such a hurry. Wily Ao said. Oh, I just came from Wang Shang. I just want to talk about lifting the ban on weapons, Shang Wen said. The king has agreed to follow the garrison line to the west of Darkin, the Yellow River to the north, and the Yellow River to the east. The outer line allows civilians to hold guns for self-defense, Shang Wen said simply. What? Wai Liao and Wang Jian said, looking at Shang Wen in surprise. Nothing. Go in and talk. It's a bit inconvenient. As he said, Shang Wen entered the house by himself. What you said is true, Wang Jian asked. Of course it is true, and it won't take long for me to come up with laws and regulations in this area to regulate. Shang Wen briefly said the matter of allowing civilians to possess guns. And there is one important thing. Instead of allowing civilians to hold guns in such a disorderly manner, their resistance will not be strong there. Instead of that, I want to make them into militias, or reserve personnel. It's also convenient to manage this way. At the same time, we can deploy them at any time to reorganize and expand into active duty troops. They can also become militias if they don't fight, Shang Wen said simply. Wai Liao nodded. I think this method will work. In this way, Darkin's martial arts style will be passed down very well. Wang Jian said. That's what I mean. The most important thing is that you need to effectively control these places after the end of the war. The transfer of the army is very troublesome. When the transfer is over, our losses will be great. So, I need them to defend themselves. At the same time, you can take the initiative to attack those stragglers. In this way, the army does not have to come forward. Shang Wen said some thoughts after the war. I think it will work, Wang Jian said. I'm here to discuss the legal terms with you. Shang Wen directly explained the purpose to the two of you. Mr. Qin, don't worry, let me show you an amazing weapon first. Wai Liao said mysteriously. Amazing weapon? Shang Wen asked suspiciously. Let's go. Just look at it. Wai Liao said happily. In the past, Shang Wen prepared weapons for them to see, but now they finally saw Shang Wen's expression. It is natural to be happy. The three drove to the secret test site of Wang's arsenal. This is where the Wang's arsenal was developed. What weapon? Shang Wen asked. Wang Jian smiled slightly. As he said, he lifted the curtain on a gun stand. Shang Wen turned his head and saw what was on the gun mount. Oh my goodness, is this a Gatling gun that travels through time and space? What Shang Wen saw was the appearance of the Gatling machine gun. The difference was that this machine gun had 9 barrels. The way of feeding bombs turned out to be chain feeding. Advanced design. Shang Wen was a little stunned. So, Wang Jian happily watched Shang Wen looking up and down the 9-barrel machine gun. Pretty, Shang Wen said casually. Why the bullet is a paper shell? Shang Wen said puzzledly. Oh, this kind of bullet is easy to produce. Wai Liao explained. This bullet is also the product he secretly developed. This bullet uses a paper shell as a cartridge, and the bottom is equipped with a primer to detonate such a gun. We have spent a lot of energy and financial resources, the two said happily. It turned out that the weapons developed by Wang Jian and Wai Liao were such multi-barreled machine guns. Their design scheme was not like this at the beginning. The barrels were arranged in a straight line at the beginning. Filling is also the traditional filling method at the beginning. The reason for this product is to deal with cavalry. At the time of the last exercise, they found a problem. That's when the platoon guns are hitting. The firepower density of she hits is very difficult to master. In addition, the effect of using shotguns at close range by artillery is not obvious. Only 30% of the shrapnel hit the target. As a result, it is difficult to effectively kill the opponent. There seems to be a transitional weapon sandwiched between the gun and the artillery. Wang Jian had this idea when he watched the exercise, so he quickly told Wai Liao this idea. Wai Liao is studying the hen given by Shang Wen. The two are combined, started to develop a brand new weapon to give Shang Wen a surprise. After repeated testing, the barrel has changed from the original method of arranging guns to a revolver-like shot. But the filling problem is still unresolved. The first method used was to use an iron plate, put the bullet in it beforehand. After hitting one board, plug in another board. But this design is still not ideal. Wang Jian was also very dissatisfied. The main reason is that it is very complicated when it comes to writing. This one needs to complete a very important question. That is lock up, lock but not shut, closed but not locked. Such modern requirements still cannot be met, so they started to continue research and development. The progress of Liu's bullets allowed Wang Jian's machine gun to enter another fast strike rank. Liu's bullet is very similar to the paper shell bullet that was loaded with the first post-loading in Germany. In other words, it is close to the modern bullet model. The gap is only a step away. This bullet appeared. Let Wang Jian consider using new bullets to complete the design. The barrel starts to rotate from the original fixation. In the process of rotation, the mechanical principle is used to complete the lock. After the design is completed, after the ejection device completes the ejection of the bullet, the way of feeding bombs is a bit advanced. The chain feeder directly uses iron sheet. Can I give it a try? Shang Wen said. Wang Jian indicated yes. Papa. Shang Wen turned the crank. The machine gun began to strike, but soon a problem came up. After the paper shell bullet hit continuously, or because of barrel problems. In short, you can't retreat. After continuous hitting, the barrel is full of bullets. This is very dangerous. If a bullet is fired, it is very likely to explode. This is for high-speed weapons like machine guns. Very deadly. The problem has arisen. Shang Wen disassembled the barrel and said, "Bullet problem." Shang Wen pointed to the plugged barrel and said, "Paper shell bullets are too soft." Shang Wen said, and after the lock, all the pressure is concentrated in the paper shell. This weapon is a high-speed strike weapon. This way the high-speed strike down. It is very likely that an explosion will occur. Shang Wen said, "I suggest to change the cartridge to copper. Our stamping machine is fully capable of completing the production process of bullets." Shang Wen said, 325 control and smuggling. Except for the bullet problem, there is also a design problem. The designers of Qin State used 9 barrels for the first time. The use of 9 barrels greatly increases the complexity of firearms. In war, this field is an unreliable weapon. He is too complicated, complex to very weak. In this regard, Shang Wen put forward his views on the designers. The other is the design of bullet chain, although very advanced. However, advanced things always have some unstable factors, or technical bottlenecks that restrict their development. This restriction becomes a defect. Shang Wen still recommends the use of gravity clips. The designer does not understand. Shang Wen had no choice but to sketch it out. Later, Shang Wenkai, Wang Jian, Liu and others discussed the militia reserve system in detail. This is actually equivalent to pre-training the country's troop potential. The training costs are borne by these people themselves. Some thoughts are also recorded in the notebook. These ideas are the rudiments of legal provisions. After getting these, Shang Wen is about to leave immediately. Shang Wen needs to formulate relevant legal provisions quickly. After Shang Wen went back, he worked on legal provisions for 2 consecutive days. The 2 legal provisions of the Civilian Guns Act and the Militia Act are in addition to some modern laws in Kolu. The rest will need to be modified according to the current special circumstances. For example, Shang Wen found a very strange problem in the civilian gun law. That is, all the adult men in the Qin Kingdom, even the 15 or 16-year-old children, are participating in the army. These people have combat experience at a young age. The construction problem raised by Wang Jian is that those who support guns must have participated in the Qin army. This also means the holder himself is a member of the reserve in the national army. The reason is simple. These people are very disciplined. With guns in their hands, they are completely safe. In this way, then the smuggling of arms trade is difficult to develop under this strict control. The disciplined soldiers of the Qin army deeply understand the importance of discipline and the rigor of the law. Only a few of them go to smuggle guns. Maybe not at all, because Qin is on another route, especially after the spoils are privately owned. No one wants to do this kind of thing. The plan proposed by Wang Jian is too strict. correct. His starting point is undoubtedly to consider Qin's current domestic needs. Shang Wen's starting point is the export of arms trade. One is strict and the other is loose. This will make things difficult to manage. Shang Wen got a headache and poured a glass of water for himself. Researching and formulating laws is much more difficult than researching weapons. You can start from an idea with weapons, but the law is a variety of thinking. Hey, fool. I haven't seen any movement from you these past few days. Yin came in without calling. Busy, Shang Wen said with a sip of water. You are busy every day. Ying Yu said. How about my arms smuggling? Yin asked. The law is being formulated, Shang Wen said helplessly. Why are you so stupid? Ying Yu cursed. It's not enough to have guns all over the country, Yin said. If that's the case, law and order will be difficult to control, and I can't tell. Shang Wen has a headache for this problem. I think we should find another way to solve this problem, Shang Wen said. Yin didn't answer a word, but sat in Shang Wen's position to check the legal terms formulated by Shang Wen. Strict control of guns is correct, but then the crowd is only restricted to veterans. The group is somewhat limited, and the arms trade cannot be guaranteed under this law. In this case, we need another law to provide enough guns. Guns are sufficient to provide this market, Shang Wen said slowly, thinking about his own legal provisions. So stupid. You made a mistake at the beginning. The gun supporters and the smuggling of you are rigidly linked. Yin said. Gun support is held, but trading requires additional management and control. Yin said. Why doesn't the holder have our female Xing? You have to let go. I'll change it for you. Then Yin wrote down some laws by himself. Also, the gun sellers, those of us who open factories, we provide arms. It is our business to whom these arms are sold, Yin said while writing. Yes, this is the breakthrough. Shang Wen thought suddenly. If you want to export these guns, you must target special groups of people. These groups of people are businessmen from the 6 countries. Shang Wen's thinking began to be somewhat broad. Then how do these merchants buy weapons and how to transport them? Shang Wen began to think about another question. Finished. Yin put down the pen in her hand. Fool, I really don't know how to say hello. Your mind sometimes. It really is. I can't talk about you, Yin said. Don't you want to levy taxes? The merchants of these 6 countries can buy guns after they pay as much tax. The more they pay, the more they buy. This is what you should consider. What I consider is how to sell weapons to each other. How should I smuggle? Yin said. I'm a little confused about this question. Think about it yourself. Shang Wen seemed to be caught in a strange circle of smuggling weapons. This circle confuses Shang Wen. On the one hand, Shang Wen considers how to control guns in his country. On the other hand, how to link arms smuggling. Thus, this kind of contradictory thinking makes Shang Wen's clear line extremely confusing. If you do this by the methods you mentioned, then the intermediate profits will be greatly swallowed by businessmen from the other 6 countries. When they pay taxes, they will do everything possible to raise the price of weapons. Shang Wen considered Yin's words. Naughty. I can't tell you anymore. You have been enacting laws here for too long. You should go for a walk. Or another way of thinking is good for you. Let's go, Yin said. I'm running out of time. I want to complete this law as soon as possible. Although there are some headaches, but it must be completed, Shang Wen said. I'll let you go. I'll make this law for you, Yin said and asked La Shangwen to go out. Give it to you. Shang Wen frowned and said, yes, just leave it to me. Yin said firmly. Okay, I'll give it to you. Shang Wen thought of those legal provisions that would take all factors together. Shang Wen didn't know what to do. My lord, there is a young man who wants to see you. He said that there is a discussion. A guard said outside. The son? Oh, let him wait. He'll see you later. Shang Wen remembered that this must be the Korean princess. Just say dumb. No, my lord has gone out. Not here. Yin couldn't hear the words. Talk about that son. Yin knew it must be the Korean princess when she heard it. Don't do 2 things. Just call back directly. 326. I'm sorry. Oh, isn't Master Qin here? Ying Yu just finished shouting. Princess Liu Yi came in wearing a menswear. You, who let you in? I just told my lie. It was smashed all at once. Yin was also at a loss, and Princess Liu Yi stood outside the door from the beginning. What? Yin shouted. No matter from the tone or the analysis of the sentence, all have big flaws. How could the Princess Liu Yi, who was so scheming, couldn't hear it? That stayed with Master Qin. This obviously refers to Qin Shangwen. Plus the tone is a little short of breath. Princess Liu Yi is absolutely sure that Shangwen is inside. And so, she rushed in regardless of the guard's obstruction. This time I want to humiliate the eldest princess of Qin in person. Last time Princess Liu Yi saw Yin appear, I knew it was bad. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Princess Liu Yi chose to leave wisely. In fact, it is correct. Princess Liu Yi understood Yin's temper from the very beginning. This Ying Yumo said it wasn't because he had no brains, but that the spleen of such a person was like that. Face something directly, never go around. In addition, Shang Wenpin is too correct. The correct one is a little innocent. Princess Liu Yi is good at grasping people. It's more accurate with people. On the day of the election, Shang Wen's modern atmosphere made her lose her judgment on Shang Wen for a while. However, the sky asked Princess Liu Yi to think about the problem in a different way. The final result is, either Shang Wen is too complicated, I can't see through, either it is too simple. Seeing it through will make the suspicious person think it can't see it through. From the various signs, the latter is larger. I'm looking for an adult to discuss something important. Shouldn't I come in? Princess Liu Yi asked rhetorically. Yin lost his aura from the beginning. Now that she hadn't reacted, she was immediately suppressed by Princess Liu Yi. This is Darkin's place. Also, it's not your turn to be a Korean princess. Yin suddenly couldn't remember the words. What's wrong? I'm a Korean princess, dressed in men's clothing. This is for easy walking. Who knows what robbers appear on the road in Qin? Princess Liu Yi directly transferred the problem to the public security of Qin. To cover up his identity as a woman and a man with Qin's poor public security. Joke. My Darkin people are very simple and simple. Who is like you, South Korea? Everyone is very cunning. Even a craftsman has learned to use time. Yin was angered. Hear what Princess Liu Yi said. Strike back directly. Oh, in that case, why is the door guard so strict and blocked a little girl from me from entering? Is it because I'm afraid that I won't be able to assassinate? Princess Liu Yi still held on to her. Give a lesson to Yinu. Your little Koreans are all scams. Yinu said fiercely. Oh, is that so? I think you Qin people are stupid. Princess Liu Yi satirized. You Koreans are stupid. You idiot to talk. Yin's vitality surged upwards. Can't scold it. He directly transferred the anger to Shang Wen. Don't talk about the argument between the two of you just now. If you have anything, Princess Liu Yi, sit down and talk. Shang Wen has a new understanding of Princess Liu Yi's impression. He didn't believe Yin's opinion at first. But see the conversation just now. Shang Wen understands. Even Yin, who was born in the palace, was not the beautiful and intelligent Princess Liu Yi. The princess scheming is too deep. Details, reaction, all on me. Shang Wen wanted to deal with such people. It's really shuddering. Sit down. Shang Wen tried to put himself naturally. You are such a fool. Ying Yu was angry. Don't care about Shang Wen. Sit down to Shang Wen's office. Nerdy. Ha. Princess Liu Yi whispered to herself. This guy really had the same judgment as his own. It's either too complicated or too simple and innocent. But it can be seen from Yin's mouth. This Yin seemed to favor him very much. Humphrey. This Yin is quite good at seeing people, knowing to pick a simple person. I don't know. What's the matter with the princess coming this time? Shang Wen tried his best to change his rationale. Because dealing with such a scheming person. Just be very careful. Oh, that's the case. I don't know if Master Qin can approve the official document about the establishment of an embassy in Qin. The Korean embassy needs to be handled as soon as possible, Princess Liu Yi said softly. A pair of say eyes stared at Shang Wen. Make Shang Wen feel embarrassed, wonder. All of this was seen in Yinyu's eyes. Yingyu scolded fiercely. I think it will be soon. For the embassy, I think we should set up a dedicated embassy area for various countries. This is convenient for centralized management. Therefore, the documents are likely to be later. Shang Wen found a reason to evade. Oh, then can we handle some affairs? Princess Liu Yi said while looking at Shang Wen. Yes, Shang Wen said, looking down at the coffee table. Oh, in this way. This princess needs some documents from the adults, Princess Liu Yi said. It's easy to say here. I can go back and have someone send it to the princess, Shang Wen said in his original state. Seeing Princess Liu Yi who looked like Shang Wen, she couldn't help being a little funny. This guy is so cute sometimes. Mr. Qin, look, a soft voice came in. This is the voice of Princess Yango Dianzu. This time I want to show Shang Wen the paintings she has made. The painter is Shang Wen. She wanted to see if the paintings were the same. For these few moments, Shang Wen even told her the pencil sketches used by later generations in order to send him away. Princess Dianzu's drawing talent was suddenly aroused. Shang Wen found various dyes for her pencil. Shang Wen specifically ordered the production of paper, even the special paper used for sketching. Princess Dianzu, who had never treated herself like this, suddenly felt very happy to express my gratitude to Shang Wen. She thinks she should make a painting. Thank you very much. Today is exactly when this painting is finished. While still excited, Princess Dianzu ran over at once, but just opened the door. Before Dianzu finished speaking, she saw Yin sitting on Shang Wen's office chair. Yin's yelling method. Princess Dianzu was very scared and disgusted. This is? Princess Liu Yi said as she looked at Princess Dianzu who was a little scared standing outside the door. Oh, it's Princess Dianzu of Yan country. I live here for the time being. Shang Wen looked at Dianzu and said. Oh, Liu Yi replied looking at Princess Dianzu. 327 The Dilemma of the Train. She, Princess Dianzu pointed to Yinu and said, Hey! What are you pointing at me? You crying little girl. Yingyu was already angry. Now, there is another princess of Yan country. There was nowhere to spread Yinyu's anger. Now suddenly there was a crying Princess Yango pointing at herself. Yinu finally found a venting opponent. All day long, I know crying and crying. I don't know who died. Cry. Is there anything to cry? Yin said with a thought. Ah, Princess Dianzu cried and ran away. When Yingyu scolded, Shang Wen has a headache. This Princess Dianzu Shang Wen has the most headache. It can keep crying day and night. She is there. This Prime Minister's Zhengfu agency. Don't want to stop. Those who didn't know thought that the Prime Minister had died. I'll go and take a look first. Princess, please feel free. Shang Wen said, chasing after him. Princess Liu Yi smiled slightly. What else can I say when I am a guest? And there is also a princess of Qin who is absolutely dissatisfied with him in the room. Shang Wen just went out and was eager to find Princess Dianzu. However, he was stopped by two strangers. My lord, the two shouted loudly. Are you two? Shang Wen glanced anxiously at the direction Princess Dianzu was running, and luckily he returned to his house. Nowhere. If you lose it. This caused diplomatic disputes. I have seen adults. The two salute first. Hurry up. Please, are you two? Shang Wen asked. This is the little shopkeeper. A young man in his 20s introduced first. Under Wang Ding. Wang's the shopkeeper of carts and horses, said a man in his 30s who remained with his thick beard. Oh, I don't know what happened to shopkeeper Wang. Shang Wen asked. I am afraid it is inconvenient to talk here. Shopkeeper Wang said. Oh, let's talk inside. Shang Wen said politely. Thank you, sir. The two said. My lord, let's leave now. Princess Liu Yi also came out and said at this time. Are you going back now? Shang Wen asked. There are still some important things to do next. Goodbye, Princess Liu Yi said with a smile. Then goodbye. Shang Wen didn't know what to say, so he said goodbye in a modern sense. Goodbye? Princess Liu Yi asked. Oh, it means leaving. Shang Wen suddenly didn't know how to explain it. After all, there is a huge gap between modern vocabulary and ancient vocabulary. Then goodbye? Princess Liu Yi smiled slightly. Apparently she had misunderstood Shang Wen's meaning. Shang Wen didn't care what he dared to say. I quickly invited the two in. I have seen your Royal Highness. As soon as the two entered the door, they saw the stylishly dressed Yinu and saluted. Get up. Yinu waved as she sat on Shang Wen's chair. Here. Lian Ren stood up with his hands folded. The two were at a loss. Don't be restrained. Sit down, Shang Wen said. The two are still very restrained. After all, there is a princess here. Even if Shang Wen is very polite. But the majesty of the royal family is still here. Sit down, Shang Wen said. Shang Wen poured 2 glasses of water on the coffee table. Before they sat on the sofa, the two immediately stood up to salute. Okay, let you sit. Just sit. The princess who is watching is upset, Ying Yu said with a sigh of relief. Here. The two sat down slowly, just sat down and stood up again. But seeing Yin Yu's appearance, the two sat down. But they both feel the same. This is nothing to say. It's soft and flexible. Let's talk about it. What's the matter? Shang Wen asked. Oh, it's like this. This is a small invention. As he said, the younger one carefully took out a sheepskin from his arms and placed it in front of Shang Wen. Shang Wen opened it, and was taken aback. It turned out to be a relatively primitive locomotive. Shang Wen saw that there was a pattern of railroad tracks next to him. This is? Shang Wen looked at the two in surprise and said, don't blame the adults. This thing is called a small iron horse head. This iron horse head can pull 15 carriages at once. These 15 carriages are still full. The younger introduction said, this is a train. Shang Wen said, what? Asked younger. Oh, this is a train. If you use a larger steam engine, you can transport more things. The arsenal is making this thing. Unexpectedly, you actually worked out it first, Shang Wen said. Both of them looked at Shang Wen in surprise. Others say that adults are all gods and will have some magic tricks. Unexpectedly, adults are really gods. The two said respectfully. Praise it. I don't know. What do you mean by coming here? Shang Wen asked. Oh, this. Wang Ding hesitated, and the younger one was also a little embarrassed. Let's talk. Shang Wen asked. Oh, in order to develop this iron horse? Oh, no, this train, especially this railroad track. I have some inconvenience in working with this train, especially now that we need a large-scale expansion to transport materials. So, I want to see this train. Wang Ding said hesitantly. Do you want to transfer, or something else? Shang Wen said. As long as you can get a sum of money, Wang Ding said. Original. Wang Ding moved from a jewelry merchant to a cart. The business of carts and horses showed him unlimited business opportunities. However, the huge maintenance cost is also very high. Therefore, Wang Ding also joined in the research of robots in the chaos. Take out 20 gold as a reward. And this young guy next to him is the inventor of the train. Because I often go to Guiyang, so I am quite familiar with Guiyang. On the way from Guiyang to the iron ore factory, the coachman used wooden tracks to pull heavy carts and horses. In this way, the carriage can move forward without control. However, the wooden track is easy to break, and if you use the machine, you can't bear it at all. So I was inspired by this. The railway tracks for trains came out. However, the output of iron is very limited, especially now that resources such as iron, bronze, and copper are prioritized for military use. Makes the price of making a railroad track very staggering. The locomotive can be made easily. Just add some equipment. But the rails, it requires a lot of railroad tracks to be used. Wang Ding saw that this thing could not be done by himself, so he thought of transferring it out in time, and perhaps seeking greater profit. So he searched a lot. But everyone sees the huge cost, although profitable. However, Everyone stopped before the huge cost. Wang Ding gradually told Shang Wen about the situation. After hearing this, Shang Wen began to think. Someone must take care of this matter. In other words, there is something invented, but the popular ones have not yet. 328 Railway King. After Shang Wen understood the two people's intentions, he let them rest assured. This Prime Minister should be able to help. In fact, Shang Wen already understands the business opportunities and value contained in this. It just needs an investor to do this. Shang Wen asked the young man to ask Meng Yi to fill in the technology patent. Shang Wen finally knew what this person was called. Called Wang Cheng. It's Wang Ding's brother-in-law. After sending the two away, Shang Wen needs to find an investor. Shang Wen walked back and forth in his office. Dead idiot. Lamona. Yin cursed irritably. In addition, Shang Wen kept his head down and walked back and forth thinking about problems. The horse used for propaganda stone milling is the same. He scolded in anger. You don't understand, Shang Wen replied. Shang Wen looked at Ying Yu suddenly. I don't understand. I think you are stupid and dumb. I said it. Don't bother about that Korean princess, and the Yango princess who suddenly pointed at me today. I hate these two people. You give me stay away from them. Ying Yu shouted loudly. Did you hear that? Ying Yu looked at Shang Wen and cried out loudly. Why are you looking at me? Yin Yu suddenly felt uncomfortable. Shang Wen looked straight at Yin Yu. Hey, I'm telling you. Don't look at me like that. Yin Yu looked at Shang Wen with some fury. I found you very smart. Shang Wen said. That's, who am I? The majestic great Princess Qin. Ying Yu said, raising his head. Knowing that capital is the first, Shang Wen said, you heard what you said just now. Are you interested in investing in railway construction? Shang Wen said, fuck you. Yin said angrily. I haven't worked out the account just now. Now let me do railway investment. You think I am very rich? Ying Yu scolded. No number. I'm doing this for your own good. Shang Wen persuaded. Let's come. I haven't settled the accounts for you for today's affairs. If you don't make it clear today, please don't mention railway investments to me. Yin said decisively. Today, Yin carried a big somersault. People were suppressed at the beginning. This is angry. No matter what, Yin, get this face back first. Hey, what happened today? In fact, they can't compare with your Yin. Shang Wen persuaded. My name is also yours. Call me princess. Yin's anger did not disappear at all. Yes, princess, but you still have to listen to what I say. Think about it. I lied to you that time, Shang Wen said. Ying Yu looked at Shang Wen. In my heart, I began to recall the fact that Shang Wen and Shang Wen were living together. But it is true that Shang Wen has not deceived himself. I believe you once. Yin thought of Shang Wen's benefits, and agreed. Very good. This train is indeed a very industry. His prospects are very broad. Shang Wen first said, I don't listen to these. Yin refused. Current transportation basically relies on roads. But roads are very labor-intensive, material and financial. You can see, from Xianyang, a large number of carriages need to be organized to transport supplies to Mengshan in the north, Shang Wen said. But the train can solve this problem very well. His carrying capacity is very large. Moreover, there are few people needed. He is a big iron horse. What eats is coal, and as long as we invest in laying with a large railroad track, things can be done in the future, Shang Wen said. Yin still said nothing. She thinks about another question, that is, Shang Wen has not deceived herself. This idiot is very clever. Sometimes it's stupid, but it doesn't seem to have lied to myself. For example, everything that I currently have. If I didn't like weapons at the beginning, and this guy liked to study weapons, I guess I wouldn't recognize this idiot. Later, the idiot allowed himself to fund a gun factory. For 1,000 gold, I sold almost everything. Although I am armed every day. But those headdresses I still like. After all, I'm a little girl. So there is a reason not to like it. For this daughter, I sold almost everything I could sell. In the entire palace, even a maid is richer than himself. However, how long has passed since then? I don't know how many times it has doubled. Yina began to count her own property. A bank, an exchange, an arsenal, and many cake shops and mills. And the perfumes and clothes of the concubines in the palace were all supplied by themselves. After all, it should be more than 1,000,000 gold. Yina thought to herself, I can give you preferential construction for this railway track. Construction, and its military value is very large. It can be said that where the train arrives, that place is actually controlled by Darkin State. Darkin can easily launch an expedition. And to transport a lot of resources. I let you invest, in fact, to let you master the artery of this country. Also, you have a bank. Your capital can be extended to many places. What kind of business cannot do without you capital? Capital is not just a simple bank loan, but also investment. Well, what else? Yina thought of Shang Wen's good. Nothing was heard. He knows. This guy who calls himself a nerd doesn't lie to himself. I will do whatever he says. There is nothing wrong. The other thing is that railways need a large number of iron plants and heavy industry. In this way, you enter a leading industry. You occupy the absolute leader, Shang Wen said. Well, what else? Yina's mood has become much more comfortable now. She herself found that as long as this idiot thinks about herself, she doesn't lie to herself. What's unhappy about myself? The other thing is, once the railway is built and put into use, you will be the railway monopoly, that is, the railway king. Then there will be steel, cars, and ships. Shang Wen waved as an example. Wait, what are you talking about? Yinu asked a little after waking up. We take care of those who monopolize an industry. They are called kings. You monopolize the railways. You are the kings of railways, Shang Wen explained. Okay, let me do it. I'm going to be the king of the railway. Yin clapped his hands as soon as he heard it. The king of railways. I am determined to be Yinu. Yin said loudly. Really? Shang Wen said. That's enough. I always say that one is one. I have never changed my words. Yin said loudly. That's good. That's good. Shang Wen finally spent a lot of words to do this guy's work. In fact, Yin figured it out by herself. She thought of Shang Wen's good. Shang Wen did not lie to himself. Just rely on this. Ying Yuo only agreed to Shang Wen nervously. 329 industrial timer. Then what do I need to do? Yinu asked again. Next, I am going to enact a railway law. It is stipulated that all the 30 feet on both sides of the railway road belong to the railway owner, Shang Wen said. In fact, this trick is to encourage railway builders to build railways on a large scale, and at the same time pass the cash subsidy law. In this way, railway owners are allowed to issue bonds according to the mileage of the railway, and the state provides subsidies. These policies are very inclined towards Yinu. It can be said that he is now the prime minister. To a large extent, it provides great convenience for Yinu. In doing so, Shang Wen is stimulating his huge economic plan. But Yinu didn't know at all. Shang Wen did this in accordance with the historical American practice when the Pacific Railroad was built. Only in this way can private individuals be effectively encouraged to build railways. With railways, the lifeblood of a country can be thoroughly connected. The place occupied by the Qin Army will never be lost. The Pacific Railway is connected 689 miles east of Sacramento by the United Pacific Railroad of California and 1,086 miles west of Omaha, Nebraska, at the Promontory Hills in the Ogden region of Utah. This feat announced that the continental United States had begun to become one united in economic operations and promoted the United States to become an economic power connecting the Pacific and the Atlantic. The United States has changed from a country that only exists in name to a truly complete country. The economic development of the United States has begun to enter a period of rapid growth. It may be said that it is the railway that can develop a country to a new peak. The value of the railway is still not clear to Wen, but he knows too well. In order to encourage Yinu to make a venture capital investment, Shang Wen also learned how to build railroads in the United States. At that time, the U.S. Congress was supported by President Lincoln, decided to raise funds for road construction by issuing treasury bonds. In order to open the railway as early as possible, the United States enacted a cash subsidy law in the bill, which also stipulates that no matter which company, The land on both sides of the track shall be developed and used by it. Companies involved in the construction of the Pacific Railroad can obtain more than 5.261 billion acres of land from Zhengfu, which is larger than the entire state of Texas. At the same time, they have also been approved to issue shares with a face value of $100, with the number of up to 1 million. Since the company's public debt, land grants, and subsidies were issued based on the mileage of the railway, Zhengfu did not specify the meeting point of the east and west sections of the railway. Therefore, the two railway companies want to speed up the construction speed to obtain more benefits. The law promulgated by Shangwin was established on this basis. There is only one leaning object, Yinu. The railway transports not only materials, but the army can quickly move in, and it doesn't take such a big memorial. Just like Kim Jun's maneuvering exercise. In World War I and World War II, the German army also relied on the railway to complete the mass assembly again and again. Reach a major battle. It is urgent to build the railway. Shangwin sent away Yinu and began to draft legal provisions. These provisions are readily available. Just use it directly and make some changes. My lord, someone outside is looking for you. They say there is a very important invention for you to see. Shouted outside the door. Let him in, Shangwen said. The little one has seen an adult. A man who looked like an attendant in the palace came in to salute. Get up quickly. Sit down. Shangwen stood up and greeted. This. The attendant was still a little embarrassed. Not only had he never seen an adult treat a subordinate in this way. Sit. This is the sofa. You will get used to it. Sit, sit. As he said, Shangwen got up and poured a glass of water in front of the attendant. All of a sudden, the attendant was flattered. This, my lord. This should be a little. The attendant said anxiously. Sit down. It's okay. Sit down. Shangwen entertained him to sit down. Here. The attendant sat down nervously. What's the matter? Shangwen asked. Oh, younger. Come this time. I'm showing something to an adult. Everyone cares about this thing. So, the younger one dares to come here and try it. The attendant said. What? Let me see. Shangwen asked. The little one will bring it in. The attendant got up immediately as he said. Go out and let people from outside carry in. Just walked in. Shangwen jumped up with joy. This is a clock. Mechanized clocks. Although there are 8 images in appearance. Remove the big drum. It looks very similar to current clocks. The small seals of Qin state are engraved on the dial, which are scales that are timed using the most traditional Chinese method. Shangwen was very happy. What's going on today? Someone sent a drawing of the train. Then someone brought a clock. Could it be that the era of great invention has arrived? Shangwen was happy in his heart. Shangwen carefully checked the mechanical clock made by the attendant. The structure of the clock is Zhu anchor escapement, which makes Shangwen rejoice in the past. Even applauded by clapping. There are many institutions before such institutions, such as wheel escapement, static escapement. And this kind of anchor escapement is later than the first two. It can be said that the emergence of this kind of organization is a bit ahead. Historically, nautical clocks appeared when this kind of mechanism was adopted. Now it appeared in advance. Can this not make Shangwen rejoice in the past? This is not only for sailing, but also to make the time more accurate. The more accurate the use of time, the more developed the industrial civilization. The appearance of the clock is very significant. It shows that Qin has begun to pay attention to machinery. The machinery reacts to human life. The workers in the factory no longer look at heavenly work. It's time. Accurate time. Your invention can only be described as great, Shangwen said happily. My lord. The attendant did not dare to use the word great. Don't be surprised. You use this word. Your name will always be recorded in the annals of history. Forever, Shangwen said with rich history. The attendant didn't expect that he could go down in the annals of history. He is just a drum commander in the palace. That is, the little official who manages time. But you have to get up on time every day. He has long been bored with such a life. Time can't be wrong. So he is very careful. First, Zhao Gao invited his colleagues to visit his factory. Since Zhao Gao opened this factory, he has been very concerned, especially about mechanical things. Zhao Gao is their boss. They naturally have to follow suit. As a result, those machines impressed the attendant who wanted to be lazy. Therefore, he studied a kind of machine that can automatically remind the time. Clocks and watches were born under this demand. History is such a coincidence. 333 strikes chain fist. Just after the clock appeared, Shang Wen immediately submitted legal proposals on the construction of railways. Yin also submitted a legal document on how to manage guns and buy and sell guns. King Qin only asked some important topics about the construction of the railway. For example, why is it necessary to adopt the method of cash subsidy? And why is it stipulated that the land on both sides of the train road should be owned by the railway? And what does the train look like? Shang Wen gave a detailed answer statement to these questions. Subsequently, King Qin immediately approved the bill. For Yinya's bill, King Qin considered it for a long time. Even Wang Jian, Wei Liao and others were invited to discuss. Shang Wen acted as an observer and listened to all the process. Yin also listened to this process because she had come to submit the bill in person. Yinya's bill is very clear, which separates gun owners from the sale of guns. In this way, the accuracy of the legal provisions can be more detailed, and gun owners can legally hold guns. And buying and selling guns has also become a legal act. In this way, the relationship between the two is clearly separated. In this way, there is a legal basis for the sale of guns. This also provides a convenience for gun smuggling. Wang Jian agreed to one of the laws regarding the sale of guns. Because of unfamiliar reasons, there is no objection or approval. Wei Liao saw the doorway, also agreed to the bill. After King Qin thought about it, he also agreed to this law. In this way, the two laws were passed. As for the subsequent related supplements and subsequent legal programs, Shang Wen needs some time to revise. For example, the militia, the reserve plan, etc. A few days after the bill was submitted, the assembly of the army is also complete. Shang Wen also needs to follow Wang Jian to Yike's forward command. Before leaving, Shang Wen specifically checked two things that Yinu did. One is the smuggling of guns in 6 countries, and legal provisions have been issued very quickly. Yinya's movements are also fast. She soon ordered people to contact several merchants from the 6 nations, and the merchants from the 6 nations were as sensitive to guns as the Qin state. But when they heard the provisions of this law, I can't figure out the mystery for a while. But Yin sent someone to come. They understood it all at once. They began to gather funds in large quantities to buy muskets, then smuggled to the 6 countries under the route provided by Yinu. The only smuggled items were guns and bullets. There is no cannon. This is a weapon that is expressly prohibited in the legal provisions. Smuggled muskets are not allowed to be the latest weapons. Even the type of bayonet is clearly stipulated. The triangular bayonet is absolutely not allowed to be exported. The starting point for consideration is to minimize the secondary damage caused by weapons. Where are these weapons going? What to do? Everyone knows it all. To provide weapons is to allow the 6 nations to fight civil wars. If the scale of casualties is unprecedented, it is better to let Qin directly send troops to occupy it. The price of the musket sold by Yinu is 50.5 tals. Only charge real money. This move is to substantially absorb all the gold in the hands of the 6 countries. These gold will flow to Qin in large quantities in the arms trade, and the gold will serve as a reserve fund for Qin's currency. At the same time, it also sucked up the gold of the 6 countries to prepare for future currency wars. And when a 50.5 musket was smuggled to 6 nations, the price is ridiculously high. A musket reached $1.5. This is a very scary number. But now Qin state does not export weapons. Zhao Qi and Qi, who have an absolute demand for weapons, bought on a large scale. The number of muskets that Yan, whose national strength is not as strong as that of the 2 countries, can buy is very limited. To solve this problem, Yango even started to adopt the official smuggling road. In other words, the state is involved in smuggling activities. This is a pioneering work. At the same time, in order to seek greater help, because there are no cannons in the weapons exported this time. This is the weapon of mass destruction that the country of Yan and the 6 countries need most. Without cannons, the contrast between wars is still unbalanced. To this end, Yango began to move to the additional level to seek help. Look around. There is only one Chu country that these countries can help. Therefore, Yango began to concentrate on communicating with Chu state. Another thing for Yinu is to list another futures product, iron ingots, because we have to deal with 2 things at the same time. Lian Shangwin secretly set off to see him off. Yinu didn't care about it. The listing of iron ingot futures requires a lot of cumbersome follow-up things to handle. For example, warehouses, delivery orders, etc. After finishing all these tasks, there will be smuggling problems again. When Yinu thinks of her idiot, it seems to have disappeared. Yinu knew what he was doing, also know why to go. But Shang Wen left. Yinu felt that she suddenly became meaningless. There is no way. Only work up. In order to temporarily forget everything about Shang Wen, Yinu is only busy with the work at hand. The war is already on the verge of breaking out. The Qin army carried out a huge active standby at the forward starting position. The basic investigative task of his situation has also been completed. Qin Jun is all ready. Shang Wen knows more about the plan. But this plan does not have a name. It's a bit of a regret. Shang Wen told Wang Jian this idea. Although the plan has now been fully formulated, and it has already been implemented, especially now is the eve of the war, such an episode, it can be considered to ease the tension. I don't know. What's the name of your sir? Wang Jian asked with a fist after listening to Shang Wen's narration. I just remembered it for a while. I haven't thought about the name yet. Shang Wen replied truthfully. Oh, Mr. S proposal is very new. Wang Jian said. Name. Wang Jian began to mutter. This name is really hard to think of. Wang Jian thought for a long time and didn't know what to name it. Shang Wen also began to think. He thought of the left uppercut action plan in the Desert Storm. Qin Jun now opened up all his postures like a boxer. North. Zongyang, as well as the Mengwu tribe in the south. All of this is like a series of strikes. She was out of breath. 3 strike serial boxing. Shang Wen thought of this and said, the 1 hit she was lying on the ground. 2 hits killed his half-life. 3 hits severely killed Zi. Shang Wen said, 3 strikes killed Zi. Wang Jian said, okay. 3 strike serial boxing. Wang Jian said, the 3 strikes are not exactly talking about the 3-way army launched by the Qin army. Serial boxing. The 3 armies are linked together. Let she only parry, but not backhand. The name of his war plan was thus finalized. The frontline soldiers began to wait quietly, waiting for the moment when the war breaks out. Calm. The peculiar calm before the war. 3:31. It's all going well. The war soon started. The time is fixed on the 15th of December. The Qin army launched a large-scale raid in the dark night, 15 nights. It's clear. It seems that God has joined the Qin army. There is no snow, nor any haze. Under the bright moon, the cavalry units and battalions of the Qin army swept away all the Shi strongholds outside the Great Wall in the western part of the Qin kingdom on a large scale and quickly. Boom, boom. The Qin army's horse artillery unit directed its muzzle at the stronghold of Yu's army and bombarded it. This time in order to cooperate with the launch of the raid, the Qin army dispersed all the horse artillery troops to various battalions. In order to strengthen the number of artillery, an artillery regiment was specially transferred from the infantry division as support. The strengthened 2nd Cavalry Brigade advanced rapidly in batches. The scouts checked the strongholds of the early, and the participation of the main force. It is equivalent to weeding out these annoying rotten meat. The artillery shot quickly. Under the first round of firepower preparation, the Sea people have been beaten up. They don't know what happened. All I know is that the thunderous sound keeps ringing. Moreover, a huge force will kill those panicked. It's dead very ugly. The Shi people were still figuring out what was going on. The cavalry units of the Qin army began to charge. As they approached the gun distance, they began to fire on a large scale. The fluttering bullets kept knocking down those she people who didn't know why. At this time, Yu's talent realized, the Qin army launched an offensive. They realized that they were fighters. They began to search for weapons. Find your own horse. But it was too late. Qin Junshi, after hitting, they began to use their sabers to harvest the lives of the Shi people everywhere. The battle soon ended. They didn't even know what happened when the people died. Their knives are sharper than Qin Jun. But Qin Jun's guns were sharper than their knives. When Meng Tan in the north passed the northern combat experience to the Qin army cavalry, special emphasis was placed on the unusual sharpness of Shi people's swords. When Shang Wen reforged a large number of Shi knives seized into special alloy steel, he left a small part of it as the physical objects of the Qin army cavalry. The cavalry of the Qin army took this very seriously. They believe that the current advantage of the Qin army does not lie in the charge, but lies in the killing power of the musket. The distance must be maintained, and at the same time, the continuous firing of the musket must be maintained. Under this kind of fighting thinking, the Qin army evolved into a kind of encirclement tactics. When they first charged, she began to fire intensively. The front row is finished. Spread to both sides. Then continue to hit the back row. The back row then spreads out. The scattered men and horses moved towards the wings and struck. At this time, Shi strike is Xiaosh strike. The bullet will kill their target at will. When these are almost done, they will use the saber to solve the battle. Such a tactic only for sneak attacks. In the actual large-scale battle, Qin Jun also needs to explore another set of tactics. The stronghold of the Shi people can be said to be a small tribe. The habits of the nomads make their military units also present this tribal characteristic. These small tribes were all sent by King Yi, because King Yi did not take a side attack, and the land here is barren. King Shi naturally looked down upon him. These small tribes are naturally stationed here. The backward infantry began to take over a large number of prisoners captured by the cavalry attack. These captives included the elderly, children and women, and very few of them had grown-ups. These people must leave as soon as possible. The infantry began to escort them to the rear. Engineers are still the busiest arms. They want to lay a simple road quickly. This is the supply line of the Qin army. Use explosives for blasting operations. Then there is a large number of people to pave the way. Then use animal power to pull the heavy rolling equipment for compaction. Finally, pave the stones. They have to complete such assignments as soon as possible. The army on the side doesn't care about this. They know they must keep up with the cavalry as quickly as possible. This is the midline army. Everything went smoothly. On the other side, the Mengwu department, marching can be described as flying at a speed. Part of his army is cavalry. Even the infantry is partly equipped with a large number of carriages and horses. The maneuvering speed is very fast. In addition, their entry area is the Hexi corridor. The road is not as difficult as the midline army. The southern cavalry troops intercepted and killed everywhere overnight. There are quite a lot of arrangements by the Shi people here. But Qin Jun still won a huge victory steadily. Sneak attack, coupled with sharp firearms, makes their speed progress very fast. Half of the infantry on foot became prisoners of war and the guard army. Their prisoners of war are all pretending to be young. These people were defeated in a daze. Many people were picked up by Qin Jun before they were awake and thrown into the army of prisoners of war. And those infantry soldiers who were hoping for a war regarded the prisoners of war as a breather. They kept hitting their heads with rifle butts. Fuck your mother. Will there be a war? You lost so fast. I didn't shoot. You surrender. Many soldiers used bayonets and rifle butts to teach these innocent prisoners of war. They are not willing. But I have never seen such an army. The roaring sound is like rising anger. They heard the thunderous voice, not thinking about how to avoid, but about praying tremblingly. They are too scared of the gods. The Qin army on the southern route is progressing very smoothly. The Qin army in the north was a bit uncomfortable, because the blizzard lasted for a while. Thick ice and snow are everywhere on the grassland. After adding snow, the wind blows like a knife. A person's face can make bleeds. Bad weather conditions. The Qin army's northern Mengtian tribe could not go to war at all. In order to be able to hold the Yu's army, they try their best to send out small investigative forces. But they did not find the shadow of Yu's army. On the contrary, many people who went out for investigation suffered severe frostbite. Abnormal performance. Meng Tan was very disturbed. He decided to expand the search again. When all the troops started to move, the Meng Tan ministry was still investigating. They expanded to 150 miles and still did not find the whereabouts of the Xi people. The Xi people disappeared. Meng Tan, who was rewarded, was a little disturbed. In fact, the people of Xi retreated early. Due to a large number of supplies along the way, their sheep were frozen to death. Plus the weather is cold, especially after attacking Meng Tan's defense in depth. The army retreated hastily. A large number of injured Xi were not treated in time, and they could not be treated. These soldiers died soon, plus the ice and snow. Lack of supplies. For the huge Xi, the Huns had to withdraw temporarily. When leaving, they left a large number of dead bodies. The bodies were buried in snow. Of course Qin Jun didn't find it. 332 Qin States Line. Food. Just when the Qin army took military action against Xi on a large scale, new changes have also begun to take place in Qin. All these changes are seen by one person. This is Hanf, who first accepted the Enlightenment thought. The changes in Qin can almost reach the point of rapid change. With these changes, even Hanf himself could not explain what was going on. And what he does every day is to read and accept the Enlightenment thoughts in those vernacular Chinese, and then go out to see the changes in Qin. Qin state has more and more carts and horses. Qin's Xian Ling felt a headache for this. Even if a large number of escorts are used as traffic monitors, this can only maintain basic traffic order. The traffic situation in Qin state is still very heavy. The first is the emergence of a large number of carts and horses. There are a lot of carts and horses in the city. This is the place with the most complicated traffic. Every day Xian Ling must send a large number of people to keep walking. Facing the proliferation of carriages and horses, a new type of transportation is becoming popular among civilians. This is the bicycle. The appearance of iron-frame bicycles makes people's travel more convenient. People find that bicycles are faster than walking and can carry a lot of weight. This is very practical for people. The huge demand has given birth to many bicycle shops, and Xiaolao is undoubtedly the leader in bicycles. When others scramble to imitate, his bicycle shop has established a bicycle factory. This is due to Shangwen's loan. The bicycle factory with funds invested a lot of new machinery and equipment. A large number of bicycle parts can be quickly mechanized production. Xiaolao also uses its own Xi as its own brand. At this moment, Xi brand bicycles sold well in Xianyang, and began to develop toward the surrounding Antish. And Xiaolao previously accepted Qin Jun's order for a batch of 3,000 bicycles and also completed ahead of schedule. On the other hand, a large number of novel pasta began to appear in Xianyang. These noodles are all from the promotion of Princess Wen Yang and the operation of commodity futures. A large amount of scattered wheat began to be concentrated in the warehouse in Xianyang, and then delivery began according to the transaction price formed by the last transaction mill. In particular, a mechanical mill driven by a steam engine appeared, which began to make food more diverse. Wheat can be made into flour. Flour can be made into various shapes. The ingenious woman began to wonder what the flour could do. So they began to make tricks. The first thing that appeared was noodles. Boil is undoubtedly the thing people want to know the most. They started to cook in one piece, but found that the effect was not good. So they started to try small pieces of cooking, and gradually they began to become noodles. Then the four neighbors began to spread this method. Some women who wanted to fill their families started selling this kind of food, So noodles became a new kind of food in Xianyang. But the condiments in this period are still very limited. The food doesn't look good, so some people start to wonder how it looks good. The common people of Qin State began to use fatty oil. This is because Qin State has a large number of places to supply these things. Therefore, people put the noodles in boiling fatty oil, then remove them, and pass the water. They found that such noodles taste very good and are easy to preserve. As a result, this kind of fried noodles began to spread in large quantities. This kind of noodles can be said to be the early instant noodles, but people prefer to call him fried noodles. Noodles are just one aspect. Princess Wen Yang's cake became a luxury item in the food of Qin State, because the cake needs a lot of sweetness, and ordinary people simply can't afford it. So they began to think about a more popular food, and pie became the first popular food. Before the Qin State, the cakes were made by mashing corn, very difficult to swallow, and the emergence of noodles, especially after adding a certain amount of salt, after roasting. The taste is very good. So the bread began to spread on a large scale. However, the noodles are still a bit dry. People need a soft food, especially those elderly people. So people began to learn how to get the source of soft food. They drew nutrients from Princess Wen Yang's cake again. Ferment. They began to put the reconciled noodles specially by the fire for fermentation. But after fermentation, people found that the noodles were sour and the food made was very unpalatable. People had to explore again. This time they encountered a bottleneck, because alkali noodles are very important military materials. They can't get it on their own, so some people started to give up. But some people began to try to extract soda noodles by themselves. The widespread popularity of pasta, especially the deliciousness of various foods, has caused people to begin to have a rising demand for wheat. The stocks of wheat in all parts of Qin have fallen sharply. As a result, the state of Qin began to import a large amount of wheat from the 6 countries. Due to technical blockade, the 6 nations had no idea that Qin State had already begun food innovation. But imports still cannot solve the problem. So people began to shift to food production in the coming year. On the land, the land system of Qin State has undergone earth-shaking changes. The first is that a large number of farmers have started to give up their land, or use the money earned from working in factories to pay off their debts. Due to the continuous promulgation of new laws and regulations of the state of Qin, compound interest is not allowed to exist. Therefore, the contracts of those landlords who gave usury began to lapse on a large scale. But in order to protect their interests, Shang Wen required them to quickly sort out all their debts within a month, and these debts could only charge the principal and part of the interest. If you find compound interest calculations 10 times, 100 times the punishment, Qin State Zhengfu Department's high efficiency, everyone began to liquidate their debts. In this way, the burden on farmers is suddenly lighter. Going to the city to become workers became their first choice. Those factory owners are also very happy. However, a large amount of land began to be deserted, but some people saw business opportunities and began to purchase a large amount of land. In order to provide them with convenience, Yinyas Wen Yang Bank began to provide them with a large amount of funds to help them purchase. The land gradually began to concentrate in a few people. Qin's agricultural laws have not been repealed. If the land becomes barren, then the owner of the land is guilty. In order not to let the land go to waste, they began to use new methods of operation. It is impossible to provide them with a large amount of manpower, and it is already very difficult to be able to hire those people. So they began to use a large number of livestock. But in this way, labor tools must undergo large-scale innovation. So they began to invest in large-scale tool innovations to adapt to large tracts of land. And at the same time some of them began to shift their targets. They found that wheat became a hot commodity, so wheat began to enter the era of mass popularization. 333 Train Show. Just as the rapid changes occurred in Qin State, Yin wanted to organize a train meeting, or called the exhibition. This exhibition is of public quality, because, when the railroad tracks were first laid, It attracted a lot of people's attention. The railroad tracks are laid on the south bank of the Wye River. The length of the laying is as high as 20 miles. This is the quality of the experiment. The purpose is to deepen people's influence on trains. It was also shown to King at the same time. To this end, King specially invited many ministers of civil and military affairs to participate. Although important officials like Shang Wen and Wang Jian were not there, many people came to participate in this invitation. The people of Qin State also watched very curiously. The trains of this period and Stevenson's first car were a bit bigger, and had a dually cow workshop, which was the prototype of a locomotive just now. The locomotive of the train was covered by a large curtain, but the 12 small carriages behind him could not be covered. People looked at this behemoth with curiosity. They waited in surprise for the appearance of this behemoth. In the waiting idle, people began to guess. The people of the Qin State now believe in everything and dare to believe in everything, because they found that Qin can do everything. For example, God. 2 days ago, you guys saw it. Oh my God. There are 5 big monsters flying in the sky. A Qin countryman exclaimed, "Hey, you don't know about that." That's the airship. The heavenly army of the great Qin kingdom. That's what they are training. Another Qin member immediately added, "Airship." Oh, so that big monster is called airship. The Qin countryman who exclaimed suddenly realized, in fact, what they said was neither right nor wrong, because Qin's heavenly army was completing a mobilization, and they wanted to participate in a real war. Originally, this matter was an army matter. When the plan was first made, there was no plan to let the heavenly army join, but the heavenly army and the others collectively found Yinu. They always believed that Shang Wen and Yinu had some kind of close relationship. So they asked Yinu to persuade King Qin to approve their participation in the war in the name of Shang Wen. Yinu disagreed at first, because this matter has nothing to do with me. But when she heard Shang Wen's name, she suddenly changed her mind. She believes that the participation of the heavenly army is also a good thing. At least Shang Wen's status has been improved. So Yinu happily agreed to this matter. Did not expect. Yinu mentioned. King Qin immediately agreed. King Qin paid much more attention to the heavenly army than Shang Wen, because this is a brand new service, and its special combat space determines King Qin's determination to conquer heaven. As a result, the heavenly army quickly joined the battle. During the daytime maneuver, the heavenly army was mobilizing to join the battle. As for secrecy, King Qin thought it was unnecessary, and the ground transportation of the airship was very troublesome, especially his huge airbag. Therefore, King Qin gave a special order: let all the airships fly over Xianyang city. The Celestial Army has already begun a large-scale expansion at this time. The military academy has begun to have divisions. The fast teaching mode led Qin Jun to expand their flight equipment. 5 airships. This is all the equipment of the Celestial Army. When they passed through Xianyang city, all the people in Xianyang city looked up at them. They panicked at first, thinking that some monster appeared in the sky. Xianyang Ling, who was notified, began a large-scale promotion of this airship. It is the great Qin heavenly army. Qin State can already go to heaven. All kinds of rumors were suddenly verified at this time, which made the people of Qin State feel very happy. The people of the 6 nations in Xianyang were also shocked. Many people started running with the airship spontaneously. The pilots flew in and waved. This display of the Celestial Army has affected many people. Many Qin people began to dream of flying to heaven. Moreover, this dream can be realized. The appearance of King Qin made many people cheer, and the appearance of King Qin made many people realize Qin Go must have shown something amazing this time. Because things are right in front of you, the people of Qin country obviously can't wait. They desperately want to know what this is. King Qin also wanted to know very much. So, King Qin and his daughter Yinu put the curtain down together, and said loudly, "This is a train." Qin Guoxin's iron horse. Hearing King Qin's words, many people began to cheer. Hooray! Train, iron horse. Qin people began to cheer. Although they don't know what this thing can do, they do. This thing, like that airship, can make Qin state very powerful. The people of Qin are proud of it. The people of the Six Nations felt only shock. This country of Qin is terrible. The train began to run. King Qin had to sit in the train himself. There are a lot of carriages. A carriage can seat 8 people. The seats in the carriage are all sofas. King Qin was not used to it at first, but soon began to accept this soft seat and asked Yinu to provide it. Yinu also told Simmons. King Qin wanted to try new things more and more. There are many carriages, and because it is a test, many people can participate, and those princes and ministers do their part. Soon the 12 carriages were full. But there is no place for civilians, and the civilians of Qin state are a little dissatisfied. In order to eliminate dissatisfaction, King Qin vacated 2 carriages the next year. After learning that the train could still add carriages, he added 2 more carriages. This time there are 14 carriages. Woo! The train whistle began to scream. Then the drive wheels start to rotate. Then slowly it was driven by the sound of kuka-kuka. The people of Qin state began to cheer. Unexpectedly, this big guy pulled so many people. It was the first time they saw a big guy who could pull so many people. The train began to move. People gradually kept up with the train, but the train was getting faster and faster, and people gradually couldn't catch up. So some people began to drive horsey-drawn carriages and ride horses to chase the train. People in the train began to feel the train. The soft sofa, plus the suspension spring was added to the carriage at the beginning. It made them feel the comfort of the train. But the wind was a bit strong. Mainly the speed is much faster than the carriage. On the contrary, King Qin felt very exciting, because the speed is very fast, at least faster than a horse. After traveling for 20 miles, the train started to slow down, mainly for safety reasons. After all, who knows if this thing can stop at the end? Even so, the train traveled for about a long distance before it stopped. Qin Wang wanted to get off the train. His legs were a little soft. After all, the train was bumpy. Not only King Qin, but many people felt a bit soft in their legs. But this does not affect their understanding of trains. 3:34 Arriving at the Yellow River. The successful display of the train caused Qin state to start a frenzy of laying train tracks. People have seen the convenience brought by machinery. With a huge load capacity, materials can be delivered in one go, and the manpower and material resources consumed are absolutely low. But some problems followed, and the demand for iron surged. It is necessary to expand the amount of iron mining. Smelting also requires a lot of fuel. Manpower must also be increased, and so on. All this urgently needs Qin state to make production adjustments, especially to develop new iron ore sites. All this is giving birth to some auxiliary disciplines: geology, chemistry, smelting, metals and other small disciplines have more detailed division and development. But it is a pity that everything that Qin is exploring now is advancing in a hazy way. The people of Qin seem to have caught something. They are advancing bit by bit according to their own feelings. The front is always foggy. They can't see clearly, but they are still exploring. Just when these adjustments were made at home, the first group of prisoners of war began to be escorted to Xianyang. People saw an unprecedented victory in the war. At this time, the Six Nations realized that Qin Jun had quietly started, and they don't know anything about it. The number of prisoners of war is slowly converging. The number of prisoners captured alive varies from army to army. The Northern Mengshan Ministry still escorted an equal number of prisoners to Xianyang, and because of the special geographical location of the center line, the number of prisoners captured was not very large. The most common is the southern route. There are countless prisoners of war here. The escorted teams are all lined up in long teams to point A and escorted to Xianyang. Here and there, the state of Qin will redistribute the main destinations of these prisoners of war. Shang Win got the exact news of what happened in the country through correspondence. At present, Qin Jun is progressing very smoothly. A cavalry brigade on the center line was no longer satisfied, and Wang Jian transferred 2 reserve cavalry regiments in Xianyang to temporarily form a mobile cavalry brigade. The cavalry harassed everywhere, rarely encounters opponents in front of them, advances quickly and deeply, and then outflanks tactics. allowing the cavalry units of the Qin army to quickly clear these obstacles on the road to the Yellow River. The infantry followed up in time to clear up some of the problems that the cavalry had missed. See people who walked away and fled. Even so, there are omissions. According to the original transportation method, the Qin army's supply line would be disturbed by these sea people, but now the transportation convoy personnel have issued a large number of muskets. Transporters armed with guns even launched small-scale military operations in temporary habitats to hunt down the scattered sea people. They call it hunting. The hunting activities were carried out along the Qin army's supply line. At the beginning, the supply personnel of the Qin army, especially those motorcades, did not realize the possibility of sound disturbance in the supply. They thought that the Qin army had expelled or killed all these. However, some of the people left behind began to spontaneously disturb the Qin army's supply line. The team suffered a certain loss. Many supplies were burned, fodder, and bedding. When these losses were reported to Wang Jian had to call a cavalry regiment and an infantry regiment to clean up these pesky people. Shang Wen had seen it very sensibly, persuading Wang Jian not to transfer, but instead ordered those personnel to carry out military operations on their own, and if necessary, make certain arrangements in accordance with the team to which they belong. At the same time the order was given, the people of Qin's warlike and unwilling temper made them begin to take military actions on their own. They have self-developed and opened a net-style investigation. All the people of the clan who were caught were put to death in the cruelest way, with 8 pieces of chaotic swords unloaded, and then the corpses were fed to the wolves. The hunting behavior at this stage is highly revengeful. The Qin people who mastered advanced weapons began to spontaneously sweep. In this way, the scattered people hiding in the mountains began to be destroyed. Hunting activities are also being carried out on the southern line. Similarly, the personnel of the transport convoy whose supply line has been disturbed by Sao are equipped with a large number of weapons and spontaneously adopt an offensive posture. However, their opponents are more complicated, with Qian people. But they don't care about it. The retaliation at the beginning made the hunting activity very bloody. Especially the tribes of the Qiang people were bloodbathed by the Qin people's rear personnel. A large number of innocents were slaughtered bloodily. This fact is only preserved verbally. There is no official record. The army is advancing rapidly. They have to accomplish the goal of the first phase of the war. Advance to the Yellow River. Logistic supplies only need to be delivered. What to do, that is their business. The one who most wanted to reach the Yellow River turned out to be the Mengwu tribe, which was the furthest from the Yellow River. The arrival time was the 3rd day of January. In the 18 days of battle, this Qin army's cavalry-dominated army almost rushed forward. They raided along the way, and then slew to other places like a whirlwind. Although the troops were a bit tired, the hearty attack made the soldiers of the Qin army fight very happily, especially this cavalry tactics. They are getting more and more skilled. After the Mengwu ministry advanced to the side of the Yellow River, it was discovered that the Yellow River water unexpectedly melted. They wanted to take advantage of the severe cold at the end of winter to pass on the ice. But now it seems impossible to achieve it. So they had to look at the surface of the river where a lot of ice was floating, waiting for the arrival of the engineers, or looking for other places to cross the river. It will take a while for the engineers, because they left the engineers far behind. The midline advance to the Yellow River was 2 days later. Their marching routes are mostly mountain ravines, so the speed is a bit slow. But after they arrived at the Yellow River, they immediately began to test the choice of crossing the river mouth. Their section of the Yellow River ice has not melted. After probing, some troops began to cross the river on a large scale. On the other side of the Yellow River, Helen Mountain advanced. The army is slowly pushing forward, and the rear replenishment site has also begun to set up replenishment points on the east bank of the Yellow River. Everything is going smooth. The airship unit of the Celestial Army did not participate in the rapid advance, and they were naturally excluded by the army. Their arrival made everyone in the army feel disgusted. They believe that the Heavenly Army is here to pick up ready-made products. Therefore, although the Celestial Army entered the war zone, they did not have a combat mission. They were extremely unbalanced and dissatisfied. In order to be able to fight, They could only participate in hunting operations, act with those logistics staff. But their huge bodies and slow reacting movements make those logistics personnel reluctant to start hunting operations with them, because the airships of the Celestial Army will expose their actions. The logistics staff thought it would be better to join the airship, but they broke the operation several times. Their view of the Heavenly Army is that they are not useful. The cheers of the people in Xianyang and the cynicism of the logistics staff made the Heavenly Army very uncomfortable. 335 Conflict. Qin Jun arrived at the Yellow River and crossed the river smoothly. It takes up to 3 or 4 days to cross the river, and many materials must keep up in time, so the time has been a bit long. But this is the fastest speed. Just when Qin Jun crossed the river, the embassy of the 6 countries began to be established in Qin. South Korea was the first to be established. The ambassador is Zhang Liang. The counselor is Uncle Han. Xiu Tongxiu. This is the name of Princess Liu Yi. For the convenience of doing things in the state of Qin, it used such a name. There is the first one. The second one was also established. The Yan State Embassy was also established as soon as possible. The difference is that the embassy of Yan State is very busy. People come and go are so lively. These people are businessmen. The fur dealer and horse dealer in Yan State. The reason they gathered, it is to handle a major event, smuggling arms. As Yan State relied heavily on Qin State's firearms, they believed that this was the only way they could maintain the current situation. Therefore, Uxin served as the ambassador. The establishment of this embassy. He also asked for such a brand after seeing South Korea set up such a brand. The difference is that South Korea's goals are not clear. He is very clear. His purpose is only one, and that is arms. At the beginning, Qin also used his own merchants to smuggle arms. After arriving at the other side's land, they were sold immediately. The other merchant made a lot of profits after selling. As a result, the area bordering Qin State became the largest munitions distribution center. Here began to gather businessmen from various countries. They spent huge sums of money to buy muskets. Yinu enjoys its place. The muskets she produces are relatively outdated Wenyang muskets. However, for the 6 countries that lack effective firearms, this is already an advanced weapon. The 6 nations not only sold to the army, they also began to set up a musket escort team themselves. The use of a musket becomes a symbol of power. This immediately opened up the market, because it was not just the army of the 6 nations who bought the muskets, but also those who had a large number of fiefdoms. The smuggling of arms intensified. But the special geographical location of Yan State is too remote, and the amount of gold they use is very limited. As a result, they are very insignificant in the arms trade. Uxin also knew about this situation through Yan Guoshang's talents. In order to improve the situation in the smuggling of arms, Yan State is extremely unfavorable. The drama is very painstaking. On the one hand, he asked his country to start searching for gold mines. At the same time, they also began to use some Yango specialty products in exchange for arms. Ginseng, precious leather, wood. It even made a request to cede the land. So the trade between the 2 sides opened up. Yan country exports raw materials, and Qin smuggled arms. A large number of muskets began to flow into the country of Yan. Because the price of raw materials in Yan State is extremely low, only a good ginseng can be exchanged for 5 muskets. How could such a trade balance keep Qin from moving? With such a huge difference, even Yini has set up a trading bank to participate, because she has a lot of arms, so her business is the best. And it is often a direct benefit. Merchants in other countries still use traditional gold trading. Gold flows to Qin State, although Qin State showed that it does not prohibit the circulation of gold. But gold is extremely heavy. National bonds are relatively simple. If you open an account, that is more convenient. So a lot of gold began to enter Yinius Bank. Just when Qin's smuggling arms trade started on a large scale, Zhao, Qi and the 2 countries finally started. As early as when the Qin army started to pull out, Zhou's merchants issued a business newspaper, said to be a sign of Qin state's large-scale mobilization, because a large number of carts and horses began to transport things to the west at night. However, it seems that the west side has been building roads recently, which did not attract Zhao Guo's attention. Li Mu had no idea about this. He is training, especially the musketeers and cavalry. Zhao Guo bought a large number of muskets from smuggling. These muskets were equipped with more than 15,000 people in a short period of time. But then some intelligence began to show vigorously that the Qin army had already started. Zhao Guo still didn't feel jealous. Qi state also had no idea, because the signal to start a war is Zhao state to send troops. By the time Qin state escorted a large number of prisoners of war to Xianyang, Zhao Guo suddenly realized, quickly, the Widow King's order will make General Li dispatch troops quickly. Zhao Wang urgently gave the order after receiving the exact news that the Qin army had dispatched troops for more than 20 days. The reason why Wang Zhao is so anxious, it's because he is scared. He was afraid of Qin, the country of tigers and wolves. Now he is biting Xi with all his strength. If he once vacated his mouth to bite Zhao Guo, then Zhao Guo would definitely die. Before he killed him, only he became stronger. I can't bite anymore. The widow will now annex the kingdom of Yan and expand a large area. Compare it with your country of tigers and wolves. King Zhao suddenly became vigorous. My lord, am so courageous. I don't even pay attention to the state of Qin. A concubine whispered softly and hugged King Zhao with a jade-like arm. King Zhao instantly changed into another look. The widow is now prodigious. Zhao Wang said and threw down the concubine. But Li Mu had a headache now. This order from King Zhao was too hasty. You can send troops. How to arrange food and grass? Although he had long known that he would send troops to the country of Yan. However, the food was not delivered late. Li Mu was very angry. In fact, some of Zhou's grain and grass began to be misappropriated by some princes and ministers. Where did you go? Where else can I go? Qin state. Why? Who knows? Li Mu didn't know these things. But Wang Ning is here. Li Mu had to send troops. If you refuse to send troops, then King Zhao reprimanded in court again. When did Li Mu suffer such insults? When thinking of being loyal to the country, he swallowed again. Oh, send troops, Li Mu reluctantly ordered. But general, the grain and grass in the army. Ask to Sima in Zhaojun's Hong. Use reserve rations. Li Mu ordered. This reserve army ration was privately ordered by Li Mu to accumulate, because every time there is a certain amount of deduction for grain and grass. But every time Li Mu couldn't find out. In order to allow Zhao Jun to maintain his combat power. As a last resort, in this way, Zhao Jun, at the urging of King Zhao, started. The army of 100,000 began to march toward Yan state violently. After the Qi army gathered at the border between Zhao and Yan heard the movement. Report quickly. After the victory, King Qi ordered the dispatch of troops. So Qi Jun also began to send troops. Their number is slightly smaller, only 80,000, but they are equipped with muskets, and the number of artillery far exceeds Zhao Jun. The two armies were horns of each other and marched towards Yan kingdom separately. All of Yan's defensive forces were in the direction of Zhao, and sent troops to Qi. They were beaten up all at once. 336 ice strikes. For Zhao Qi, the two countries sent troops. Qin Go had apparently already learned about it. At the same time, Qin state also began to become less sensitive. The war has started. On the contrary, Qin Go became calm. There is nothing terrible about war. Losing composure in a war is terrible. Qin state only had an illusion of self-consciousness. But it's all right now. The state of Qin began to revisit the dynamics of the 6 countries. Zhao and Qi jointly sent troops to attack the state of Yan. 3 countries were involved in this one. The other 3 obviously don't want to get involved. The goal now is to find a way to allow Yan Go to hold Zhao and Qi, the 2 countries. The war has just begun, and the actions of both sides have not been clearly seen. In particular, Both sides of the war have smuggled a large number of firearms through the Qin state. The Qin state still couldn't figure out the details of the tactics. Under such circumstances, Qin Go chose to remain silent, watching the development of the war coldly. A large number of Qin observer groups began to appear in the states of Zhao, Qi, and Yan, who looked at the tactics of the three kingdoms in all directions. Then quickly report to the country. The style of war has undergone a qualitative change. Shang Wen didn't know the dynamics of the six nations. What he knew was that as long as the Qin army safely crossed the Yellow River, then he could return to Xianyang safely. It's been almost 20 days since I came here. The Qin army was crossing the river every day, and the infantry and cavalry were fortunate to say that they could go straight, but the artillery was very difficult. Now the weather is surprisingly warm, and many places on the ice surface are no longer suitable for artillery crossing the river. There is also a heavy duty team, which has high requirements on the ice. Their load capacity has been greatly improved. Cross the river directly. Obviously, they have to be prepared to swim in the river. For this reason, Wang Jian had no choice but to deploy an engineer battalion to erect a pontoon bridge. But the speed is still very slow. As a last resort, Wang Jian continued to mobilize an engineering regiment. This is a Jing workforce drawn from repairing the road. Although the pontoon was built, however, the ability to pass is very poor. As a last resort, the artillery units began to find places with thicker ice to cross the river. Hey! The Qin army artillery pushed a 5-inch infantry cannon vigorously. This artillery was unfortunately trapped in a piece of ice. Flap. The whip was swung very loudly. Soldiers need to drag the artillery out quickly. Platoon leader, this is not okay. The ice is too broken. Brothers pushed hard. He broke too much. An artillery sergeant said, "Here, forget it. I think everyone rests. I'll call a few more people." With that, the platoon leader was about to call someone. "Listen," a second-class soldier said with his ears pricked up. "What is it?" the sergeant asked. "Hush," the second class hissed. Everyone began to prick their ears. They faintly heard a roar. "Look, what's that?" A corporal who turned around pointed to the distance. "What's that?" The platoon leader looked into the distance curiously. In order to see the distance, the platoon leader took out his binoculars to check. Not only this platoon leader, many people started to notice something wrong. A sergeant standing on the roof of the car yelled, "No, it's ice cubes." A lot of ice cubes rushed over. "Everyone quickly get out of the river. Hurry, he shouted loudly. So many people began to quickly pass the ice, floating bridges. The military police began to stop the soldiers from crossing the bridge and crossing the river. Suddenly the entire crossing began to become tense. After Shang Wen heard the movement outside, also began to go out to check the situation. After learning that there was a lot of ice on the river, Shang Wen was also very puzzled. "Sir, what happened?" Wang Jian asked eagerly. "I don't know the specific situation, but some soldiers reported that there were a lot of ice on the river. I have to look at the situation." Shang Wen walked eagerly toward the river. "Then take the sight glasses to check." Through the binoculars, Shang Wen finally saw the situation clearly. A large number of ice cubes began to appear on the calm ice surface. These ice cubes began to surging here in a wide range. "What is this?" Wang Jian asked in horror. He said that he was horrified because the ice block completely closed the crossing of the river. "I don't know." Shang Wen quickly recalled the situation in his mind. "What is the situation? How can there be so many ice cubes?" "Damn it, hurry up." The artilleryman dragged the cannon like a fire. "Have a little effort." The platoon leader sweated anxiously. Shang Wen thought for a long time but couldn't figure out what the situation was. If he couldn't remember enough, he still did his job well. "Quickly, let everyone leave the crossing of the river, and prohibit everyone from crossing the river now," Shang Wen ordered. "My lord, it has already started." The guard replied. "Oh," Shang Wen agreed. "Well, how come there are still people?" Shang Wen pointed his finger. Speaking, Shang Wen looked at the binoculars again. "Tell those people, Don't stop the artillery. Let them go ashore as soon as possible. Hurry! Shang Wen shouted loudly. Equipment doesn't matter. People are the most important thing. Equipment can be remade, and when people die, nothing is left. Shang Wen looked anxiously at the ice. The ice cubes rushed to my eyes quickly. People finally saw this spectacular sight. Large chunks of ice in the river flowed right in front of you. And the poor artillery, after discarding their artillery, run quickly to the shore. The artillery platoon leader lost his artillery. Knowing that he will be punished by the military, the sergeant watched the large chunks of ice entrain the artillery and take it away. My heart hurts terribly. It doesn't matter. Shang Wen immediately came to check the situation of several people. My lord, you punish me. The artillery platoon leader knelt down and pleaded. Get up, get up. Shang Wen could not pull the platoon leader up with all his strength. My lord, I lost the cannon. This is a big crime. The platoon leader cried anxiously. Get up, get up. Equipment is a trivial matter, and people are a major matter. As long as the person is alive, is the equipment still lacking? That is, the equipment of a regiment is lost. I don't care, as long as the person is still there. Shang Wen patted the platoon leader's shoulder and said. The platoon leader looked at Shang Wen in surprise. He didn't believe Shang Wen's words. It's nothing. Qin can mass produce weapons and equipment. It's even more advanced than the lost artillery. But people are gone. Qin produces so much equipment. How to arm the army? Shang Wen watched, said the platoon leader. Get up first. Shang Wen pulled up the platoon leader and said, in the future, don't blame yourself for losing weapons. Qin can produce more weapons. You can rest assured. But there is a prerequisite. People must give me a good return alive. People are more important than weapons. Understand? Shang Wen said loudly. No one said anything. Understand? Shang Wen asked again loudly. Understood. Everyone replied loudly. 337 Heavenly Army comes to help. Faced with such a sudden disaster, Shang Wen felt very tricky. First of all, he didn't understand why there were so many ice hitting the crossing of the river. Could it be that the people of the clan were already prepared? If that were the case, the situation of the Qin army who had already crossed the river was very bad. Shang Wen went back to his tent to search for information. Finally he found what he wanted to understand. This is Ling Xun. The time when the Qin army dispatched troops had already arrived, just in time for Ling Xun. Ling Xun, commonly known as Ice Platoon, is a hydrological phenomenon in which the water level of rivers rises significantly due to the resistance of ice to water flow. Ice can sometimes gather into ice plugs or ice dams, causing the water level to rise significantly, and eventually floodplains or bank bursts are called linghong. Snow floods may occur during the closure of the river in winter and the opening of the river in the Chun season. In layman's terms, there is a layer of ice on the water surface, and it is broken into lumps, and there is water flow under the ice, which drives the ice to move downstream. When the river bank is narrow, the ice layer continues to accumulate, causing excessive pressure on the dam, which is called freezing flood. In fact, the opening period of the Yellow River has not yet arrived, but the weather is unusually warm this time. As a result, the opening period of the Yellow River, which is at a lower latitude, arrived first. This is also the reason why the Mongolian army postponed crossing the river. After several days of trekking, Ling Xun finally arrived at the Qin army who was crossing the river. Today's disaster. It happened to be met by Qin Jun. Shang Wen felt something was wrong. From the beginning, he felt that Qin Jun was progressing too smoothly. He needs to discuss with Wang Jian. The sudden arrival of Ling Xun caused Qin Jun to be divided into two parts at once. If you can't restore supplies as soon as possible, contact us. The situation will be very bad. It's Ling Xun, Shang Wen said straightforwardly. We met Ling Xun. The ice melted upstream and hit our position downstream. The situation is very bad. I don't know how long this situation will take place. In short, the situation is very bad now, Shang Wen said with a headache. Well, the most urgent thing is to restore contact with the other side immediately. Propaganda simply won't work. Wang Jian said. Is there no other way? Shang Wen asked. It's too far. The arrow can't reach. Wang Jian said, using artillery, or flying pigeons. In short, we must restore the supply line as soon as possible. Let the army on the other side enter a defensive state. Shang Wen said. Cannon? Wang Jian said. I'll solve this problem. As he spoke, Shang Wen took out his notebook. Let's draw the shape of an empty shell. Place a communication strip in the person. After Shang Wen finished the painting, he was immediately asked to do it. How many people are there on the other side? Shang Wen asked calmly. For the time being, the latest situation is that there is probably a cavalry brigade, an integrated division, plus an infantry regiment and an artillery battalion on the other side. The total number is probably more than 30,000. Wang Jian replied. Oh my god, Shang Wen said with a headache. With so many people, food alone is busy enough. I want to know, where is the airship of the Celestial Army? Shang Wen immediately thought of the Air Force. At present, only the airship can restore this situation. They happen to be near us. Wang Jian said. The airship has nothing to do now. Therefore, they always follow the army in a leisurely manner. Let them restore the supply line. Shang Wen said. That's the only way. I'll give the order. Wang Jian said actively. Speaking, Wang Jian began to give orders. There is simply no way to get through the ground supply channel. By the way, let people check the upstream situation. To see if there is a suitable channel, we need to get through the supply line as soon as possible. The sooner the better, Shang Wen said weakly. The sooner the better. The sooner the better. Shang Wen sat down and rested. Qin Jun moved very fast, and they began to clear the crossing of the river. The ice surface is expanding, and the squeezed ice is expanding on both sides of the strait. Qin Jun had to start moving a lot of supplies. The airship quickly flew over the crossing of the river. First of all, they have to convey Wang Jian's order to the opposing forces, and first of all, they must restore the command ties with the opposing forces. The artillery also fired. Unfortunately, the other side doesn't even understand what the hell is doing here. They cursed and accused each other of taking the wrong medicine. After they received Wang Jian's order and resumed communication, they began to enter the defensive state. The cavalry began to retreat. The infantry began to take action to occupy the Helen Mountain Pass, and then sent Jing Sharp troops to occupy the commanding heights. At this time, the airship unit was very busy. First, they had to unload all their weapons and equipment, and then loaded a large amount of food and transported ammunition to the other side. However, such transportation methods are really limited. Faced with such a dilemma, the ground army is finally willing to cooperate. They began to ask the airship to carry the cable to the other side of the river. They need to use cables to transport supplies. In order to speed up the transportation of supplies, the airship unit is very cooperative. Because they saw that their value finally came out. They continued to carry a large amount of supplies and then dragged a long cable to fly over. Throw the cable to the opponent. The other party tried to set up on a high platform. It is good to use wood or mound. In short, it is their own business. The airship quickly unloaded the supplies, and then quickly flew back to the other side. In this way, 5 airships shuttled back and forth. These are not the most important. The ground support personnel of the Celestial Army began to carry out various tasks, opening up temporary takeoff and landing sites, and conducting weather tests, although only barometers were the most useful, and also very precious. Manufacturing is very laborious, but they still have to provide the most basic ground support. This time the Celestial Army finally came in handy. But overall, Qin's supplies still couldn't meet the needs of more than 30,000 people. Supplies are still scarce. If you exchange fire with the other party at this time, the situation is very bad. Sometimes, what are you really afraid of? With such a big movement from Qin Jun, the people of the family hadn't made any movement for more than 20 days. In addition to the communication situation, they need to transmit the situation on horseback. There is also the question of the reaction of the Xi people. They think this is the Sao disturbance of the Qin Jun. Sao harassment against Qin Jun. King Xi only issued an order to send troops to disturb the Qin state. Xi didn't pay much attention to Qin Jun's operation at the beginning, but as the bad situation spread to King Yu's ears one after another, King realized that something was wrong. He immediately began to order the army that had returned to be dispatched immediately. His reason was that Qin Jun was very likely to come at him this time. He didn't want Qin Jun to attack Yu's hinterland from this direction. When the Qin army was crossing the river, this army had already begun to dispatch, the number of which was about 150,000. In the battle with Mengtan, they suffered heavy losses. Coupled with the blizzard, their number dropped sharply. Now they will be dispatched again. 338 Defensive battle. The main force of the Qin army crossing the river began to build fortifications along the line of Helen Mountain. Their fortification model is arranged in accordance with the defense in depth of the northern Mengtian. A large number of soldiers began to use bayonets, shovels, and pickaxes to dig on the spot. At the same time, some soldiers began to arrange barbed wire, and the artillery dragged the cannon up. There are also some engineers who crossed the river. Most of these engineers went to re-establish logistical supplies. Therefore, the first batch of landmines allocated to the engineers was not deployed. The Qin army's defense line is 30 miles long, and the defense is 35 miles in depth. In this long and narrow defense, the Qin army entered a defensive state. The other side is doing everything possible to restore normal supplies. But in the face of Ling Xun, they were also helpless. Just halfway through the construction of the fortifications by the Qin army, a squad of 1,000 people from Yus who had made a mistake by mistake entered the Qin army's defensive circle. At first they just thought it was a small Qin army. But when they climbed up to see the people from the Qin army's blockbuster are building fortifications, I immediately realized that it was bad. So they began to send a large number of liaison officers to report to their general. Just when this 1,000-member team accidentally discovered Qin Jun's scout, the lookout post also found the opponent. The Qin army cavalry immediately dispatched to destroy the enemy in front of him. The opponent didn't seem to be in a hurry to fight, and when he saw the Qin army cavalry dispatched, he took the initiative to retreat. Qin Jun withdrew. The Yu's cavalry stepped forward to harass, but I didn't dare to get too close, because the opponent has artillery. In this way, the two sides pulled back and forth without fighting. Qin Jun reluctantly took the initiative to withdraw from the position. The cavalry of the clan is very sharp, and they still know how to fight. Instead of blindly adopting a fierce battle, they are waiting for the arrival of the main force. Qin Jun stepped up the construction of fortifications. They know each other's intentions. Yu's army began to assemble quickly. After they received the order, started to change direction and head here. The cavalry are arriving one after another. Qin Jun's fortifications can only be regarded as careless, without any choice. The Qin army immediately went into battle. They need a short break, because digging these soil and rocks in winter is too laborious. The fortifications of the Qin army were built on the mountain. They firmly control the commanding heights. The people of the family can only take the approach of attacking. Upward attack must dismount and fight on foot. The people of the family didn't know why the Qin army was defending on the spot. Did they send someone to detect their actions? The people who didn't understand Qin Jun's intentions began the first wave of offensive temptations. They carefully inspected Qin Jun's defenses and found that there was a terrifying barbed wire fence. Compared to the battle in the north, the barbed wire is not dense. Qin Jun couldn't get close. These are the things at the bottom of the box. 10,000 people attacked in 3 lanes. The offensive line is to avoid the deadly barbed wire, interspersed in the middle. They also knew that Qin Jun had something that breathed fire. To this end, the offensive weapons held by a large number of soldiers are bows and arrows. Soldiers in the front row hold shields and swords. Bow and arrow cover is provided at the back. Finally, a large number of soldiers followed. Just tear a hole. You can rush in directly. The offense began. San Luisi began to launch a violent charge. The artillery used by the Qin army first carried out intensive suppression. She had already expected it. They started with a scattered skirmish formation. When they are close to the position, they will quickly form a formation to attack. The effect of Qin's artillery attack was not very obvious. The Shi quickly approached Qin Jun's barbed wire. The Shi in the front row used shields as a cover. Start to move forward. The soldiers of the Qin army hid in the trenches and fought back. The archers of the family didn't look at them at all, and directly used Kush to kill and wound the Qin army in large quantities. Qin military guns are limited, but still shot. The killing effect is very limited. The situation is very dangerous for Qin Jun. The Shi people advanced to the last barbed wire defense line of the position. Within 50 steps. This is within the effective killing distance of Qin Jun's gun. She hit. Shi's shields vary in quality and size. There are iron plates on the better surface, only leather is medium. Those with poor quality were injured at once, and many undefended areas were also severely hit on their limbs. These people were soon topped by successors. The people of Shi are still advancing. Qin Jun began to use their assassin grenade. This kind of grenade is ignition type. This is the first extremely cheap grenade equipped by the Qin army. The purchase price is very one. The soldiers of the Qin army hid in the trenches and began to throw a lot of grenades. The explosion kept ringing, but the Shi people were confused by the bombing. The Qin army's artillery was to support the infantry, unload the artillery directly from the gun mount and place it on the mound for a large depression angle. But the effect is not very obvious, because they are not equipped with curved weapons such as mortars, defensive in the mountains, especially in close range. The Qin army's artillery had very little room for display. The most powerful firepower is the grenades. This cheap weapon. After throwing a lot of grenades, the Qin army began to strike intensively. The archers of the family directly faced the Qin army's muskets under a large number of loopholes in the front row cover. They couldn't hold their heads up because of the dense bullets. They had to use their partner's body as a cover, but the damn bow shot needs to be aimed upright. In desperation, they could only lie on their backs, holding their bows and arrows horizontally and hitting them. Qin Jun hid in the trenches. There is no way to see the Qin army. The dense bullets created a tense environment, and the dense gunpowder smoke made the entire battlefield confused. Without any choice, the people of the family can only throw arrows indiscriminately. This way down, the cocked arm was hit by a bullet. Many people were shot in the arm. The people of Shi simply couldn't move forward. Going forward a little bit is suppressed by the opponent's bullets. The Shi people are stuck in the narrow barbed wire channel. This place. It is also the location where the Qin army intensively hits. They can hit each other as long as they randomly hit. A long line was blocked behind. This makes them very aggrieved. This position is just at the critical point of the attack angle of the Qin army's artillery. Cannonballs can hit them hard. Gong. Can't attack. Retreat. Can't retreat. Without any choice. Many people had no choice but to brandish knives, cut off those wire fences and move forward. That's all. The Shi continuously broke through several barbed wire fences to open up new channels. They just rushed up. It was crushed by dense bullets. The people of the family had to pay a heavy price if they wanted to break through the battlefield. The clan who was beaten crazy began to charge wildly at all costs. The rhythm of Qin Jun's bashing couldn't keep up with the crazy charge of the people at all costs. This kind of meatball play finally approached the Qin army's defensive position. 339 I'm sorry. The people of the family finally rushed into the trenches of the Qin army. But they have to fight separately. There was no room for so many people in the trenches. These people's knives are extremely sharp. The soldiers of the Qin army tried their best to use muskets. The only thing that can't be solved is to fight with bayonet. The length of the musket plus the bayonet is almost a spear. In terms of weapons, the Qin army has a certain advantage. But in the long and narrow trenches, and the Shi people who keep coming in, the advantages of both sides are mixed and cannot be fully utilized at all. Qin Jun and Shi were fighting together. This irritated Qin Jun, who had the advantage in numbers. In order to solve the tight frontline situation, there was an urgent need for artillery to cut off the continuous influx of Shi from behind. But the role of artillery is too limited. In an emergency, there is always a way. Some people began to boldly try artillery music. The cannonball flew far away. It doesn't work at all. The artillery, who knew the principle of artillery, began to transform the artillery on its own, reduce the firing charge of the artillery and increase the firing angle of the artillery. Same as Zhao Jun. They modified the mortar by themselves. Let it go. Boom. Qin's first mortar began to fire. The effect is very obvious. The trajectory of the song, plus the grenade used to send Shi, the dense formation of his underdeveloped group suddenly exploded. Okay, just do it. Send an order to all artillery to fight like this. The artillery regiment commander immediately ordered the rapid popularization of this method. So soon a large number of mortars appeared on the front line. The formation of the Shi people began to appear in great chaos. The connection between the rear team and the front team began to be severed by the intensive artillery. The front team began to be isolated. The rear team could not pass through the dense artillery fire. The front team saw such a situation. It became more and more crazy. They hoped to pull the Qin army down. The intention is to rely on the Qin army's position to stand by for help. The Qin army began to draw some soldiers from the third line to support. The soldiers of the third front quickly went into battle. They immediately plunged into this close combat battle. This kind of tactics is really a bit confusing. Qin Jun's firepower advantage could not be brought into play. Only the courage and fighting skills of the soldiers can win the final victory. Qin Jun is also a brave and relentless horn. These people are nomads. Both sides are on par. The battle needs to end quickly. Moreover, the number of Qin Jun is not dominant. It will be consumed for a long time. The situation is very unfavorable for Qin Jun. Boom. A gunshot sounded. A bullet easily pierced the chest of officer who was fighting. This is a sharpshooter of the Qin army who was born as a hunter. She hit his advantage. But the above asked him to fight. This is really awkward. But when everyone rushed up, he hides behind him quietly. Pick those officers one by one. Fighting fierce horns hit. The effect of this cold gun is nothing at first. But gradually the effect came out. The people have found that their officers began to decrease. They lost command. At the same time, their warriors who were best at fighting in the army were also killed by Shi. The people who noticed something was wrong between the fights began to regain their sanity. They felt something like a ghost staring at them. Crazy fighting can easily make people lose their minds. But dying silently is scary. Qin Jun, a sharpshooter who rose from a hunter, is playing the role of a modern sniper. The sharpshooter who hid in the dark and fired a black spear shot down. The people of Shi began to become sober. They began to run away. Gradually, their line began to loosen. Then came the collapse. Boom. The sharpshooter still calmly hid behind and fired his gun. Damn it. It hit the chest again. The sharpshooter scolded secretly. The sharpshooter uses the latest rifled firing rifle. The initial velocity of the bullet is increased, and the trajectory is more straight. And the percussion type ignites faster than the flintlock. Plus Orion was born. This gave the sniper the conditions to be on the stage. Boom, boom. A runaway Shi's head was smashed. Broken skull fragments spattered with blood and blood. Such a terrifying method of death accelerated the fear of the Shi people. They finally collapsed on a large scale. Finally got a headshot. The sharpshooter said happily. Then he started loading the next bullet. "You, what's your name?" a Major Captain called. The sharpshooter was shocked. He obviously didn't notice that someone had begun to pay attention to his behavior. My name is Juban Soul. The sharpshooter replied. Okay. Soul of Class 9, I'll let you be the second lieutenant platoon leader. I will select more than 30 people immediately. Give me all the Guiyu people on the ground and smash their heads like I did before. The major said loudly. Juban Soul was a little surprised. Inadvertently, he was promoted to second lieutenant. The Orion-born young man quickly mobilized his partners. At the same time, many Orion-born musketeers are selected. The major also realized the role of this sharpshooter. Personally go to the colonel to allocate a batch of better muskets to them. That's all. Gunshots began to sound continuously from various positions. His head and chest. The lungs were ruthlessly punched with big holes. Bleeding water constantly gushes from the entrance of the cave. This is not terrible. The scary thing is that they can't see their opponents at all. The opponents demand their lives like ghosts. Fear slowly triumphed over their belligerent Yuang. The front began to collapse. Then came the massive rout. The Shi people's offensive finally stopped. I wanted to continue the second attack, but Qin's artillery began to violently counterattack. They cannot assemble. Had to stop the attack temporarily. This also made them realize, break from the front. Obviously it won't work. The frontal firepower of Qin Jun was too strong. The number of casualties among the Shi people this time is very large. The corpses of Shi people are everywhere on the hillside. If you insist on attacking from the front, Shi must pay a heavy price. Foot combat is not the advantage of the Shi people. What they need is space for maneuvering. The sky was getting dark. The people of Shi sent a humble message. The Yellow River opened up, and a lot of ice appeared on the surface of the river. Can't cross the river. This is the message that came when the forward troops were transferred and assembled. But this one was accidentally caught in Yu's head. This piece of information suddenly opened up Yu's head. They finally wanted to understand why Qin Jun was defending. Why did they not take the initiative? It turned out that the Yellow River opened the river. They must have crossed the river, and the people behind can't keep up. In other words, this army is under siege. Thinking of this, the Shi people immediately took corresponding measures. They want to drive the people of Qin down the Yellow River, which is full of ice. 340 crossing the river mouth is compressed. The people of the family have awakened. They knew that there was a problem with Qin's logistics supplies. Now they plan to bypass Helen Mountain and attack the Qin army's logistics supply line from behind. This move was very deadly to Qin Jun. With the improvement of Qin's equipment, especially the equipment of a large number of firearms, the Qin army's reliance on logistics supplies is getting higher and higher. This is almost the only flaw in this equipment unit. In the past, the logistics of the Qin army could be called the food road, because most of the main supplies provided are food. And now, the food road was completely upgraded to a logistics supply line. Logistics provides not only a large amount of food, but also a large amount of ammunition, clothing, and other materials. The comprehensive supply capacity is getting higher and higher. In order to prevent the positive Qin Jun from having a chance to breathe, at the same time, to confuse each other, the people quietly bypassed Helen Mountain in the dark, and at the same time sent a large number of troops to attack. This is a bit futile, but Qin Jun couldn't help it, because every bullet was missed. One round is missed. If it were put in the past, Qin Jun didn't care at all, because their logistics supplies were full. But now, they are a little overwhelmed. Crossing the river mouth at the rear, Qin Jun was delivering supplies overnight. More than a dozen cables have been erected. But even so, the delivery of materials is still limited. Qin army can only give priority to bullets and shells. Because of these things, Qin Jun consumes extremely quickly. Sometimes a few artillery pieces were hoisted in the past. Food, especially food supply, is particularly slow, and the amount is very large. In order to alleviate the difficulty of food supply, Shangwin ordered the supply of beef, mutton, cheese, etc. to be given priority. Not food. The calories of meat, NAI products far exceed the calories of grain. Soldiers are more likely to eat well. All this is not enough. The speed of the ammunition supplied still can't keep up with the speed that Qin Jun consumes in the front. Ammunition has been in a state of lack. In order to speed up, the Qin army's supply personnel had to be divided into 3 shifts to supply these supplies overnight. The airship force also began to draw out 2 airships. The rest need to be checked. And this is a night flight. Intensive flight landing is also very difficult. The difficulty of flying at night is already very large. Another bad news came. News detected from upstream. There are still a lot of ice. After probing for a long distance, no end was found. Undoubtedly, Qin Jun will be in this situation for a while. The Qin army needed to open up a new section of the river crossing to solve the current problems. You are right, but we don't have any troops. In this case, I can only transfer the reserve team up from the rear as soon as possible. Wang Jian replied after listening to Shang Wen's explanation. How long does it take? Shang Wen asked. It will take 7 days at the earliest. They have now moved to our direction, Wang Jian said. Shang Wen shook his head. Far water cannot save a near fire. Qin Jun still lacks effective supplies. No one can solve this problem well. The only thing that can be solved is to hope that the ice surface will disappear soon, so that the engineers can lay the pontoon bridge. It just dawned. Qin Jun's crossing of the river is still busy. They are delivering supplies, especially ammunition, overnight. I didn't know what happened last night, said a corporal engineer. What's the matter? Asked an infantry corporal who came here to help. The cannon rang all night and didn't stop. It seems those people are crazy. They attacked all night. The engineer corporal said. Really? I just heard a wounded soldier who came down from above said that he was crazy over the pile of his corpses was so high. The barbed wire was flattened. It doesn't count if the grenades are thrown out. The bayonet is all. It was broken. Later, I took the explosive package and threw it directly into the pile of people. They were dizzy and relieved when they were blown up. Too much. I don't know how many people are going to die. The infantry corporal said. Listen to what you said. The situation is terrible. The engineer corporal hadn't finished. I saw the infantry corporal stop the engineer and stop his movements. Listen, there is movement. The infantry corporal said. Sneak attack. Sneak attack. Boom. The Qin army soldier standing guard fired a shot. All the people began to hurriedly took up arms to resist. At this time, Yu's army was not far away from them. The defense at the crossing of the river is extremely weak, because they have no time to build fortifications. After being cut off by Link Sun from the crossing of the river, everyone was busy restoring the supply line, and there was no time to build fortifications. This is the biggest mistake the Qin army made, that is, they did not establish a defensive position in time to protect their crossing. This is the only lifeline for survival. Qin Jun was caught off guard. In the long and narrow crossing area, the people of Xi adopted the tactic of copying two breads and fiercely attacked the Qin army at the crossing of the river, and the Qin army also understood that when the crossing was over, they would be over. Therefore, the Qin army also desperately protected, and everyone participated in the battle. The Xi sneak attack succeeded. Qin Jun's mistakes, coupled with the right time to attack. This time period just after dawn. This time is the coldest and the most blurred vision. Day and night. The fastest visual adaptation takes 20 minutes, and the full adaptation takes 1 hour. The Xi tactics are applied very well. Soon the Qin army was forced to retreat, give up a large area of crossing the river mouth. The Qin army needs to accumulate defensive strength. Needs time. They need to organize their army. But the people of Xi are coming fiercely. It is simply impossible to organize effective resistance. The other side discovered the situation here. But the weapon range is very limited. They want to help. Fortunately, someone calmed down soon, immediately let the artillery strike the opposite bank, provide fire support for the opposite shore. The airships in the sky also discovered this situation. One had just arrived on the opposite shore and was about to land. But the situation is not right, so immediately lifted off. They lifted off without unloading the materials. The sea people attacked fast. But when it comes to the airship, the people of Xi were shocked. They saw Qin people could fly. The shocked Xi forgot to fight. The airship seized this opportunity. Start attacking. Their weapons were removed in order to transport more supplies. So they used materials as a bomb investment. Lots of beef, lamb. The cannonball was dropped, especially the shells. Throwing from a certain height actually detonated the medicine inside. The sea people's offensive came to a halt. The artillery on the other side also started firing. They started to send intensively. The purpose is to provide all support as much as possible. The dense artillery shells knocked out the Shi's attack formation to pieces. They can no longer attack. The shells on the other side are exceptionally sufficient. The Shi people hit by the shells began to stop the attack. 341 kick the family Sass. The Qin army's intensive artillery strikes completely stopped the Shi's offensive. The team following up from the rear can't move forward at all. The connection between the rear team and the front team was blocked by intensive artillery, without any choice. In order to avoid Qin's artillery, the people began to retreat a certain distance. The Qin army drew out some artillery to attack it. All others stopped hitting. Don't let the barrel be too hot. Although the quick hit is fast, but it cannot last long. Otherwise, there is a danger of blasting the chamber. The effect of the artillery chasing Shi shots is not very obvious, because the opponent's mobile cavalry is very strong. They saw the Qin army set up artillery. They began to evacuate. For a while, both parties were playing a game of cat and mouse. The two sides stopped temporarily. But Qin Jun's situation is not optimistic. Because Qin Jun's crossing was only 10 miles wide, a large amount of materials were discarded in the area where the two sides were at war. A lot of ammunition was ignited by intensive artillery fire. These should be delivered to their own hands. Now I watched it explode and burn in vain. The Qin army on the other side began to rearrange. Some troops began to deploy to defend the crossing of the river. They build fortifications. Pull up the dense barbed wire. Even landmines have also begun to be deployed intensively. But the Qin army was unable to attack. They don't have much ammunition. Everyone has a load of 100 to 120 rounds. This standard is twice that of the European and American armies during the musket period. Even so, last night, many of them burned out all the bullets. There was even a situation where the bullets were shot in a row. At that time, the supply could only provide them with a maximum of 20 bullets per person. This is the maximum supply limit. The ammunition situation is a little better, compared with food. It seems very scarce. Ammunition is the priority supply. Food is second. But the amount actually arrived is very limited. Food rations on the other side have been compressed by a third. If possible, maybe there will be more. The reduction of food directly affects morale, and all of this is caused by the unusual supply. What happened today made Wang Jian and Shang Wen very difficult. The supply situation is already very difficult. Now suddenly this happened again. This is undoubtedly worse. Shang Wen felt that he should go to the other side to inspect the situation. This decision, Shang Wen did not tell Wang Jian, because he didn't agree with Shang Wen doing this. However, this is very important. Reduction of supplies. Morale must be low. The soldiers will inevitably be a little restless. This anxiety can be contagious. He is more terrible than the virus. And at this time they need the highest officials to set an example. If there is not, they would curse their chief in private regardless of their life or death. This situation is like the US military on Guadalcanal. Morale. Soldiers need to boost morale, build up morale to face the current difficulties. Shang Wen secretly climbed onto an airship that was about to take off. But Shang Wen was surprised. Wang Jian was also on it. Wang Jian seemed to want to speak, but I didn't say it again. Shang Wen also understands. Both thought to go together. All want to check the situation on the spot, but both sides take care of each other. It's all the same now. No one can say who. Shang Wen smiled slightly. Agree. Wang Jian also shook his head helplessly. The airship arrived soon. Wang Jian got off the airship first. As soon as he showed up, he made the ground crew and the surroundings wait for the airship to transport the wounded. In exclamation. They couldn't believe their eyes. Yes, it is the general. A wounded soldier stammered in exclamation. Oh, and Mrs. Prime Minister, exclaimed the soldier carrying the stretcher. Shang Wen stretched out his hand to say hello when he clicked the airship. Young man, how did the fight go? Shang Wen took the initiative to greet. The soldier was stunned. He was surprised and couldn't answer. It seems that the situation is very serious. Our soldiers are all injured, Shang Wen said with concern. Pa standard salute. Sir, we are fine. We can still fight, said a corporal. Yeah, very good. You performed very well. As he spoke, Shang Wen stretched out his thumb. "Is there any question you need help?" Shang Wen asked. "It's okay. Bring it up. I will solve it for you as soon as possible." "It's okay. Let's go." Shang Wen looked at the soldier with a chill. He took the initiative to take off his coat and put it on the soldier. "Sir, this, the soldier was a little anxious. "I'm going to take it off." Shang Wen reached out his hand to stop it. "It seems that our soldiers need coats. We need hot meals to be warm," Shang Wen said with a smile. The soldier lowered his head embarrassedly. "It doesn't matter. All these problems will be resolved soon," Shang Wen said loudly. Talking, Shang Wen walked to a pile of materials. Shang Wen stood on it and said loudly, "All the soldiers." "I am Darkin's Prime Minister." Shang Wen pointed at himself and said, "What's happening here?" "General Wang and I know very well. Your supply is not very smooth. You lack ammunition. You lack food. You lack cold clothing. The only thing that you don't lack is those damn dog-offlesy people." All people began to pay attention. This is a fact. It did happen to them. They want to see how the chief explains. There are difficulties, and we are already the worst here. But Tycoon did not give up on you, nor will he give up on you forever. Everything that happens here, we are all in our eyes. What we want to do is the fastest to solve the problem. I promise to God here, I will let everyone have a hot meal, a coat to keep out the cold. There are also plenty of ammunition to teach the damshi. The soldiers nodded. What we have to do now is to cheer up again. Let our courage overcome all the current difficulties. Then we will kick the Sharon's ass together. Shang Wen waved his arms loudly and said, "Kick the moon in the ass." A soldier shouted, "Kick butt. Kick butt." The soldiers began to shout. Shang Wen waved his hand and inspected the situation here with Wang Jian. The arrival of the two highest officials gave many soldiers renewed hope. They think they have received the attention of the highest official. They were not discarded, and the two chiefs came to inspect in such a dangerous place. Let the soldiers see the courage of their officers. Such courage encouraged the soldiers to continue fighting with high morale. The supreme officer leads by example. They are not afraid of danger. Isn't the soldier scared? Shang Wen and Wang Jian inspected separately. Wang Jian went to the front line. Shang Wen checked the logistics. Both are front lines. All are full of danger. But they are not afraid. Where did they go? Wherever the soldiers cheered, morale began to rise. They fought again in a full posture. The slogan of kicking his ass gradually began to spread on the battlefield. They are going to give a severe lesson to these people. 342 Reserve. The inspection results of Shang Wen and Wang Jian are consistent, and the current situation is very bad. But fortunately, the highest official appeared on the front line to boost morale. But the fundamental problem has not hesitated to solve. That is the supply, which must be restored as soon as possible. After the two returned, Wang Jian came up with a bold plan. "Choose another crossing," Shang Wen said loudly. Hear Wang Jian's plan. Shang Wen felt it was too bold, because he knows it very well. They don't have a reserve team. The reserve team is on the way. Moreover, there are tens of thousands of troops on the opposite side of the Yellow River who need supplies. Wang Jian smiled slightly, then began to explain to Shang Wen. Now on the other side of the Yellow River, 30,000 horses have been surrounded by more than 100,000. With such a comparison of forces, it is very remarkable to be able to achieve such a situation. Wang Jian first said affirmatively. But if you want to completely solve the enemy in front of you, from the current point of view, it is impossible. No matter how reinforced, it must be supplied from the crossing of the river. Moreover, the distance from Yik to here is very long. The pressure on logistics is very high. The other party has awakened. It is impossible for us to cross the river. Therefore, we can only reinforce from elsewhere. Then give them a big shot from behind. That is to say, we kicked the moon fiercely. Sharon's ass, Wang Jian said with a smile. The old general, please also express it. Shang Wen still didn't understand. What I mean is to reselect a crossing from the upper reaches of the Yellow River, use the reserve team we are mobilizing, and then give the opponent a vicious blow from the side. At the same time, the 30,000 horses on the opposite side of us will be dragged to death. These hundreds of thousands of horses. The longer the drag, the better. In this way, the more fully prepared we are. Wang Jian gestured on the map. Wang Jian said so. Shang Wen understands the same. Qin Jun wants to solve the problem thoroughly. It is necessary to add a new force. The entry of this new force will severely impact the people from the side, then attack from the front. These people will be completely eliminated. What Shang Wen didn't know was, Wang Jian saw it. This army is regarded as the Jing Sharp of the family. That is, the main force of these people. Qin Jun had already fought against the opponent's main force inadvertently. It was an accident. It is also an opportunity, because you want to capture your opponent in a wide, unfamiliar area. Very difficult. But now, the people from the family came to the door by themselves. This has to be said. This is an accident. But Qin Jun wanted to seize this opportunity. It is necessary to test Qin Jun's comprehensive ability. The first is the deployment of troops. How many troops can Qin Jun deploy? Shang Wen thought of this question. How many people do we need? Shang Wen asked. At least we need 20,000 cavalry. Wang Jian said. Too many. We don't have so many. Are we tuned from the north? Shang Wen said. It's too late. It's impossible to give us such a long time. We have a full budget. There are only 10,000 cavalry. There is no extra power. Wang Jian said. Shang Wen began to think about this serious problem. Insufficient troops. And there is not enough cavalry. If the infantry in hand is sent over, it is estimated that the problem cannot be solved. Fight in such an open area. The opponent is the cavalry. The opponent ran away, can't catch up. Then the Mengwu department of the southern line. It's impossible, because the distance is too far. When the news arrives, everything is estimated to be over. Shang Wen thought of this and shook his head. This method does not work either. If Wang Jian thinks it is feasible, it has been proposed long ago. Shang Wen changed his angle again. How to deploy troops? The number of cavalry deployed in the center line is the least among the three-way army. Now there is a single cavalry on the other side. There are only 2 cavalry regiments mobilized from the rear. They are performing a sweeping mission. There are at most 2 more in the rear. This is the 10,000 people mentioned by Wang Jian. There is half of the gap. How to deal with it? Shang Wen shifted his attention to another level. Reserve. This time, Qin State had laid his blood. Even the civilians handed out guns to participate. Most of them participated in the war in the form of a horse caravan. Their number is huge. The number of people behind the army is almost 100,000. Qin Jun outsourced many things to the other party. In this way, Qin Jun's pressure is very light. To ensure safety, they can guarantee their own safety, and for your own safety. These people usually participate in hunting. Now they hunt more than just for safety. More is to obtain wealth. Thinking of this, Shang Wen has an idea. Recruiting reserve personnel on the spot. Let them enter a state of war. Shang Wen said suddenly. Wang Jian was a little at a loss. We still have a large number of militias in the rear. Reserve personnel. We can enlist them. Join the battle. When we came, they simply organized them. They still have a system. We just have to gather them. Get up. Let them elect their own commander. A short run-in. It should be possible. And they have horses. They have weapons. They should be able to fight. Shang Wen waved his hand and said. Wang Jian thought for a while. I think it can. Just do it. Many of them. They have fought. Now they are also fighting. They did it to clean up those people. Their experience is not worse than those of regular cavalry. Good. Just do it. We have to give them special allowances. Otherwise, I'm afraid they won't get involved. At the same time, after the battle is over, they have the right to get their own spoils. Shang Wen said. Yeah? Yes. You can draw up a manuscript. I'll give an order now. Be quick. Wang Jian began to give orders as he said. Shang Wen also started writing commands. Finish writing the command. Shang Wen made people send it off quickly. But Shang Wen thought of one thing, Ling Wai, that is, Qin's reserve needs to be perfected. And this war, undoubtedly a reminder to Qin Go, civilians of weapons, can reduce national training costs on a large scale. And as long as the war requires the perfection of the system, add to the civilians in possession of weapons, they can quickly transform into the country's armed forces. And it is an armed force that cannot be underestimated. They they can go into battle when the country needs it most. Thought of this, Shangwin believes that a new service will be born. National Jing Guard. They bear the responsibility of defending the country. At the same time, it can also provide well-trained soldiers for other services. Many of the U.S. troops come from the National Guard. 10th Mountain Division. The predecessor was the National Guard, and the establishment of such a military. In fact, it is a good excavation of national war personnel. Conversion of armed forces. It can be completed smoothly. From the militia to the national army, anyone who can handle weapons can be mobilized. Thus, the number of troops mobilized will expand dramatically. Qin will have a huge military power to provide protection for it. 343 Six-Pipe Vulcan. Shangwen wanted to return. But if you want to make this plan complete, it is necessary to maintain the supply of the front army. This is not a simple task. The establishment of the National Guard, a new service, is far less important than providing supplies to 30,000 people on the other side. The task of supplying supplies can only be solved by the engineers and the Air Force flying team. No other arms have this capability. In fact, the engineers have already begun to solve this difficult problem. The difficulties they face are obvious. Qin Jun lost the wide river crossing area on the opposite bank, and is now compressed at the crossing river mouth only 10 miles wide by the Xi people. It is impossible for the crossing of the river to lay out the ropes on a large scale like before. Since the quantity cannot be used, it can only improve the efficiency of a single rope to transport materials. The cable is directly replaced by wire rope from the original hemp rope. This is the result of mixing with barbed wire after removing the iron thorns. Very strong. In this way, you can withstand heavier supplies. The next step is to install some machinery. The engineers used a series of measures such as disassembling wagon wheels, improving transmissions, and installing winches to increase the efficiency of transporting materials. They began to suspend a large number of pods. In this way, you can load and unload without any effort. This approach is similar to a cable car, but no matter what method is used, Qin Jun is speeding up the construction of this method of transportation. This method is slowly spreading out. The Qin army's supply situation is improving. At the very least, bullets can guarantee a quota of 60 rounds per person. But these are not enough. When fighting on the front lines, new weapons were also shipped from the rear. Rotating 6-barreled machine gun. It is the Qin version of the Gatling machine gun. There are only 5 of them in small quantities. For how to use, the army obviously didn't know when it was purchasing. They just bought and tested it temporarily because of the novelty. In other words, these 5 machines are experimental products. For use, the army considers it a little lighter than artillery, and installed on the gun mount. So use it as a cannon. But the artillery was very dissatisfied with this weapon. Think that this kind of weapon is completely superfluous. It is not as good as the shot of artillery. So this weapon was not optimistic at the beginning. There is an urgent need for a fast-fire artillery on the other side. A certain supply officer immediately pushed this weapon to those hapless people who lacked food or clothing on the other side. Wait for this weapon to be sent by the communication personnel. The other side is just curious. After learning about the power, I know that this weapon can be fired continuously, but the journey is limited. There is a distance of 150 steps. The people have used suicide charge like crazy. It caused a headache for the soldiers of the Qin army who had the front guns. The front loading speed of the gun is too low. You can't beat the opponent down at all. Take this into consideration. The Qin army on the other side put these artillery in the forward position with an attitude of giving it a try. The nightmare of the Xi people began. As usual, the people of Xi began to organize a dense team to charge. They avoided the artillery and barbed wire of the Qin army. These are like going through a ghost gate. Xi people fell in batches. The people from the clan were babbling and killing all the Qin people. Wait until they finally enter the barbed wire channel. The rotating 6-barreled machine gun began to take off. Pa-pa-pa-pa. There was a fast-paced gunshot. The people of Xi are like fallen wheat, falling down in pieces. Stop for a while. Replace the magazine. The machine gun uses a gravity magazine with a 4-to-5 method of loading. The filling is complete. Then there was another burst of papa papa. The sound of the people of Xi began to fall into pieces. Good, good. The position commander continued to applaud when he saw this weapon play such a big role. Go, get everything. Just ask Six-Pipe Vulcan to come over. The commander shouted orders. The soldiers quickly went to execute, while the soldiers on the ground were loading bullets while listening to the pops of machine guns. This sound was very pleasant to them, as long as he rang. Don't even think that someone can stand up for the soldiers of the Qin army. The sound of a machine gun is the most beautiful sound in the world. It sounds very beautiful. Qin people think it sounds nice. The people of think this is the most terrifying voice in the world. As long as the sound of papa papa sounded, many people have to fall. It was impossible to stand up and initiate a charge at all. Many people shouted loudly, they will hack to death the Qin with a knife in their hands. They are warriors, is a born fighter. They are not afraid of death. But this weapon lets you people know what fear is. The shouting people rushed forward desperately. They know, just rush over. You can kill the Qin people. Many times, the people of the family rushed to the Qin army's position like this. But this time, desperately rush forward. Just can't rush. All around people fell one by one. The people behind had no time to see what was going on in front. He died in a daze. The shock was too strong. Many Xi people don't know how to die. In this position, the Xi people die the most. The piles of corpses grew taller. Blood, death, began to shock the hearts of Xi people. They died, so many people just couldn't get a step closer to the opponent's position. The people of Xi began to fear. What weapon is as frightening as the devil? Disappointed. So many people died. He didn't even meet the opponent's Mao. Charge requires blood. We need a god who is not afraid of death as a pillar. The relentless sweep of the machine gun. Let the people of the family smash that bit of blood. The flying bullet interrupted the opponent's Jing God pillar. The people of Xi stopped fighting. They knew it was futile, knowing that it was going to die in vain. Retreat. Survival is the most important thing. The people of Xi began to flee frantically. Bullets relentlessly hit these ignorant Xi people who left a machine gun on their back. The battle here has just ended. The machine guns were transferred to other positions for support. For a time, 5 machine guns began to crazily harvest the lives of these people. The big names of the machine guns cannot be called up. No one wants to call. But the name that the field commander accidentally called out made everyone full of praise. Six-Pipe Vulcan. Everyone called out his name clearly. Soldiers have treated machine guns like gods. The 6-barreled Vulcan is just an experiment. The number is not much. Commanders in many positions began to require such weapons. The report is handed to the rear. The rear directly turned into an order and threw it to the arsenal. The quantity is ordered 150 at one time. The more bullets, the better, because this machine gun does not have the problem of barrel heating. The disadvantage is the supply of bullets. Just when Qin Jun celebrated the 6-pipe Vulcan god, the people also made adjustments. They no longer dared to attack Qin's position from the front. The number of casualties forced them to look away. Qin Jun's bottle mouth. Cross the river mouth. There are only dozens of arrows in length. They want their cavalry to take advantage. Seal this hole. 344 no move. The people of the family once again turned their attention to cutting off the supply line of the Qin army. They found out, all the weapons of the Qin army seemed to be inseparable from this supply line. If the supply line is cut off, then the advantage of Qin Jun will be reduced by a large part. He was even trapped alive in the end. This is a very stupid way. But it was a big killer move against Qin Jun. The people began to mobilize all the forces they could mobilize to attack the Dooku again. In order to avoid the violent artillery fire of the Qin army, they chose to attack at night, and no torches are allowed to be used when attacking. He had the experience of the last time he attacked the Qin Jundu estuary. I think it can still be successful this time. They will fight on flat ground. They have horses. This is an advantage. Qin Jun is a pawn. They can only rely on their legs. Height, double advantage of speed. Let Xi people regain confidence. They believe. Just launch an attack. just one time, can completely solve all the problems. Late at night, the people of Xi quietly assembled a team of 30,000 people. They will be divided into two directions, north and south, at the same time, to completely block the Qin army's supply line by attacking the Qin army crossing the river mouth. Centurion, can we do it? Those Qin people have terrible fire-breathing thick pipes. That thing is terrible. 1 month soldier asked their centurion. Don't think too much. Wait a while. Well, get on the horse and rush hard. As long as we enter the Qin people, they dare not release fire-breathing things. It's okay. The centurion comforted. Soldiers can comfort. Who will comfort the officer? The centurion thought to himself. This battle is getting worse. The more people die. The centurion saw with his own eyes the horror of Qin's weapons. He was very clear in his heart. Even if it is victory, many people will die, and he himself is very disgusted with such a war. He wants to go home. Think of your own wife and children. Don't want to fight anymore. He also didn't want to know why he was fighting. In short, he sees no hope. The sneak attack began. The Shi quickly rode closer. Plus there are no lights. Qin Jun's sentry is hard to find. People can't find it, but some things can be found. Qin Jun learned the lesson from last time. A large number of dense landmines were laid on the periphery. Barbed wire. The wire fences of these mines are unusually dense. Qin Jun felt very headache when he was intensive enough to clear it by himself. They only thought of defense at first. Prevent the same incident as last time. They desperately arranged all channels. Intersection. A large number of barbed wire fences are arranged. Landmines. The people of the family also know to send a small number of people out to clean the barbed wire. But he didn't know the mines buried in the ground. Boom and boom. 2 huge explosions shocked the silence of the night. Enemy attack. Enemy attack. Qin Jun's post began to shout loudly. The explosion awakened everyone. They took up their weapons and began to enter their posts. The people of Xi didn't even know what was going on, just approaching the periphery of Qin Jun. Why did the other party explode into flames? There is no way. The people of Xi began to charge. They shouted. The ghosts screamed, thought this was the last battle. As long as the fight is over, everything is over. They waved their swords and rushed towards each other. Ah, boom, boom, the explosion sounded. The barbed wire dragged the sound of flesh and blood, and the painful voice of Xi people. It became the painful charge of the Xi people. His mother. Here again. Shoot Lao Tzu. Blast these grandsons to death. Qin Jun looked at the family's sneak attack. Now this trick is coming again. They naturally want to avenge the last time. Boom, the artillery began to strike. A bright light flashed by in the darkness. The people of Xi don't know how many people will die, and Qin Jun was very happy to see the death of the other party. The painful moan of the other party is the greatest pleasure. Revenge. Pure revenge. This is the greatest will of the Qin army in fighting. Busy on the other side. Busy here too. The artillery here must provide fire support to the other side at any time. But they don't know the situation on the other side. Know the range. A preliminary judgment can only be made by the naked eye to judge the fire. They are afraid of hurting themselves. The artillery commander was more anxious than the other side. If you can't provide fire support in time, the consequences could be disastrous. Without any choice, they can only take the angle as far as possible. Just try not to get close to the crossing of the Qin army. Instead, he turned to a farther position at the crossing of the river. In this way, accidental injuries are avoided to the greatest extent. But this can only hit the team behind Xi on the other side. The pressure on Qin Jun's face was still great. The positive Qin army has come to fight. The dense barbed wire temporarily slowed down the opponent's attack speed. They need a more powerful weapon. Destroy the opponent completely. Please Vulcan, quickly. Please Vulcan. The Qin Jun battlefield commander ordered the soldiers to call for help from the machine gun. Shang Wen here also realized that the artillery could not conduct more accurate shelling, so the airship was ordered to lift off into the air to release the firework bomb. Provide lighting instructions for it. The airship quickly lifted off, ready to release firework bombs. The Qin Jun took the initiative to dispatch machine guns to support them in a timely manner. The six-tube Vulcan began to make a pop-a-pop noise. The machine guns began to form a dense crossfire net. The family who had just dated the barbed wire suddenly heard a terrible sound. The people of Xi were terrified. Pieces of people began to fall. A road of flesh and blood. Let Qin's military machine gun be laid. The airship began to release fireworks. A brief glimmer let the artillery observers see the specific scope of the Xi people. The cannon began to make short adjustments. They began to bombard the Xi squadron, thoroughly kill the other party. Put, boom, boom, boom. The artillery began to fire intensively. The cannonball roared. The Xi people who were waiting to advance became living targets for artillery. Some of them are still admiring the fireworks of Tanshan Mountain. The fireworks are beautiful. My idea makes them forget that this is a battlefield. They thought it was on the wide grassland. They thought about getting such a bunch of Tanshan flowers after the war. But some people realize that the situation is not good. Qin Jun would not put this thing like this for no reason. Wait for the gun on the other side to sound. They realized that the situation was not good, but it was too late. Cannonballs exploded among them. Many people lost in pieces, and Qin Jun also used the last killer rocket missile. This is the latest generation of rockets developed by Qin Jun. The same is an experimental product. The people of Xi became experimental subjects. Swish, the rocket roared out. Then there was a rumble. The other side was completely defeated. The people of Xi began to flee frantically. They don't know what weapons the other party has to use. The rockets have completely collapsed them. The Xi's sneak attack completely collapsed under the final blow of the rocket. They can only wait. They are not recruited. Completely lost. 345 reversal. The next day, Qin Jun sent a large number of personnel to clean the battlefield, because the bodies of Xi people are piled up a lot. These corpses need to be cleaned up in time, otherwise, a large number of germs will be infected. Qin Jun now learns to keep the battlefield tidy. Know that this is an effective way to reduce non-combat attrition. The people of the family will not come to collect the corpses. They have retreated far. They have collapsed. I don't want to fight with Qin Jun anymore. Shang Wen came here in time to find out the situation. I would like to express my condolences to the soldiers. Shang Wen felt morale high when he hit the airship. They finally took revenge. This attack, Qin Jun's loss was extremely slight. There were only 2 minor injuries. Shang Wen was very happy after hearing this. The supply of materials on the battlefield has also begun to gradually recover under the new cable transportation. Soldiers can already eat and wear warmth. It's estimated that it won't take long. You can take a hot bath, Shang Wen said with a smile after learning about the soldiers' supplies. The soldiers were very happy when they heard it. It shows that their supply line has been completely restored, and some officers were keenly aware that Qin Jun must have made big moves. In fact, the Qin army is gathering all the forces, manpower and material resources they can collect. The plan was to choose a landing site 200 miles in the upper reaches of the Yellow River to send a second force. They have 30,000 horses, 10,000 infantry, artillery mixed centaur, make 20,000 all cavalry, among them are 10,000 reserve cavalry. They do not have uniform clothing. Qin Jun just sent them some banners, numbering, a small amount of light artillery, and a lot of Zhengfu bonds. Besides, there is nothing left. Even their commanders are elected by themselves with a certain degree of prestige. Qin Jun just wrote his name on a letter of commission. Then a force was born. Zhengfu promise. They have a share of the spoils. The dead will provide a high return of 100 acres of land. These treatments, Qin regular army has none. Many people participated. They have a carriage. Horses are not a problem. Muskets are not a problem either. Some of the weapons in their hands were better than Qin's equipment. The combat experience is no worse than those of the soldiers who participated in the war. Many of them are veterans, plus participate in hunting activities. This will provide them with slaves. If you take it to Xianyang and sell it, it is also a fortune. The reason why they did not join the army, it's just because they are not so lucky. Registration is late, or simply don't know. It's good now, the country recruits them again. They are naturally willing for more than just generous rewards. They are more of a responsibility. Responsibility. This was repeatedly emphasized at the beginning of the establishment of the new style Qin army. These people have repeatedly dealt with the army. Let them be dimly aware of the concept of the country. Above this concept, they are aware of the sense of responsibility on their shoulders. This is the performance of the patriotic god. It is formed spontaneously. It is the charisma of this powerful country. Gather them together. Now the country needs them. They said nothing. They stood up. No reason. Qin Jun organized them briefly and began to gather. But there is no candidate for the commander of this army. Shang Wen suggested Wang Ben. Wang Jian disagreed. I think my son is too frizzy, not suitable. But Shang Wen thinks Wang Ben is bold, good at offensive. Wang Jian considered that there were no other candidates in the army. He had no choice but to appoint his son as the commander of that extremely crucial army. The troops stepped up to gather at the new crossing. It is not yet time. There is still a lot of ice at the crossing of the river, but it is estimated that it will pass soon. It is only a matter of time. Shang Wen then checked some forward positions. The crazy offensive of the Shi people has stopped. The huge cost of casualties forced them to stop this meaningless attack. The front line became very quiet. No one has any plans to disturb anyone. Shang Wen thinks that the military band can come up and play. Boost morale. By the way, relax a little. But the officers are not interested in these. They are interested in the six-pipe Vulcan. They need this powerful weapon, and strongly demanded. This weapon must be used by infantry. Needless to say, the artillery and infantry launched a fierce question of ownership. Shang Wen was finally helpless. It can only be said that the rear has already placed a large order before everyone gets out. This battle, a large number of new weapons have appeared, and in actual combat, many weapons are beginning to be refined. This means the Qin army has already digested the results of the weapon reform, and through digestion, the specific development pattern of weapons is being gradually explored, and this is not something Shang Wen can intervene. Because of many things, they have already begun to develop it themselves. The speed is very fast. Looking at the Shi barracks quietly in front of the position, Shang Wen began to feel that they were very pitiful. The situation of Shi people is indeed pitiful. But no one will pity them. This is the battlefield. Everything is self-made. A large number of wounded. It's irritating. The wound of the gun artillery. In particular, the Qin army used a large number of dim bullets. Flower bullets. These traumas are never seen before by the Shi people. Even a slight bayonet stabbed. It is also a big blood hole. There is no effective medicine. There is no clean water source to clean up the wound. As a result, many wounded wounds have deteriorated. The pain tortured them. Some people can't stand it. Suicide directly with a knife. This is undoubtedly a wise move. The painful groans of a large number of wounded broke Hugh's hearts. 150,000 army. More than 50,000 people were killed, and there are nearly 20,000 injuries. Failure, injury, homesick. A series of factors caused the morale of the Shi people to be extremely low. They became wary. Despair made them restless. Shi people are no longer possible, nor is it capable of launching an offense. But King Yu's orders made them stick to it. Besieged the Qin army. This order seemed to be given to Qin Jun. It was not the Qin army who was besieged, but myself. On the side of Helen Mountain is the Gobi Desert. It is a desert. These make it more difficult to supply the Shi people. Coupled with the cold at night, the army hurried out to fight. Many soldiers were frozen to death. There is also a large amount of wind chill prevalent in the barracks. King Shi didn't care about these. What he needs is victory. Victory. To this end, he decided to recruit a new army to step up to eliminate the Qin army. He will personally lead troops out on the expedition. In contrast, all aspects of the Qin army have been equipped. Waiting is the right time. The offensive and defensive sides of the war have reversed. The initiative of the war is in the hands of the Qin army. They have a stronger advantage. Launched a fatal blow to the Xi people. The Xi people are newly defeated. Not aware of this, 346 Hun's wolf. King Yu's heard that his 150,000 horses could not even beat Qin's 30,000 horses. In a hurry, he recruited an army of 200,000. Coming to Qin Jun in a mighty force. This 200,000 army can only be used as a number. Actual combat power, very much to be discussed. Because these 200,000 people even joined the teenagers. These people are different from the Huns. Their area is very wide, but there are very few places that can really graze. This also determines that Yu's manpower cannot be that large. They can only work hard on the quality of their soldiers. And the method of King Yu's is undoubtedly to bring Yu's kingdom into the abyss of disaster. And the King Moon gave it all. The gain is greater than the loss. Many princes and ministers also put forward different suggestions. Some even pointed out directly that the fight should not be continued, but take the initiative to show goodwill to Qin, give our country a chance to rejuvenate. But the will of the king's power is crushing the shackles of the old system. The binding force of princes and ministers has become an obstacle to the consciousness of kingship. Under such obstacles, the princes and ministers are naturally the target of the attack. King thinks, this is challenging the kingship. They don't believe in the king. It means rebellious. This time fighting against the Qin people originally thought that a large piece of grassland country could be obtained. The people of the family can no longer have to graze on the more barren land. But the actual effect is often so unsatisfactory. The first is the blizzard. Then he went head to head to attack the Qin army camp. So many people died at once. Reluctantly had to withdraw troops. This gave the princes and ministers a chance. They had long advised him not to send troops. Don't send troops. It's good now. Something went wrong. Every day King had to face the censure of the princes. King Xi has long been bored, so he didn't go up. Instead, I went to have fun in the harem. With the military operations of the Qin army unfolding, the news gradually reached King Yu's ears. King Yu's family would never allow Qin Jun to run wild in his territory, so the army was dispatched immediately. After the army went out, King believes that this battle should be won. The subsequent battle report showed Qin Jun only looked like tens of thousands, and it was blocked by the ice disaster. King Yu's eyes finally smiled after seeing the news. He seemed to have seen victory descend on him. He also saw all the princes and ministers at a loss after seeing the victory. That look is the most proud look in the world. Everyone began to surrender to his feet. All. But reality is always right with him, especially when he heard that 15 people were beaten by only 30,000 people. King thinks this is simply a shame. He even saw someone watching his jokes. After hearing the news, the princes and ministers immediately persuaded the king to give up his attack on Qin. Irony, naked irony. King Shi had enough. Too much persuasion has become a kind of contempt for kingship. The authority of the kingship is challenged. Defend the kingship. Defend the dignity of a king. Enough. Am done. It's time for the king to say a few words. Everyone, all who talked about the king, all. Kill all. King said frantically. Everyone was taken aback. Then a large number of guards rushed in to get people. Some ministers also wanted to wake up the crazy king with the last loud call. But at random, he was hacked to death by the sharp blade of the guard. For a while everyone saw the existence of death. They were terrified. The blood irritated the king. Kill them all, quickly. Kill them. They are traitors. Traitors. King cried loudly. The guards acted immediately upon hearing the order. All the princes and ministers died in the hall in an instant. This is not dead yet. To prevent retaliation, the king dispatched an army to kill all the families and children of all the princes and ministers. Simultaneously, order all people to be recruited to join the war. He wants to fight Qin to the death, to show determination. He set off in person. The Moon Kingdom was drained all at once. All the men went to fight. The country suddenly became empty. This is a once-in-lifetime opportunity for the Xungnu Wolf. The Huns were driven to Mobai by the Kin people. It is not their ideal living environment. Add the loss of population. They desperately need an ideal grazing place. Use ally. The Huns knew that they couldn't beat the Kin at all. This huge opponent. But the people of the family did not know what they could do to compete with the people of Kin. The Huns think this is an opportunity. When used domestic turmoil and the second army marched out. Opportunity for the Huns. It's finally here. But this time, the Huns did not do anything unexpectedly. Their headman Shan Yu think that the Kin people are the biggest enemy. You should help the Shi people to defeat the Kin people first, then deal with the Shi people. And now the two sides are allies. This way, very bad. This is a great destruction of Shanya's authority. Taman has a vision, also very clearly aware of the current situation. The Kin people can kill so many people at once. The biggest enemy is the Kin people. Only weaken the Kin people. Only then can there be a common opportunity to survive. He thought so. But some people don't think so. What? Don't send troops. My father even gave his beloved Katishi. Now he doesn't send troops. Cowardly. It's not a warrior of the Huns at all. Mouton was shocked and angry when he heard the news. He doesn't send troops. Let's go. Could it be that you can't even beat the women of the family? Mouton said loudly. This. King Yuan hesitated. He just delivered a message. Did not expect. This little prince was so passionate, still young, less hardships experienced. Wang Yuan thought, King Yuan, for the survival of the Huns, in order for us to regain our grassland, I need your troops to seize the Shi grassland. Mouton said passionately, this, little prince, it's not so good. If you only know. The words were not finished yet. King Yuan felt a little cold on his neck. Send troops, otherwise I will kill you. Give me the order quickly. Let them listen to my dispatch. Mao Dun directly threatened King Yuan with death with the dagger. Helpless. King Yuan only gave orders. Let the 5,000 people in the headquarters listen to Morton's dispatch. That's all. When she sought a decisive battle, Huns. The wolf took a bite behind it fiercely. Every move towards the Huns. Those princes and ministers of the family knew all about it. But they are all dead. King had no idea about this. He was naive to send people. Let the Huns send troops to contain the Kin people. 347 The powerful army crossing the Yellow River. The Kin army's position on the opposite bank of the Yellow River seemed unusually calm. The people of Shi could only launch an attack without the strength. But they cannot withdraw troops, so they can only wait in place. Qin Jun is too. The Supply situation has not been resolved. It is also very irrational to launch an offense rashly. At the same time, a big plan is also underway. Therefore, Qin Jun did not move. Qin Jun did not move here. It doesn't mean that the Qin army in other places hasn't moved. The Qin army on the southern line quickly crossed the Yellow River. Launch a swift offensive. They have been advancing along the Hexi corridor. Stop attacking when encountering a mountain. Plain combat is the advantage of the cavalry and the mountains. It requires a huge amount of force. The Mengwu ministry, which was under-strengthened, had no plan to fight in the mountains. If that's the case, their advantage is gone. Simultaneously, according to their original plan, they crossed the Yellow River to revolve northward. But this plan is not rigorously specified. Their goal is very big. Rotate to outflank the posterity of the Shi people. But where to spin? Mengwu didn't know it himself. Report the situation. Totally impossible. Such a big place. It takes a long time to go back and forth. And after crossing the mountain, going north is a desert. It is difficult for the army to pass. Comprehensive specific circumstances. Mengwu decided to move on. After crossing this area, make another plan. His decision, make this Qin army completely deviate from the original offensive line, and their unintentional move will open the beautiful and rich land of the western regions. They don't know it themselves. Just know to cross their Hexi corridor, plan for all problems. The Qin army on the southern line boldly advanced deep. The northern line still cannot launch military operations. The weather factor is still an important factor restricting military deployment. Action in the middle. It's a little bolder. An army temporarily recruited. Under Wang Ben's temporary reorganization, he began to exert the same combat power as the regular army. This improvised army does not have decent heavy weapons, artillery and so on. But their tactics are extremely flexible. Sneak attack, ambush, harassment. It can be said that this is a team that is very good. This tactic is very suitable for cavalry operations. The fast maneuver of the cavalry. Let them play to the extreme. This is very much in line with Wang Ben's view of cavalry. For the other cavalry in hand, their weapons are varied. The new weapons are very mixed. But their weapons are new. But the firepower is extremely powerful. Wang Ben thinks that they are his own killer. A short assembly. The reorganization will end soon. After waiting for several days, the ice on the Yellow River began to decrease. There is no ice in some places. The time has come for the offensive. The Qin army engineers began to erect the pontoon bridge. The work lasted from noon until the sun went down. The pontoon has just been erected. The army began to pass quickly. The first to pass was the recruited reserve cavalry. They don't have many heavy weapons. And after crossing the river, they can flexibly carry out investigation activities according to their needs. They are very good at these. In order to improve passing ability, the engineers erected the second pontoon bridge overnight. Early Chun season. The temperature difference between day and night is large. The temperature of the river water also varies greatly, especially at night. The river is bitterly cold. Oh, it's really cold. A Qin military engineer jumped into the icy water and couldn't help calling. Top one by one. In a while, it's all right, an older Qin army soldier said comfortingly. It's done. There is good wine on the shore. Another veteran said in a loud voice. The Qin army engineers are like this. Floating bridges are erected in 2 shifts. They stick to their posts. Even the cold river water has to complete the task. The frontline soldiers fought bravely. They are equally brave in their posts. There are also such soldiers who are devoted to their duties. Qin Jun can quickly complete the task of crossing the river. It took 3 days before and after crossing the river. Qin Jun passed 30,000 horses one after another. Afterwards, some supplies were followed up. After Qin Jun crossed the river, quickly build a solid bridgehead. Then began to send a large number of scouts to investigate. After they crossed the river, no immediate action was taken. It's just waiting for a very appropriate time. This time is right. The Qin army on the other side of the river accumulated enough supplies to carry out military operations together. Wang Ben and the Qin army on the other side of the Yellow River fought together. Completely eliminate the enemy. In front of you, Qin Jun is quietly spreading out their military operations. The Sea people are rushing to help. But the Huns were the first to show their fangs. The object was not Qin Jun but Shi. Mouton seizes the military power of King Yun by means of death threats. Although the headquarter has 5,000 people, but their combat power is absolutely top-notch. Plus, the Moon Kingdom is now empty. Capture him. It's easy. After Mouton captured the army, immediately sent his division to the south, pounced towards the center of the family. The night is a great opportunity for the army to sneak attack. But on their way forward, a large tribe of almost 10,000 people appeared. Severe cold. Road. Consider night attacks and other situations. It is impossible for Mouton to bypass the tribe. Even if it is bypassed, the movement of the army will alarm this tribe sooner or later. Immediately after that is the entire Shi kingdom. Then the sneak attack will fail. What are the consequences of failure? Mouton knew better than anyone. Prince, please tell me. A general informed Mouton of what he had just discovered. Mouton began to measure in his heart what to do. Humphrey. Mouton said coldly. Kill all, as long as it is human. Kill me all, offenders. Kill. Mouton spoke murderously all over his body. 5,000 people quickly unfolded. They took advantage of the darkness, and at night, she relaxes Jing vigilantly. In addition, the tribes are all women and children. old and weak. The Huns soon succeeded. 5,000 people broke into the flock like 5,000 swift prairie wolves. They bite everywhere. Kill as soon as you see. But there are some exceptions. There are many women and children in Isi. This made the Xiongnu soldiers had to think of other ideas. It's all killing anyway. Just enjoy it and kill it. Many Huns think this way. In order to solve this obstacle as soon as possible, Morton led the team to enter kill as soon as you see. He even started with women and children. Several people of his age died at his hands, and he didn't blink. When he led the team to continue to kill, saw a few Huns doing good deeds, Mao suddenly became angry. His order, the people underneath should execute it without any discount. Now someone misunderstood his meaning. Mouton waved his arm, wielding the sword in his hand. All the Huns were hacked to death. Then there is the she woman. All the Huns present were stunned. This prince is too inhumane. Kill himself. Just forget it after killing it. The first level cut down by Mouton himself. What do you think? No one knows. 348. I'm here to call you back. The next military action of the Qin army is proceeding in an intense and orderly manner. The ice on the river will float away soon. When the time comes, the pontoon will be restored. Military operations can basically be launched. You can go back to Xianyang after you finish this work. After all, he is a civil servant. The matters of the war are left to the generals. I can't help much by myself. My lord, your letter, Shang Wen's guard said respectfully. Oh. Whose letter? Shang Wen asked. It's Princess Wen Yang, the guard said. Yeah, put it there, Shang Wen said. During the time I left Xianyang, Yin sends 3 letters every day. The content of the letter is messy. There are stock futures, trade, smuggling, and production. Even Xianyang has said about the train show. More than this, what kind of delicious and fun appeared on the streets of Xianyang? From Yinya's letter, Shang Wen understands everything that is happening in Qin from another perspective. Thought of this, Shang Wen changed his words again and said, wait, I'll take a look. Shang Wen hasn't had much to do recently. He also wanted to know what happened in Qin state recently. Shang Wen opened the envelope. There are only 4 words on the letter, and it has been greatly revised. It is written in a style similar to traditional Chinese characters. The writing format is also written in accordance with the current format. The idiot replied, Shang Wenyan said. Shang Wen shook his head. After smiling, put the letter aside. This Yin must be scolding herself for not replying again. Think about it too. So many letters. I haven't responded to a single one by myself. You idiot. I knew you wouldn't reply to my letter. Ying's envious voice came into Shang Wen's ears unexpectedly. Shang Wen was taken aback without any preparation. Ha, you idiot. No one cares about you. Right? I wrote you so many letters. You didn't reply to any of them. I told you about you last time. I also specifically looked for you. This time, you and me. I will see you after reading the letter with my own eyes. I will put your letter aside. Ying has already come. It's just an extra heart. See if Shang Wen is busy or not. Then, she wrote a letter temporarily and sent it in. I peeked aside. After watching Shang Wen's agitation, if Yin is so angry, she needs to find Shang Wen to settle the accounts. Shang Wen realized, at this time, it seems impossible to find excuses for being busy. What are you? Are you busy? But I don't think you are busy. You have a lot of time. Even if you can go back to the last word. But you don't even bother to take a pen. I am also a princess anyway. Don't you even want to reply to a letter of your letter? Ying became more and more angry. Annoyed, she directly twisted Shang Wen's ears. Oh, let go. Let go. It hurts. It hurts to death. Shang Wen shouted. It hurts. It hurts. That's right. Who told you not to reply to my letters? I write so many letters. Is it easy for you? I also wrote in the style of the font you wrote specially. The format is also written in this way. You are good. Look. No reply. You are a whitey-eyed wolf. Ying, you cursed princess. I made a mistake. I will definitely return next time. You let go first. Let go. Shang Wen covered his ears and said, "It's late." "You idiot." "I don't know what was wrong until the end," Yin said. Shang Wen took a look. "Ying Yu is angry. You have to find a way to divert your attention. Otherwise, continue like this." My ears flew so that this guy could not pull it off. Ouch. My dear princess is so kind to me. I really didn't notice this. If I noticed this, I would have returned. Shang Wen said softly. HMPH. Of course I am a good princess. Good to you, you whitey-eyed wolf, blind and invisible. Yin heard Shang Wen praise herself. The anger in my heart was half gone. But thinking that the nerd did a bit too much, I was too embarrassed to just let him go. "You promise?" "Reply to me later," Yin said. "I promise." "I promise," Shang Wen said quickly. "No, it's too cheap for you. Every time I take the initiative to write to you, later you take the initiative to write to me." Content. Ying Yu thought of this. Suddenly, I felt a lot more cheerful. The pleasure of revenge let the ignition gas disappear in the end. 3 letters a day. Each letter is not less than 1,000 words. Yin said happily. "Ah, this." Shang Wen had a headache. "Why? I'm not happy. I'll pull off your ears if I don't." He was about to pinch Shang Wen's ears. "Okay, I promise." "Can I promise?" Shang Wen said loudly. Considering that Shang Wen has always consciously abide by his own words, Ying did not let Shang Wen swear. "Okay, that's it. He'll read the 3 letters today." Yin loosened Shang Wen's ears and clapped his hands. "Wait, I haven't asked you why you are here." Shang Wen rubbed his ears and asked Ying Yu. "Oh, I almost forgot. I made the order for my father to pass through. Let you go back immediately." "Let's go with me now," Yin said. "What? You won't be in the name of running out. Fake your father's order." Shang Wen didn't believe it. "I don't bother to lie to you. This idiot Wang Ming will be here soon." Yinu pretended to be fine and said, "Number. I see if you gave the order. You won't run out again." Shang Wen said questioningly. Yinu indeed ran out by herself. Hee. Yinu didn't hide it either. Looking at Shang Wen with a smile. "I know, you must have ran out. Shang Wen is so careful. Just want to get back some spot." "So what? The king's fate is true. I heard it after my father discusses major issues. After I heard it, I will send you the news immediately," Yin said. "You are reasonable. I can tell you clearly." Shang Wen is now sure that what Yin said is true. "But I don't know what to make myself go back." "Then you must know what made me go back," Shang Wen asked. "That is," Yin said happily. "What's the matter?" Shang Wen asked. "You have to get some new tricks for me," Yin threatened. Okay, no problem. "Come on," Shang Wen asked anxiously. "Good." Yin clapped her hands and said, "Say it quickly." "You are almost anxious to me," Shang Wen said anxiously. "Look at you in a hurry." "It's not a big deal. It's about your crying princess Yandu." Chigo, Zalga has already reached Yandu. It is estimated that soon, maybe it has already breached Yandu by this time, the country of Yan is over. "That's it," Yin said nonchalantly. "Oh." Shang Wen nodded in thought. "Why? I feel sorry for your princess of Yan Kingdom." "Yan Kingdom does not exist anymore. There are other Yan Kingdom princesses. They cry and cry every day. Just like Yan Kingdom," Yin said dissatisfied. 349 Honey. Shang Wen knew about Yinya's reason and didn't pay much attention to it. "So I went to write a letter." Shang Wen just wants to draw up a pen. He received the order of King Qin. Our letter came with him. The content is similar to what Ying Zhengyu said, but it is more detailed than Yinya's explanation, according to the report of the Qin embassy, and reports from a large number of military observers. Zhao Jun and Qi Jun. Yan Jun, who had been killed by the 2 armies, had no power to fight back. Yan Jun's weapons and equipment are compared with Zhao Jun and Qi Jun. Appears very backward. The number of muskets equipped by the Yan army has just reached 10,000. There is not a single cannon. Domestic artillery production. Let King Yan kill it himself. Worse, they even set up a posture against Zhao Jun and Qi Jun on the bank of Yi River. 100,000 Yan army against 180,000 Zhao Qi coalition forces. The war was over as soon as it started. Li Mu fully realized the importance of artillery during the exercises of the Qin army, especially the important thing that concentrated artillery bombarding the opponent. Now Yan Jun even set out to fight unconsciously. Then Li Mu is not welcome. The Zhao Qi coalition forces quickly concentrated all 180 artillery guns. The Yan army lined up to attack was beaten to pieces. Their formation suddenly fell apart. Everyone scattered to avoid the bombardment of shells. Yan Jun, who was already inferior in discipline, suddenly went into a mess. Subsequently, the musketeers of the Zhao Qi coalition attacked. 3 rounds of hits. The Yan army was defeated. The whole army fled from top to bottom. The Zhao Qi coalition took advantage of the situation and the whole army pressed on. Defeated like a mountain, the Yan army was not only defeated on the battlefield, even along I lost Yan all. The ancestral temple of Yan state was forced to retreat to Liaodong before it had time to move away. Shang Wen had a reasonable understanding of this ending from the beginning. But what I didn't expect was that Yan Jun was defeated so quickly. The loser lost even the capital. This was beyond Shang Wen's expectations. The Zhao Qi coalition forces are dividing up the spoils. Basically nothing. What's left is some territories or something. Zhao Jun sent cavalry to hunt down the Yan army. Qi Jun did not show weakness either. A large number of tanks are also involved. Yan country seemed to have really been destroyed. King Qin got the news a day or two faster than Ambassador Yang Xin. But everyone understands the existence of Yango is very necessary now. But how can we ensure that the country of Yan continues to exist? This has become an extremely serious problem. Yan state also began to negotiate with Chu state. But Chu state just ignores Yan state. This leaves Yango with no solution at all. There is no intersection between the two countries. There are no common interests. The affairs of Yan state didn't care about the affairs of Chu state at all. Yango wanted to make a fuss about Surabaya, but Qi state generously gave Surabaya to Chu state. Qi is not without capable people. They heard that there is going to be war. It must be exempted from the Sao disturbance of the Chu state. The 3 Tanheng brothers were completely thinking of the country to persuade Hu Sheng to send Surabaya to Chu state. The winner also knows that Chu is great. Thinking of getting large tracts of land, it was generously given to Chu state. Give it to you today. Tomorrow I will even get it back with profit. This is how you think about winning. The 3 Tanheng brothers also naturally became the envoys of Qi and went to Chu. 3 generous performances, and Qi Guo's initiative to send land. Let the state of Chu have a good impression of the state. The favor of Qi Guo naturally neglected Yan Guo. Yan state left Chu state without accomplishing anything. Qin cannot help. Chu state ignored it again. Yango is really over. Thought of this. Shang Wen also felt that it was a problem. No one wants to help a country that is worthless. Moreover, the utilization value of Yango is really not very great. Naughty. Don't think about it. Hurry up and finish writing today's letter. Ying Yu called out Shang Wen, who was fascinated by the question. Okay, he'll write right away. Shang Wen picked up the feather pen and began to write. How to write? Shang Wen is still not sure about the relationship between him and Yinu. Is a business partner, not like is a lover. Yinu is still small, at most 16, still considered a high school student. Shang Wen thought for a long time but didn't write. Fool, write quickly. Yinu urged. Immediately, right away, Shang Wen said. At the urging of Yinu, Shang Wen quickly wrote down, Dear. Shang Wen wrote directly. Yinu looked curiously at what Shang Wen had written. Ying Yu stretched his head and took a look. His face turned red all at once. The red ones are hot. Yinu felt that Shang Wen was aware of something. Hey, that. Yinu faltered. So? Shang Wen asked. Oh, number. Nothing. Yinu suddenly felt embarrassed and said, That's good. I'll continue to write. Shang Wen wrote again. But what to write? 1,000 words. Shang Wen was in trouble all of a sudden. Shang Wen suddenly didn't know what to write to Yinu. Write what? Yes. Anyway, I don't know anything now. It's better to tell him a movie story. Thought of this, Shang Wen began to browse the movies in his head. Titanic is not good. Love is too miserable. It's not good to write this all at once. Shang Wen thought of this. I think it's better to write a little science fiction. E.T. is a science fiction movie full of outer space. Shang Wen thought of this. I started writing quickly. First name. Shang Wen changed his name to an easy-to-understand name. This way Yin can understand it. Shang Wen wrote quickly, unconsciously. He actually wrote more than 10,000 words. But Yin is still in fever. The plot of the story is very concise, but the story seems to be real. This movie was also a sensation at the time, because mankind began to see. In particular, it inspired many children's enthusiasm for science at that time. The educational significance is far greater than his commercial value. The human perspective began to pay attention to outer space. Shang Wen thinks this story is very good. What Qin needs is not science and technology, but the broadening of horizons. They can take a long view, see something farther. This requires imagination, need to explore. Teach them science and technology rather than mechanically. Broad horizons, far greater than the former. Technology can only indulge in the present, and the broadening of horizons can stimulate more people's potential. They know that what is in front of them is only momentary, and what they see is the future. It is hope. Imagination enriches their dreams farther and better. Have a dream. They will want to do everything. The meaning of education is to stimulate potential. Instead of teaching anything, it doesn't matter what you learn. Willing to study anything is the most important. Shang Wen didn't know. I wrote a love letter, and write the love letter as science fiction. It is estimated to be the first person in history. Rational people's thinking, sometimes it's so cute. It's lovely, somewhat silly. Do not know. Yin didn't know that Shang Wen wrote that. Will he beat Shang Wen fiercely? People are all flowers before and after. But she is in science fiction education. 350 Black Wave. Shang Wen and Yin rode on the same carriage on the way back to Xianyang. Yin looked at the letter carefully. It was the first time she knew there were aliens. Know that the alien called a kick. Shang Wen had to smile wryly. Shang Wen was a little bit reluctant. After all, the war has reached a decisive moment. At this time, he had to leave. Shang Wen is indeed reluctant. Not just want to know the final outcome of the war. I also want to see the other side of the war. Fool, this is called a kick. In the end it really flew away. Yinu asked. Of course, aliens also miss home. Shang Wen said. Oh, I finished reading. Hurry up and write one for me. I want to read it. Forget it. You'd better tell it. Hurry up like this. Yinu entangled Shang Wen as if listening to a story. Okay, let me say. I think about it, Shang Wen said. Shang Wen doesn't know what to say. Yes, just talk about Jurassic Park scared Yinu. A long time ago. That is hundreds of millions of years ago when humans were born. The Jurassic period of the Earth. There lived a tall and fast reptile on the Earth. We call him a dinosaur. Dinosaurs are big and big. Let's put it this way, one head. The dinosaur is almost half the size of a palace, Shang Wen said slowly, and Yingye listened quietly. It was the first time that she knew that there were dinosaurs in the world. Just when Shang Wen told Yin the story of dinosaurs, Qin Jun opened his bloody mouth like a huge dinosaur. One bite will eat these people. In the middle of the night, Shi Daing opened the door. An army of 200,000 is entering the camp mightily, and this is supported by King himself with his troops. He wants to be angry. Completely eat the opposite. Qin Jun. The crescent in the sky glowed with cold light. That hook bends like the tip of a knife. That light. In addition, the night is cold and windy. It makes people shudder. Perhaps because of the army entering the village. The people of the family didn't notice that a black wave rushed towards here quickly in the distance. Just when the long distance from the army is called a long way. Thousands of fireflies suddenly rose up in the sky. This firefly is so beautiful that the people of the family didn't pay attention at first. But when they pay attention, the fireflies in the sky have rushed towards them. He didn't even know what it was. Those people who had fought with Qin Jun knew that this was Qin's new weapon. This weapon is extremely terrifying. It was like hail. Then there was a sea of fire. The guards fled. Those see people who just came but don't know anything. They think these veterans were frightened by the Qin army. They actually stayed still. Their actions will pay a heavy price. The roaring rocket bombarded these deadly live targets. Many people don't know what's going on. He was killed by Qin Jun's rocket bomb, and the others hurt, scattered. All of a sudden, the neat and mighty formation was completely messed up. The people did not lie down on the spot but ran around. They wanted to, but the result of getting down is to be trampled to death alive. The tone is like this: might as well run around. There is still a chance of survival in this way. But this way, the killing effect of rockets has been doubled. The Shi people were thoroughly stirred into a pot of porridge. The rocket attack has just stopped. The people of the family were still in panic and hadn't been relieved yet. Then there was a burst of ping pong bong. Those people who had just survived the catastrophe were suddenly knocked to the ground. Those people who stood like lonely ghosts were knocked to the ground. Then Qin Jun unexpectedly rushed over and started to hack them to pass quickly. Not in love with war. One cut is one cut. Wanton firing of guns followed up. She to kill these people. The people of the clan were killed without the strength to fight back. They can only step back gradually, then step back and then back again. It is a complete retreat. The army of 200,000 new arrivals fell apart in an instant, and the cavalry unit of the Qin army defending on the mountain also took advantage of the situation to launch an offensive double attack. The Xi people completely collapsed. Xi ran lifelessly. The people of Qin desperately chased after him. The war progressed very smoothly, and Wang Ben's commanding ability was also recognized by Wang Jian. It turned out that after Shang Wen left, Wang Ben personally searched for his father and demanded an immediate war. And in order to achieve their own goals, he didn't even say hello, directly disperse his own forces. Wang Jian was very angry about this. The two have not explained the situation. It started to quarrel. However, it was Wang Jian who stopped his temper first. Because he is the commander-in-chief. Wang Ben saw his father's temper eased. Explain your intentions immediately. His scout, especially those reserve personnel, they unexpectedly found out a large army of Shi people is coming here quickly. There are more people than this time. If time is delayed, then the force needed to attack is not 30,000. It's 100,000. After listening to Wang Jian, he immediately realized the seriousness of the problem, so began to redeploy. For the first time, the father and son sat down peacefully to make a plan. Wang Ben is the kind of bold attacker. He knew the time was very important to Qin Jun. Just get started. The army was dispatched ahead of schedule. And don't move here. All are worthy of their own troops' offensive. The signal is the rocket. In order to delay time, especially the time of the arrival of Yu's army, follow the steps of Yu's people. It is impossible to arrive at night. The latest is dinner time. In order to provide effective night cover, Wang Ben asked the reserves to do everything possible to make them cause the illusion of natural disasters to delay the enemy's entry into the camp. And the time is very demanding. It must be after nightfall. The reserve cavalry is in trouble. But there is always a way. The people of Qin kept dispersing more horses, cattle and sheep on the road. Simultaneously push down large rocks as much as possible in the mountains and valleys. And all this, the Xi army had no doubts at all. Actually they have. I just didn't say. Under the great purge of King Yi, everyone chose silence. They knew that their king was crazy. So many people were all killed. The soldiers killed were chilling. General of many of them, that's how it was killed. They hated the king to death. Those new recruits have no idea what is about to happen. They don't know anything. The killing of princes and ministers let King Yu's become more and more isolated. And all this. But it gave Wang Ben a chance. Wang Jian also thought so at first. Because no matter how detailed it is, this is also the biggest flaw. Once noticed, it's very dangerous. But Wang Ben thinks how to know without trying. The war is just such a coincidence. Wang Ben was lucky, and the development of the matter is the same as that developed later. Everything is so accidental. Yu's army just entered in the dark of night. People from the family relaxed their vigilance. The opportunity was given to the Qin army, who had fewer troops.